Chapter 798. Upon hearing that, Feng Zichen said in surprise, "So fast. I haven't had enough fun yet. Is the saint done?" Ignoring Feng Zichen, Saint Jia-yin waved his sleeve. Immediately, Feng Zichen felt a strong repulsive force coming from him and driving him out of this world. In the outside world, when Saint Jia-yin saw Feng Zichen come out, he pushed him aside with an ugly expression. His plan was very good, but Feng Zichen did not play by the rules at all. He had no intention of fighting with him and directly destroyed his inner world. How could Saint Jia-yin be willing? He had no choice but to surrender. "Saint Juan-Ti, you're the only one left who hasn't given me a question. How do you plan to test me?" Feng Zichen turned to look at Saint Juan-Ti and asked. Unlike the three pure ones, the two saints of the West did not have powerful innate treasures. The only thing they could be praised for was their merit and unorthodox magic. In terms of magic, Feng Zichen was the most proficient in it. Therefore, he did not take the two saints of the West seriously at all. As if sensing Feng Zichen's contempt, Saint Juan-Ti forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Poor Wei is not talented. Here is a magic. Please break it." Hearing that, Feng Zichen smiled. Saint Juan-Ti had no skills. With Hongmeng Daozhong around, Feng Zichen could confidently shout that there was no magic in the untainted world that he could not break. He really did not know if he should praise Saint Juan-Ti for being conceited or confident by using a magic to test him. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen asked, "Saint Juan-Ti, do you really want to test me with a magic?" "Yes." Saint Juan-Ti nodded and replied affirmatively. "Ha!" Feng Zichen laughed and said arrogantly, "Then Saint will definitely lose this game. In terms of strength, there are countless people in the untainted world. I don't dare to claim to be the best. However, in terms of magic, if I claim to be the second, who dares to claim to be the first? Saint, how unwise is it to test me with a magic?" This was not a joke. Feng Zichen was the only known existence in the untainted world who had established his Dao with magic. The magic of the sword Dao had allowed him to evolve into the Khanate sword Dao. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's understanding of magic was a great master. "Fellow, although your magic, fellow, Daoist, is strong, you don't know that there's always someone out there." Saint Juandi seemed to be very confident about his magic skills. His attitude was even more arrogant than Feng Zichen's. He wanted to teach him a lesson. However, although he spoke happily, he had offended everyone present, except for Saint Jia-yin. Feng Zichen's magic was recognized by everyone in the East. Even the three pure ones did not dare to say that they could defeat Feng Zichen in magic. However, Saint Juan-Ti dared to say that the Western magic was powerful and did not take Feng Zichen seriously at all. From the looks of it, he was not saying that Feng Zichen could not do it. He was clearly saying that the East could not do it. The magic of the East was not as good as his magic of the West. Saint Juan-Ti's words offended all the great magicians of the East. Fortunately, the current situation was not right. Otherwise, everyone would definitely come forward one by one to experience the magic of the West that he mentioned. However, after this matter, Saint Juan-Ti's situation would not be good. The narrow-minded great magicians of the East would definitely come to ask him for advice because of this sentence. "Saint, you are really confident. In that case, please show me your divine powers and let me witness the legendary Western grand magic." Seeing that Saint Juan-Ti was even more arrogant than him, Feng Zichen could not help but feel unhappy. Therefore, he decided that no matter what magic Saint Juan-Ti used next, he would break it as soon as possible. The confident Saint Juan-Ti did not realize that his words had offended all the people present. At this moment, he was excitedly displaying his magic so that everyone could recognize the mystery of the Western magic. 3,000 Bodhi, billions of worlds, open. Saint Juan-Ti shouted and suddenly turned into his original form. It was a huge Bodhi tree that covered the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was like a heavenly pillar that stood between heaven and earth. As his words fell, the huge Bodhi tree suddenly produced 3,000 innate Bodhi seeds. At the same time, the light of wisdom appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree. It was extremely bright and illuminated everything around it like the sun. The innate Bodhi tree was also known as the tree of wisdom. It was an innate divine tree that was born with the path of wisdom. If one traced its origin, one could trace it back to the demon god of wisdom, one of the 10 chaos demon gods that dominated the chaos. This tree was the remnant body of the demon god of wisdom. It fell into the untainted land and merged with the path of wisdom to give birth to the innate spiritual root. Under the illumination of the light of wisdom, the 3,000 Bodhi seeds gradually turned into 3,000 worlds. At the same time, under the illumination of the light of wisdom, hazy balls of light appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree one after another. If one looked carefully, one would find that those balls of light were actually small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of them. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, what do you think of the magic of the Poor Way? After those worlds were born, Saint Xuanti suddenly asked Feng Zichen. After looking up and down at this magic, Feng Zichen could not help but be amazed by Saint Xuanti's wisdom. The power of this magic was indeed good. Once one was hit by this magic, one's consciousness would be divided into countless parts and thrown into these worlds. They would be continuously reincarnated, sharpened, and killed until they completely lost themselves. Feng Zichen silently calculated. With the power of this magic, even a powerful person would not be able to escape the fate of death if he accidentally fell into it. If it were a saint, he would be greatly injured if he suddenly fell into it without using the power of the heavenly Tao. Only then would he be able to break free. However, although this magic was powerful, it had a fatal weakness. That was, it was not easy for it to hit people. Saint Xuanti had prepared this magic for so long. No one was a fool. How could they be hit by it? Moreover, even if Saint Xuanti could instantly cast this magic, what was the use? How could it be so easy to pull a person's consciousness out of their body and tear it apart? Didn't you see that when Feng Zichen evaluated this magic, he had set a premise, which was that they were careless? Only when they were careless would they be hit by this magic. Under normal circumstances, everyone would guard their minds. How could their consciousness be shaken by Saint Xuanti? If they could not shake their consciousness, this magic would be considered useless. Yes. It had to be said that the magic used by Saint Xuanti was very ambitious, had a good idea, and had great potential. However, this magic was not perfect now. It was impossible for him to defeat Feng Zichen with this. When he reached perfection, he might be qualified to challenge Feng Zichen. Now, he could not. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen praised, "This magic of the saint is indeed mysterious. Its power is enough to make people look at it. However, it is not perfect. You are being too arrogant to defeat me with this." Hearing that, Saint Xuanti laughed and said, "Haha, fellow Taoist Gaochen, you have good eyesight. The Poor Way's magic is indeed not perfect. If she wants to use it to deal with you, who has established the Tao with magic, its power is far from enough." Therefore, the Poor Way deliberately revealed her main body and used it to support this magic. Even if it is not perfect, with the support of the Poor Way's main body, the power that this magic can unleash is even greater than when it is perfect. As he spoke, Saint Xuanti's main body, the Khanate Bodhi tree, suddenly shone brightly. An unparalleled power surged out and supported those worlds, causing them to become more solid. Seeing this, Feng Zichen smiled disdainfully. If it could not be done, it could not be done. Even with the support of the saint's main body, it was the same. Feng Zichen had too many ways to crack such an incomplete magic. However, he had already said that he wanted to use the fastest speed to break Saint Xuanti's magic. Therefore, he would use the most direct method to break Saint Xuanti's magic and destroy his confidence at the same time. Feng Zichen bowed to Saint Xuanti and said, "Saint Xuanti, I also have a magic that is very similar to yours. In that case, I will use this magic to break your magic." As he spoke, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and made a bell-hugging gesture. In an instant, the void trembled inexplicably. Endless mysterious runes appeared and gathered between Feng Zichen's hands with the power of reincarnation. Saint, watch carefully. My magic was created by observing the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's called the heavenly reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his magic. Feng Zichen suddenly pushed his hands forward. The endless runes turned into a hazy Dao bell and collided with the Khanate Bodhi tree that Saint Juanti had transformed into. Feng Zichen had been comprehending the power of reincarnation for countless years and had gained something. This magic called the heavenly reincarnation was the result of his comprehension of the power of reincarnation. He had integrated all his comprehension of the path of reincarnation into this magic. What was reincarnation? Reincarnation and rebirth were reincarnation. Life, death, illusion, and destruction were reincarnation. The birth and death of the universe were also reincarnation. The so-called heavenly reincarnation was the birth and death of thousands of worlds with a single thought. Of course, this was the peak state of the heavenly reincarnation. If Feng Zichen restrained his power, he could also create and destroy a person, causing them to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and continuously rebirth until they completely lost themselves. What Saint Juanti's magic could do, the heavenly reincarnation could do, and it could do better. The heavenly reincarnation did not shake the intelligence of others. Instead, it used the power of reincarnation to forcefully tear apart the intelligence of others, turning them into countless parts and sending them into the cycle of reincarnation to slowly lose themselves. Moreover, the so-called reincarnation of the heavenly reincarnation was not an illusory world that was created by reincarnation, but the real myriad worlds. With the vastness of the myriad worlds, even the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could not escape the fate of sinking into oblivion. Perhaps the person who was reading the novel was a certain primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian who had been hit by the heavenly reincarnation. Among the countless wisps of intelligence, he was reincarnating in the myriad worlds and slowly losing himself. The heavenly reincarnation was more domineering than Saint Juanti's magic. It was just like Feng Zichen's personality. At this moment, the power displayed by the heavenly reincarnation was not tearing apart the intelligence of Saint Juanti. Instead, it could create and destroy the myriad worlds with a single thought. Saint Juanti's magic relied on nothing more than the billions of worlds. Feng Zichen used the heavenly reincarnation to destroy all these worlds. Naturally, Saint Juanti's magic was broken. Boom! The Dao bell attacked. When it was about to reach the innate Bodhi tree, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into the boundless power of reincarnation and drowning the innate Bodhi tree. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the birth of those worlds suddenly sped up. Soon, they went from the newborn stage to the mature stage, and then quickly entered the weak stage. In the end, the Qi of the end descended and ended everything. On the innate Bodhi tree, one world after another went into decline, emitting a decaying aura, and then being destroyed. Originally, under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the worlds should be reborn after being destroyed. This way, it could be considered a complete reincarnation. However, when these worlds were all destroyed, the power of reincarnation suddenly disappeared. Without the power of reincarnation, the shattered worlds no longer gathered. Instead, they turned into decaying power and spread to the surroundings. Under this influence, Saint Juanti's main body, the branches of the innate Bodhi tree, gradually showed signs of decay. Seeing this, Saint Juanti hurriedly retracted his magic and turned back into his Dao body. He said to Feng Zichen awkwardly, "The poor Wei lost this round." Saint Juanti was as arrogant as he was now. The so-called Western Great Technique was actually broken by someone in one move. The signboard of the West had been smashed in his hands. Hee, is this the Western Great Technique? It's indeed extraordinary. Looking at Saint Juanti, Feng Zichen said with a faint smile. Ahem. After coughing twice, Saint Juanti turned his face away and stopped talking. At this moment, Saint Jiayin walked out and changed the topic. He said, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen has won these 5 rounds. Then, the karma between you and the poor ways group of 5 can be considered settled. Since that's the case, how do you plan to settle the karma between you and the poor ways group of 5? As soon as Saint Jiayin said that, the world shook. Half of the tribulation aura and murderous aura that filled the sky disappeared. Yes, half of the karma between the 6 of them had been settled. Naturally, half of the tribulation aura had been eliminated. The remaining half was waiting for Feng Zichen to settle the karma between him and the 5 saints. In this way, the God-confirmant tribulation that affected a wide range would be considered over. How to settle the karma is simple. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said, since the 5 of you have come up with a test for me, I'll follow suit and come up with a test for the 5 of you. Next, I'll set up an array formation here and ask the 5 of you to break it. However, I'm only one person, but there are 5 of you. Therefore, the time to break the array formation cannot be 100 years, but 3 years. In that case, what do you think? Chapter 799. Okay. The 5 of them looked at each other and felt that it was feasible, so they nodded. It would take them 100 years to break the array together. It was indeed a little too much. 100 years, no matter how strong the array formation was, the 5 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could break it together. Therefore, 100 years was not enough, not even 10 years. Feng Zichen wanted to say a year, but after thinking about it, he felt that the saints might not agree, so he took a compromise of 3 years. 3 had the meaning that 3 gave birth to all things. It was just right. Seeing that the 5 of them nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen continued, I'll set up the array formation. If the 5 of you can break it within 3 years, I'll lose this round. The karma between us will be completely ended. However, if fellow Taoists are still unable to break through the formation within 3 years even after joining forces, then it will be considered as my victory. Fellow Taoists, you must agree to a condition of mine. Only in this way can the karma between us be resolved. If he lost, the karma would be written off. If he won, it was impossible for there to be no benefits at all. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to compete? The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and said, fellow Taoist, what do you want? Please tell us. He had to ask clearly first. He could not agree carelessly. Otherwise, when Feng Zichen proposed a condition that they could not accept, would they agree or not? Fellow Taoists, if I win this round, I don't have any requests. In the future, when you preach the Tao to the human race, the people who cultivate the Tao teachings you preach can acknowledge you as their ancestral masters, but there is no karma between them and you. In that case, what do you think? Feng Zichen said it in a roundabout way, but the 5 saints still understood what he meant. To summarize these words simply, the human race could use their mystical abilities and Tao techniques for free. Without paying anything, one could learn skills from their orthodoxy. In the past, if the human race wanted to cultivate the immortal Tao, they had to first acknowledge the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters and form a karma with them. This was the karma of imparting the Tao, and it was extremely difficult to resolve. Establishing this karma was equivalent to having to sell one's life for the 3 pure ones. But now, once the 3 pure ones agreed to the request, from then on, if the humans practiced the path of immortality again, they would have to worship the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters, but there would be no karma between them and the 3 pure ones, and there would be no need for them to risk their lives for them. If there was a day when the human race clashed with the 3 pure ones, these immortal cultivators would no longer have to remain neutral and could attack the 3 sections. This was the immortal Tao of the 3 pure ones, the immortal Tao of the human race. As for the Western sect, none of the humans before this had cultivated the Western Tao orthodoxy. There was no other reason other than the fact that Feng Zichen had made a vow that any mortal who practiced the Western orthodoxy would be automatically expelled from the human race. Back then, Feng Zichen was so angry that he made this vow. Now that he thought about it, it was somewhat inappropriate. The 2 sages of the West might not have had good personalities, but the orthodoxy of the West was still good. In particular, there was no problem with the teachings of the Western sect at this time. At most, the performance of Saint Xuan-Ti had affected everyone's perception of the Western sect. However, as one of the few Tao orthodoxies in the untainted land, there was no problem with the inheritance of the Western sect. Feng Zichen excluded it from the human race, which was indeed a little unfair to some of the clansmen. After all, there were some people who were not suitable for the path of immortality or martial arts, but were suitable for practicing the Western Tao. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds, let alone the human race. There were so many of them, more than the stars in the sky. It was not surprising that all kinds of people were born. At this moment, Feng Zichen took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make up for his mistake and reintegrate the Western sect's Tao into the human race. However, after the Tao of the Western sect and the immortal Tao of the three pure ones entered the human race, although their names did not change, they were no longer the Tao of the three pure ones and the two saints of the Western sect, but the Tao of the human race. Although the masters of the Tao were still them, they had lost control of it and only had a name. However, compared to power, what the five saints needed more was the title. For existences like them, they did not care about the strength of the path of immortality cultivators, no matter how many there were. On the contrary, it was those illusory titles that could increase their luck that made them value them greatly. Feng Zichen's condition would benefit the human race and the saints would get the name. It seemed that no one would lose out. Therefore, he was not worried that the saints would refuse. As for losing, Feng Zichen did not even think about it. What a joke. Even if he cheated, Feng Zichen would still win this round. The five of them discussed for a while and then said, "Poor Wei and the others have agreed to your request." Well, there was nothing they could do even if they did not agree, because Feng Zichen was not discussing with them at all. If they did not agree, then fine. If the cause and effect could not be settled, the gods' investiture tribulation would not end. As for the four sects, as the instigators of the gods' investiture tribulation, they would definitely be the first to bear the brunt and be affected the most. Therefore, even if it was for their own orthodoxy, they had to agree to Feng Zichen's request. Moreover, the five of them did not think that they would lose. What a joke. If the five of them joined forces, they could even fight Tao ancestor Hung Jun. How could they not be able to break a formation? Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please set up the formation. The five of them stood in a row and said to Feng Zichen. Well said, well said. Nodding, Feng Zichen said, I think the five of you have guessed what my formation is. That's right, it's the great formation of the human race, the great chaos formation. Speaking of which, this spirit formation has only appeared once since it was introduced, and it was defeated by someone. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, I plan to use the strength of the five saints to rebuild the reputation of the great chaos formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen's mind flickered. The imperial court of human Tao in the mini untainted realm suddenly shook and rose from the ground. It smashed through the boundary wall of the mini untainted realm and also broke the seal set by Donghuang Tai. It crossed endless time and space and flew toward the real world behind Feng Zichen. Rumble. At a certain moment, the space within 10,000 miles shattered. Endless radiance of human Tao bloomed, covering the radiance of the sun and moon. The entire desolate world was bathed in the majesty of human Tao. And in the endless divine light, a glorious giant city slowly appeared from the void. In an instant, unparalleled pressure swept across the entire desolate world, causing all Taos to submit. Activating the human Tao Emperor's seal, he placed it in the center of the imperial court of human Tao. Feng Zichen took a step forward and entered the imperial court, returning to the throne that symbolized the authority of the human emperor. Great chaos formation, rise. Feng Zichen slowly channeled his energy into the imperial court of human Tao and activated the chaos formation that had lain dormant for many years. Immediately, the 9 connate spirit treasures slowly awakened in the human Tao imperial court, radiating with earth-shaking power. The human Tao imperial seal, primal chaos bead, that represented the power of one origin, the yin and yang sword that represented the power of 2 elements, the 3 elements diagram that represented the power of 3 elements, the 4 elements seal that represented the power of 4 images, the 5 elements ring that represented the power of 5 elements, and the 10 directions Tao mirror that represented the power of 10 directions. In the past, the strongest of the 9 connate numinous treasures was only a superior grade connate numinous treasure. Yet now, after being nurtured by the chaotic grand formation for countless years, these 9 natural spirit treasures had undergone an unimaginable transformation a long time ago, and all of them had transformed into top-grade natural spirit treasures. In other words, if the primal chaos formation were to unleash its full power, it would be more than 100 times more powerful than when it was fighting Donghuang Tai. Rumble. The 9 supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures, combined with 1 connate cardinal treasure, vibrated continuously and unleashed an unparalleled power. Then, under the influence of the formation, it gradually transformed into 10 enormous connate Tao diagrams that overlapped one another. 1 origin, 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 images, 9 palaces and 10 directions. Rumble. At a certain moment, the 10 Tao diagrams merged perfectly into one enormous diagram of the Great Tao that slowly unfurled. The reappearance of the diagram of the Great Tao also signified that the chaotic grand formation had officially begun its operation. After countless years, the chaotic grand formation, one of the 3 great connate formations of the primeval universe, appeared once more in the world. It intended to use its unparalleled power to battle the 5 saints. Whoosh! Endless connate divine light rose from the chaotic grand formation, turning into swirling traces of Tao that seemed capable of annihilating all things. At the same time, shadows of connate gods and demons emerged from the light. Endless, they stood at the end of time, exuding a terrifying aura. Fellow Taoists, please. Standing at the center of the chaotic grand formation, Feng Zichen extended an invitation to the 5 saints. Is this the formation that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao back then? Instead of rushing in, the 5 saints first looked around outside for a while. Not only the 5 saints, but everyone present had a deep impression of the chaotic grand formation. After all, there was only one formation in the entire primeval universe that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. That's right, it's that formation. However, compared to before, the power of this formation is undoubtedly much stronger. It seems that fellow Taoist Gaochen has not been idle all these years. Saint Jun Ti exclaimed. The changes in the chaotic grand formation were not something that could be summed up by the word strong. It was simply an earth-shattering change. If one did not personally experience it, they would not know the mysteries of this formation. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please. The 5 saints looked at the chaotic grand formation for a while, then walked into the formation together. Seeing that the 5 saints had entered the formation, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the power of the chaotic grand formation to the limit. Rumble, the formation began to operate. Endless connate Tao filled the air, intertwining around Feng Zichen, entangling, twisting, and finally completely fusing together. Rumble. In the next moment, it was as if a supreme existence had personally descended. Heaven and earth and primeval universe, actually shook together, sending out thoughts of submission. A cold and noble majesty suddenly filled the air, reverberating between heaven and earth. Under this majesty, even someone as powerful as a saint had no choice but to lower his proud head. Because, this was the majesty that belonged to the heavenly Tao. The highest mystery of the primeval chaos grand formation was to summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. That's right. When Feng Zichen activated the power of the chaotic grand formation to the limit, endless connate Tao patterns entangled and turned into the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. With the current power of the chaotic grand formation, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that was summoned was definitely not at the early stage of primeval chaos, but at the 9th heaven of primeval chaos. Its strength was unbelievably strong. However, this was not the end. 3 streams of clear qi suddenly rushed out of Feng Zichen's body and turned into his 3 incarnations. Then, without any movement, the 3 incarnations suddenly began to collapse, each turning into a cloud of clear qi. Whoosh, a divine light flashed, and the 3 clouds of clear qi suddenly began to separate, each turning into 3 figures. There were a total of 9 figures, which corresponded to the 9 supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures that formed the chaotic grand formation. These 9 people were Feng Zichen's 3 incarnations. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, similar to primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian, but also not Daluo Jingxian. They were incarnations to begin with. Although they could be successfully separated again, their strength could not be maintained in the realm of primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian, and could only be infinitely close to that realm. The 9 people stepped forward, each holding a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. With the support of the 9 people, the power of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao skyrocketed in an instant, from the 9th heaven of primeval chaos realm to the 12th heaven of primeval chaos realm, and still continued to increase. When the increase in strength ended, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was only a hair's breadth away from entering the realm of primeval Daluo Jingxian. Sigh, if Feng Zichen could gather the 9 Daluo Jingxian, or transform the 9 Khanate spirit treasures that formed the chaotic grand formation into Khanate spirit treasures one by one. At this moment, the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao would definitely enter the realm of primeval Daluo Jingxian. However, even a half-step to the realm of primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian was enough for Feng Zichen to use. It was not difficult to stop a saint for 3 years, not to kill one. My 5 friends, how do you feel? Do you think my formation is worthy of your attention? Feng Zichen asked the 5 saints while controlling the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Feng Zichen would win if he could hold on for 3 years. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to make a move. If he could delay it for a while, then so be it. By the way, Feng Zichen had just said that he would win this battle even if he had to cheat. In other words, in order to win, he had decided to do whatever it took. Therefore, just as they were talking, Feng Zichen's means had already begun to take effect. It could be seen that as Feng Zichen spoke, an undetectable force suddenly spread out from his body and acted on the formation space. Then, the flow of time in this space suddenly began to slowly increase in an undetectable manner. The process of this increase was very subtle. It was difficult for people to sense the increase of a few tenths of a few times. However, no matter how difficult it was to detect, the flow of time in this space was also accelerating, causing the time in this space to become faster than the place where it was changing. Moreover, the speed of this increase was also slowly increasing. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, imperceptibly exerting its effect. If the saints were unable to detect this change, then they would definitely lose this battle. After all, they thought that only a few months had passed, but in the case of time acceleration, perhaps 3 years had already passed. P.S. F***CK, so many people want to see me cry. You guys, forget it, for the monthly votes, I'll cry. Wah. Flowing tears and snot, wah wah. Wailing, making a scene and begging for monthly votes. Chapter 800. In addition, Feng Zichen was not cheating. Time acceleration was a type of mystical ability. The 5 saints could not discover it. It could only be said that they were incompetent. They could not blame Feng Zichen for not doing it well. Moreover, the battle of the Great Tao was like this. They would do anything. From this point, it could be seen that the 5 saints were still inferior to Feng Zichen. It was not that the 5 saints did not know this time mystical ability, but they did not think of using this mystical ability when they were fighting with Feng Zichen. It could be seen that their brains were not as smart as Feng Zichen. The poor Wei has never broken through the heavenly cycle star array, nor has she fought against the 12 divine fiends array. Therefore, I don't know how these 2 array formations compare to your chaos array. However, the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword array is still comparable to your array. This chaos array is worthy of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. The Grand Master of Heaven said after comparing it to his immortal slaying sword array. Indeed, the poor Wei's Khanate Yin-Yang array is also one of the 10 great array formations of the primordial world. However, compared to your array formation, it's not worth mentioning. The Grand Pure One pinched his beard and said. Even the arrogant heavenly lord of primordial beginning nodded and said in shame, "The poor Wei's Jade Void Palace does not have an array formation that can surpass your array formation. The array formations of the West are also incomparable to this chaos array." The two saints of the West nodded at the same time and said enviously, "What the hell?" They could not compare to others in terms of resources, living beings, dharma treasures, and strength. How could they not compare to others in terms of array formations? The East, was it really better than the West in every aspect? That despicable demon ancestor Rahu. If not for him, how could the West have fallen to such a state? The more prosperous the East was, the deeper the hatred the two saints of the West felt for the demon ancestor Rahu. During the primeval times, the West wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the East, and it was similarly a place favored by the heavenly Tao. However, it was precisely because of the appearance of the demon ancestor, Rahu, that the West was unable to recover from the setback, and from then on, it was inferior to the East in every aspect. How could the two of them not hate the culprit who had caused all this? Of course. My formation was inherited from Pangu's father. It was personally passed down by the great Tao. It belongs to the primal chaos, and its power is no weaker than the 12 divine wraith formation. How can the primordial world's connate formation compare to it? Feng Zichen didn't mind that the 5 saints were chatting with him instead of attacking him first. He started chatting with the 5 saints. If they fought, it would be 3 years. If they didn't fight, it would also be 3 years. In short, it would be 3 years. Since the 5 saints were willing to chat with him, why should Feng Zichen refuse? Anyway, it wasn't him who was at a disadvantage, but the other side. After flattering each other for a while with Feng Zichen, the 5 saints also felt that it would be disadvantageous for them if they continued to delay, so they deliberately changed the topic and said, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please show the power of this formation, so that poor Wei and the others can see the difference between this formation inherited from the great Tao and the great formation of the untainted land." Seeing this, Feng Zichen laughed and said, "Ha, good. Let's do as you say and display the power of this array." As he spoke, the space of the formation changed. Endless primordial divine light filled the air. There was chaos, yin and yang, 3 talents, 4 symbols. They intertwined with each other and evolved into a supreme killing light, sweeping toward the 5 saints. Each of the primordial divine light could be called a supreme divine sense, and its power was comparable to that of the primordial Daoyuo Jinxian's divine sense. The primordial divine light here was more than 10,000, it was almost endless. It was as if countless primordial Daoyuo Jinxian were attacking at the same time. Its power could be imagined. If the Daoyuo Taoist priests were to fall into it, they wouldn't even last a breath and would be directly smashed into powder and completely disappear. Even if the ordinary Daoyuo Jinxian were to come, he wouldn't be able to last long. His Taoist body would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, the 5 saints were not ordinary Daoyuo Jinxian. They were saints. Although they were in the same realm, they were stronger than the Daoyuo Jinxian. Whoosh! Without any words, the Taiji diagram, Pangu's banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords, the azure lotus flag of the East, and the 12th rank golden lotus of virtue appeared at the same time, hanging above the 5 saints' heads. Dazzling divine light hung down, blocking the incoming primordial divine light. The chaos formation is indeed extraordinary. If it were any other Daoyuo Jinxian, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. However, it's still too weak for the poor Wei and the others. Feeling the power of the chaos formation, the Grand Pure One nodded, seemingly praising and boasting at the same time. Then, he waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram shook with a boom. Endless primordial Taiji power hung down, obliterating the incoming primordial divine light. At the same time, the other 4 saints also used their own methods to destroy the surrounding primordial divine light. Don't worry, Grand Pure One. This is only the first change of the chaos formation. There will be countless changes after that, each stronger than the last. It's enough for you to enjoy yourselves. Seeing that the five saints easily neutralized the incoming primordial divine light, Feng Zichen wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. If the five saints were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be so cautious. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the chaos formation to change again. Suddenly, the primordial divine light in the battle suddenly changed. It no longer swept toward the five saints, but condensed into a ball, turning into various primordial gods and demons that pounced on the five saints. There were more than 100 or 1,000 of these primordial gods and demons. Each of them had the power to rival a pinnacle great divine power. With them working together and the support of the chaos formation, they could even tear apart a Daluo Jingxian alive. Now that they were working together to charge at the five saints, the scene was spectacular. The great divine powers watching the battle from the outside saw this scene and their eyelids twitched. They felt that if they entered the formation, they would have no hope of surviving. However, they thought that this scene was exciting enough, but what happened next made them tremble in fear. Cold sweat flowed down their backs, and they felt a great sense of fear. In the chaos formation, the group of primordial gods and demons rushed to the five saints. Before they could attack, they were cut into pieces by the five saints and turned back into primordial divine light. Taoist Gaochen, your attack is quite interesting, but it's still not enough to deal with the poor Wei and the others. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a smile after killing a primordial god and demon. Although the other saints didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Taoist friend, don't be in such a hurry. Let's continue watching, said Feng Zichen with a smile. This battle was a delaying battle, not a life and death battle. Of course, the main thing was to stall for time. Since that was the case, how could Feng Zichen use a killing move at the beginning? Of course, he had to strengthen the power of the formation bit by bit to stall for time as much as possible. As for the consumption of the five saints' energy, it was no joke. They were saints with endless dermic powers and unlimited energy. Even if they had been using magic at a high intensity, they wouldn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. It was possible to consume their energy in the chaos outside the realm, but it was impossible in the untainted land. And this was where the saints were more powerful than the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Think about it, if the saints and the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian fought, one side's dermic powers would never be exhausted, while the other side's power would gradually weaken with the passage of time. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. Feng Zichen deliberately delayed time and slowly increased the power of the formation. The five saints saw through his purpose, so they kept provoking him with words so that he would be impulsive and use all his strength to activate the power of the chaos formation and start a shocking battle with them. Did you think that the five saints' words were just casual words? Wrong. Every word they said was a dermic power. They always unintentionally provoked Feng Zichen's anger and caused him to be impulsive. In a battle between masters, not to mention a word or a look, even a subtle movement contained monstrous killing intent. On the other hand, on Feng Zichen's side, in the sea of consciousness, Hongmeng Daozhong let out a long cry. No matter how the five saints provoked him with words, it couldn't shake his mind at all. Rise! Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the void. The formation changed again. Endless innate divine light surged, reviving the innate gods and demons killed by the five saints and continuing to attack. As long as the innate divine light was not extinguished, those innate gods and demons could be revived continuously. Even if the saints killed them dozens of times, they couldn't be destroyed. The saints' dermic powers were endless, and so was the power of the chaos formation. Not to mention that the chaos bead could continuously absorb power from the chaos outside, the formation could also draw in endless chaos chi from the chaos outside. If the chaos formation was in its peak state, chaos version, it could even create something out of nothing. Without the help of the outside world, it could turn nothing into something and produce great power. Ha! Repeating the same action repeatedly, even the saints were a little tired. The Grand Pure One let out a deep roar, and the Tai Chi diagram suddenly expanded, covering a radius of tens of millions of miles. The yin fish and the yang fish were connected head to tail, and they kept circling like two huge streams of innate pure yin and pure yang qi. Boom! At a certain moment, the Tai Chi diagram spun, and the power of yin and yang rotated, forming a huge vortex. With a fierce twist, it shattered the surrounding innate divine light and assimilated it into the power of yin and yang. When the innate divine light disappeared, the innate gods and demons lost their support and could no longer be revived. They also disappeared. At the same time, the Panga banner, for immortal slaying swords, and several other saint treasures exploded at the same time, each destroying the innate divine light around them. Rise! Seeing this, Feng Zichen formed another seal, triggering another change in the chaos formation. Rumble! The human Dao Imperial Court shone and resonated with the chaos formation. Then, endless chaos chi rose. And in the chaos chi, 10 indomitable figures could be vaguely seen. They seemed to have walked out from the end of time, step by step into the present world, and set foot in this place. Boom! At a certain moment, the chaos chi dispersed, and 10 innate gods and demons with ancient auras appeared before the 5 saints. Their auras were completely different, ranging from 1 yuan to 10, but they were all equally powerful. They all stood in the domain of Chaos Daluo Jingxian. These were the innate gods and demons that symbolized the 10 most ancient innate Daos. They were reproduced by Feng Zichen with the chaos formation, and each of them had power comparable to Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The 10 innate gods and demons appeared, and in pairs, they charged at the 5 saints. Seeing this scene, the 5 saints were also shocked. Fellow Daoist, this formation is getting more and more interesting. This is more interesting. As they spoke, the 5 of them each took out their treasures and fought the innate gods and demons. While the 2 sides were fighting, Dong Huang Tai, who was tracking down the chaos demon god, also made great gains. He followed the chaos demon god's aura that was accidentally exposed and went all the way down to the deepest part of the earth, the core of the earth origin, where he found the chaos demon god that was hiding. It was no wonder that the others couldn't find any trace of them. In the core of the earth, the origin chi was so dense that the divine consciousness of the others was weakened. Moreover, the innate chi gathered here, and the aura was so turbid that it was difficult for the divine consciousness of the others to find any trace of the chaos demon god. There were a total of 3 chaos demon gods hiding here, and each of them had the power of Chaos Daluo Jingxian. What were they doing in the core of the earth? Curious, Dong Huang Tai went forward to take a look, only to find that the 3 chaos demon gods were merging themselves into the origin of the earth, intending to merge into one. Dong Huang Tai understood the chaos demon god's plan. If they really merged with the origin of the earth, it would be difficult to kill them, unless the origin of the earth was destroyed. But was that possible? Of course not. Even if a saint destroyed the origin of the earth, the monstrous negative karma would pull him down from the saint position. However, if they couldn't kill the chaos demon god and let the origin of the earth fall into his hands, they couldn't bear it. How could they allow others to sleep peacefully on their bed? Not to mention that the chaos demon god would definitely cause trouble after controlling the origin of the earth. Even if he didn't, the others would definitely not allow the origin of the earth to fall into his hands. Anxious, Dong Huang Tai appeared to check the situation of the origin of the earth. As far as he could see, only less than 1/10,000th of the vast origin of the earth had fallen into the hands of the chaos demon god. Dong Huang Tai was relieved. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If he had been a few hundred years later, the chaos demon god might have succeeded. Who is it? It's you, Dong Huang Tai. Tai's sudden appearance also alarmed the 3 chaos demon gods who were merging with the origin of the earth. Then, without any nonsense, the 2 sides used their magical powers to attack each other. However, this was where the origin of the earth was, after all. If they were careless and destroyed this place, it would be a great disaster. If it was light, the earth would split, and if it was heavy, the earth wouldn't exist. Therefore, both sides had scruples and held back their strength, not daring to use their full strength. Chapter 801. The two sides fought for a while. Seeing that there was no winner, they retreated after a head-on collision. After retreating to one side, the Chaos Demon God who was the leader of the three suddenly laughed out loud and said to Dong Huang Tai, "Ha, kid from the untainted land, I know you want to drive us out of the origin of Earth, but it's too late now. Take a look." As he spoke, the Chaos Demon God flashed to one side, allowing Tai to see the real scene at the core of the origin of Earth. He saw that although the Chaos Demon God had only integrated 1/10,000th of the origin of Earth, their Chi-Ji had long been connected with the untainted land. If they were forcibly removed, the untainted land would probably be torn apart in an instant. However, they had forgotten that although the untainted land was formed by the body of the great god Pangu, it was also integrated with the origin of many Chaos Demon Gods when it was born. Therefore, the Chaos Demon God could connect his Chi-Ji with the untainted land and become a part of it by paying a little price. It was also because of this that they could come to the deepest part of the origin of Earth so easily and integrate with it. Integrating oneself with the origin of Earth was easy to say, but it was simply impossible to do it. Otherwise, the origin of Earth would have been there for hundreds of millions of years since the birth of the untainted land, and no one would have coveted it. No one had touched the origin of Earth until now. Didn't that mean that no one could integrate with it? Only the Chaos Demon God was special and could do that. The others could only dream about it. Seeing the sudden change in Dong Huang Tai's expression, the Chaos Demon God continued to clamor, "I know that the three of us are definitely no match for the 10 Tao Masters of the untainted land. If we really fight, then with our damaged bodies, I reckon that we won't be able to hold on for long before our bodies and souls are completely annihilated. However, at this moment, the auras of the three of us are already connected to the Great Desolation Land. Unless you plan to destroy the Great Desolation Land, you can forget about harming us even if you use all your methods. Therefore, you should retreat. Do not obstruct our plans anymore. Otherwise, if you really force the three of us into a corner, we will self-destruct right here. We will blow up the desolate land and perish together with all the living beings here." The Chaos Demon Celestial's threatening words kept echoing in Dong Huang Tai's ears, causing his face to darken even more. But what could he do? They couldn't fight, nor could they retreat. If he were to retreat, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap of the Chaos Fiend Gods and giving the origin of the Earth to them? At this moment, Dong Huang Tai really wanted to break the untainted land so that he could find the three Chaos Demon Gods and give them a good beating. Wait a minute. Shatter the untainted land? Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and pondered. Shattering the primordial world seemed to be a feasible method. However, this method was not something that he could decide alone. He had to discuss it with the others before he could make the final decision. Thinking of this, Dong Huang Tai split a strand of divine consciousness and went to where everyone was, informing them of everything that had happened here and his plans. As for his original body, he would continue to stay here, monitoring the Chaos Demon Gods and hindering their actions at the same time. It would be fine if the Chaos Demon Gods didn't move. But once they were ready to continue to integrate into the origin of the Earth, Dong Huang Tai would attack them. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would disgust them to death. That was what Dong Huang Tai thought. Putting aside the confrontation between Tai and the Chaos Demon Gods, the battle between Feng Zichen and the five saints in the War of Chaos had also reached its climax. The reason was that the five saints had discovered that Feng Zichen had secretly used the magic of time. After fighting with the 10 incarnations of the innate fiend gods for dozens of days, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin took some time out to calculate how much time had passed since he entered the array. Good heavens, he didn't know this, but he was shocked when he calculated. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin pinched his fingers and calculated, and found that he had been in the array for 2 years and 8 months. 2 years and 8 months. That was to say, there were only 4 months left before the agreed 3-year period, less than 120 days. But how could it pass so quickly? According to the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, he had been in the array for at most 3 months. How could it suddenly become 2 years and 6 months? This wasn't right. When the primeval Lord of Heaven calculated the time of 2 years and 6 months, he thought that he had miscalculated and was completely dumbfounded. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't have miscalculated. If the Heavenly Lord of the Origin could miscalculate such a simple time calculation, he wouldn't be a saint. Since he couldn't be wrong, it could only be the world that was wrong. With doubts in his heart, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin looked at it with his Dharma eye and found that something was wrong. The flow of time here was much faster than the outside world, and it was many times faster. It was precisely because of this that he felt that although only a few months had passed, 2 years and 6 months had already passed here. Realizing that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin was immediately angry. He grabbed the Panga banner and activated its power with all his strength. Suddenly, a supreme power that had the power to tear the chaos, shatter time and space, control all laws, and the power to split the sky and the earth suddenly appeared and turned into an unparalleled killing power. It chopped the innate god demon that was fighting with the Heavenly Lord of the Origin into pieces on the spot. Then, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin shook the Panga banner with a backhand and released a chaotic sword chi that could destroy everything, killing the other chaos demon that was fighting with him. In the blink of an eye, the two innate gods that were comparable to the primordial Daluo Jingxian were killed by the Heavenly Lord of the Origin with the Panga banner in his hand. At this moment, this supreme treasure that was known as the #1 killing treasure in the untainted land finally showed its true power in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin. In the hands of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, the Panga banner was bursting with Du Tian divine murderous chi, as if it was going to destroy the chaos and split the sky and the earth. A horrifying pressure spread out, causing even the chaotic chi to tremble in fear. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, what a good move. If Poor Wei had discovered it 2 or 3 days later, Poor Wei and the others would have lost this bet. After hearing the words of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, before Feng Zichen could respond, the expressions of the other 4 saints turned ugly. Obviously, after the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's reminder, they had also realized that the flow of time was wrong. Tai Chi diagram, break. After sizing up the surrounding void, the Grand Pure One's face suddenly darkened. All the dermic powers in his body surged and poured into the Tai Chi diagram, activating this treasure to blast into the void. Suddenly, the Tai Chi diagram was surrounded by thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors. The great Tao prophecies outside the diagram surrounded it, and the heavenly Tao talismans inside the diagram were vaguely seen. The 5-colored light illuminated the mountains and rivers, and the 9-colored auspicious chi shocked the universe. Whoosh! When the Tai Chi diagram was unfurled, the world moved, and the sun and moon changed color. The power of a supreme treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Then, a supreme power that calmed the earth, water, fire, and wind, transformed yin and yang, the 5 elements, and separated the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. It encompassed thousands of phenomena and spread out from the Tai Chi diagram. Crack. Crack, however, cracking sounds could be heard endlessly. Everything in the array formation space, be it the connate divine light, the chaos chi, or the 2 connate god fiends of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian level standing in front of the Grand Pure One, began to shatter under the power of the Tai Chi diagram. Then, with a boom, everything around the Grand Pure One collapsed and was completely empty. Even the time mystical ability that Feng Zichen had set up collapsed under the attack of the Grand Pure One and lost its effect. In an instant, the flow of time there returned to normal. The power of the heaven-splitting cardinal treasure was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. It was invincible. Even the other connate cardinal treasures could not compare to it in terms of power. The heaven-splitting cardinal treasure Panga banner and the Tai Chi diagram exploded one after another. The unparalleled power spread out. Even the chaos array formation, which was infinitely powerful, trembled violently from the impact. Rise! In the human Tao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen formed a Tao seal with his hands and triggered the changes in the chaos array formation. Endless connate Tao patterns spread out and stabilized the array formation. Just as Feng Zichen was stabilizing the array formation, the 5 saints were not idle either. They joined forces and killed the remaining 6 primordial chaos Khanate god fiends. Good heavens, the saint had used his full strength today. It was hard to say if Feng Zichen was scared, but it definitely gave the spectating great divine arts practitioners a huge shock. He instantly killed primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. So the true strength of a saint was so terrifying. It really made people tremble in fear. It was also at this moment that the phrase, "all below the saint are ants," officially spread in the wilderness and became mainstream. In the past, although this phrase had been circulated, most of the gods did not care about it. They thought that even if there was a gap between them and the saint, it was not to the point where they could be easily killed. But now, the saint had used his valiant battle record to tell the world what it meant to be. One who did not become a saint was ultimately an ant. The gap was too big. Even primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could be killed in an instant, let alone them. At this moment, no matter what the great divine arts practitioners thought before, they had all given up on the idea of becoming enemies with the saint. The 10 primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian Khanate god fiends were killed one after another. The chaos array formation no longer changed and only the chaos chi spread out. It seemed that Feng Zichen had run out of tricks. The 5 saints stood in a row and looked at Feng Zichen from afar. Fellow Daoist Gaochen, your methods are indeed impressive. Even when the poor Wei and the others worked together, they did not notice anything unusual and almost fell into your trap. Just this point alone shows how strong you are. But unfortunately, although your scheme is shocking, the poor Wei and the others saw through it in the end and destroyed your plan. Now that your time ability has been broken and your 10 Khanate god fiend incarnations have been killed, do you have any other methods to use? If not, I'm afraid fellow cultivator Gaochen will lose this round. Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled and stood up from the throne. He came to the walls of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to celebrate. You think you've broken through all the changes of the chaos array formation, but you don't know that you've only been circling around the outside. You haven't touched the core." Speaking of this, Feng Zichen's lips curled up slightly and he said rather proudly, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to talk about victory right now. It won't be too late to talk about victory after you break through the core." With that, Feng Zichen opened the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." The Imperial Court of Human Tao was the true chaos array formation. The formation that the 5 saints had gone through before was only a chaos array formation created by folding spacetime with the power of the chaos bead. Although it was the same as the original formation, there were still some differences. From the moment the chaos array formation was born, it was the defensive formation of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. The two were interdependent. In other words, only by entering the Imperial Court of Human Tao could one truly enter the chaos array formation. Now, the 5 saints had just reached the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. In other words, they hadn't even entered the array yet, and they had already wasted 2 years and 8 months of effort. The moment Feng Zichen said that, the 5 saints' expressions changed drastically. They looked at the Imperial Court of Human Tao in shock. After a while, the Grand Pure One sighed and suddenly said with a smile, "Haha, good. Fellow Daoist Gaochen is indeed the #1 prodigy of the primordial world and the #1 Tao ancestor in the postnatal world. Such methods really make the poor Wei feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, it's too early for you to think that you've won. You have to know that if you haven't used your full strength, the poor Wei and the others might not have used their full strength either." At this point, the Grand Pure One suddenly strode forward and walked towards the Imperial Court of Human Tao. "Let's see how the poor Wei and the others can break through your formation in 3 days. If the poor Wei and the others can't break through your formation within 3 days, then the poor Wei and the others will lose this round." Forget about the 3-year agreement, the Grand Pure One shortened it to 3 days. As a saint, the Grand Pure One naturally had his own pride. The 5 of them had joined forces and fought for months, but they were only circling the periphery of the array formation. It could be said that they had lost all their face. Since that was the case, he naturally had to save his face. How could he save it? He had to break the array formation with lightning speed. That was why the Grand Pure One had set a 3-day agreement. If the 5 of them still could not break the array formation in 3 days with all their might, they would not attack even if they had the confidence to break the array formation in the future. They had already lost all their face. Should they continue to lose face? Luck was very important, but the saint's face was also very important. However, in order to win, he had lost all his face. After the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the other 4 saints did not object. They all thought so too. In the remaining 4 months, if they tried their best, they could indeed break the array formation. However, what was the point? They would just lose face in front of everyone for a while. They were wrong from the beginning of this battle. When Feng Zichen proposed the 3-year agreement, they should not have agreed. This was a trap to begin with. If the 5 saints worked together, they would not be invincible in the world, but they would not be far from it. However, it would take 3 years to break a formation. Whose reputation would this bring, and whose face would it bring? When the 3-year agreement was set, regardless of whether they won or lost the battle, the saints would have lost all their face. P.S. The last few hundred words were written wrong. I'll study it and change it later. I'll come back in half an hour. Chapter 802. Boom. As the Taiji diagram shook, it suddenly turned into a white jade golden bridge that connected heaven and earth. It extended from the feet of the Grand Pure One and pierced into the human Tao Imperial Court. Rumble. As the white jade golden bridge extended, a power that could calm the earth, fire, water, and wind swept out. In an instant, it froze all the variables of the chaos formation in the human Tao Imperial Court. A white jade golden bridge stood majestically between heaven and earth, spanning across the void. One end was under the feet of the Grand Pure One, and the other end extended into the human Tao Imperial Court. The Grand Pure One stepped on the white jade golden bridge and walked towards Feng Zichen step by step. The white jade golden bridge was one of the supreme changes of the Taiji diagram. Back then, when the great god Pangu created the world, he used it to stabilize the boundless chaos and calm the earth, fire, water, and wind. It was the most suitable for the Grand Pure One to deal with the chaos formation. When the other saints saw the Grand Pure One's actions, they hurriedly followed behind him and entered the human Tao Imperial Court with him. At this moment, the 5 saints were clearly advancing and retreating together. The chaos formation was frozen by the white jade golden bridge and could not be used. The 5 saints were closing in step by step. Feng Zichen was already at a critical moment. However, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he smiled. Feng Zichen stood up from the throne and walked towards the saints who were rushing over. The moment the saints decided to use their full strength, all the changes in the chaos formation were destined to be useless against them. After all, although the chaos formation was powerful, it was far from being heaven-defying. There were not 3 or 4 saints on the other side. Instead, there were 5. The immortal slaying sword formation at its peak couldn't fight against 4 experts of the same level. Now, it was difficult for the chaos formation to fight against 5 alone. However, the most powerful thing about the chaos formation wasn't its infinite changes, but the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that was summoned. With this, he might not be able to win against 5 alone, but he could still hold on for a while. Dong! 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 As Feng Zichen took a step forward, the Grand Primal Chaos formation suddenly began to vibrate violently and emit loud noises. Then, the chaotic qi in the formation began to shrink and gather around Feng Zichen. Gradually, a huge blurry shadow of a deity began to appear behind Feng Zichen, and it became more and more solid. At the same time, a powerful pressure was emitted from the deity's body and swept out in all directions. Boom! Moreover, as Feng Zichen continued to move forward, the aura of the deity became stronger and his body became clearer. By the time Feng Zichen and the sage met, the god's body had completely solidified. At the same time, his aura had also reached its peak, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jinxian's realm. Frightening, yet frightening. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He was the most perfect being in this world. There was only one flaw in his entire body, and it was the evasive one. However, this wasn't his weakness. It was the invincible divine mark, which had turned into a divine power and imprinted on his body, giving him the power to destroy everything. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was the most perfect embodiment of the chaos formation. As he was born, there was a whoosh. The chaos formation, including the imperial court of human Tao, suddenly began to shrink, turning into a ray of divine light and entering the forehead of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. My 5 friends, if you want to break my chaos formation, you must first destroy the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Slowly merging with the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen controlled the incarnation of the heavenly Tao to speak to the 5 sages. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian? My friend Gaochen, you're showing your true strength. Ha! Seeing this, the 3 pure ones laughed. Boundless divine light rose from their bodies at the same time. The origin mysterious power, which represented the birth and death of the universe, spread out from the 3 of them, entangling and blending with each other. At a certain moment, the 3 types of power merged into one. The 3 pure ones' figures also disappeared. They turned into 3 supreme deities, standing in the past, future, and present at the same time. Boom, a powerful aura spread out from this supreme deity. It could faintly rival the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. This was another half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. The 3 pure ones' combined power was indeed beyond imagination. Moreover, Feng Zichen also knew that this wasn't the 3 pure ones' strongest move. They hadn't summoned Pangu's primordial spirit yet. That was their strongest move. Even the heavenly Tao was wary of it. Therefore, they used all means to force the 3 pure ones to split up. After the 3 pure ones revealed part of their territory, the 2 saints of the West also made their move. A golden light flashed, and the 2 suddenly merged into one, turning into a giant deity with 4 arms. Its power was actually close to the 9th heaven of chaotic essence. Normally, a 9th heaven of chaotic essence expert was indeed very powerful. But at this moment, in this battle, it was somewhat insufficient. In a battle between 2 half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian experts, one had to be at least the 11th or 12th heaven of chaotic essence if they wanted to interfere. The 9th heaven of chaotic essence was still a little lacking. Perhaps the 2 saints of the West felt that their cultivation was a little too low to interfere in this battle. Then, they suddenly transformed into a golden deity with 24 heads and 18 arms. Because of this, their auras rose by another level. They entered the 10th heaven of chaotic essence realm and could barely participate in this battle. The deity of the West turned his head and said to the supreme deity that the 3 pure ones had transformed into, fellow Taoists, our aptitude is still too shallow. It's difficult for us to comprehend such a supreme move. It seems that we can only watch from the sidelines in this battle. It's still up to the 3 of you to defeat fellow Taoist Gaochen's main force. The 2 had always been very self-aware. After realizing that they were not strong enough, they did not force themselves and consciously let the 3 pure ones take the main force. They retreated to the side and watched from the sidelines. The 3 pure ones did not have any objections to this because it was the best choice. Fellow Taoists, please. After the 2 sides finished their preparations, they announced the start of the battle. Without wasting any time, Feng Zichen took the lead to attack. He formed a seal with both hands, and the heavenly Tao furnace came out with a loud bang. It carried countless innate divine runes and crashed toward the 3 of them. The 3 pure ones also formed a seal in response. As the deity formed a seal with both hands, a supreme seal suddenly appeared. At first, it was the size of a palm, then it quickly became bigger. When the heavenly Tao furnace came, it had already become bigger than the heavenly Tao furnace and was emitting a bright golden light. Boom, the two supernatural powers collided, and an aura that could destroy all things suddenly burst out. Then, it slowly returned to silence. The first attack. It ended with the two of them dying together. Before the first supernatural power disappeared completely, Feng Zichen had already used the second supernatural power. The Zichen sword quietly appeared and emitted endless sword light. It was divided into three forms, for divisions, the vast and mighty innate divine runes intertwined with the bright sword light and swept toward the three pure ones. Boom! Beside the deity, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated. As the yin and yang chi stirred, all the sword light was converted into the innate chaotic chi. Whoosh! When the sword light was blocked, the four celestial slaying swords and Pangu's banner appeared beside the deity formed by the three pure ones. They each released their divine power and swept toward the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How could Feng Zichen be attacking while the three pure ones were passively defending? Feng Zichen had lost the initiative, and the three pure ones had also begun to counterattack. They were actually going to turn passive into active. Buzz! Buzz! The 10,000 spirit crown shone, and 72 colored mystic light drooped down. It formed countless streams of innate chi and swept forward. Roar! As the innate chi surged, it turned into the shadows of 10,000 spirits. They roared and collided with the three pure ones' attack. The 10,000 spirit crown was not only a defensive treasure, but also an offensive treasure. It had the ability to clear innate chi and destroy all spirits. At the same time, Feng Zichen held the human Tao imperial seal in one hand and the Zichen sword in the other. He channeled the power of the two treasures together and pushed them to the limit. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the two supernatural powers collided. The terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the eldritch world to tremble. Kill! Feng Zichen and the three pure ones started fighting again before the shockwaves from the divine art subsided. The 10,000 spirit crown shone brightly and tangled with the sword formation of immortal execution. The human Tao imperial seal transformed into a giant finger bone that spanned across the void and froze the Taiji diagram in place. No matter how the innate chi of yin and yang surged, it couldn't be destroyed at all. Moreover, the great Tao runes on the Pangu's finger bone grew clearer after being tempered by the innate chi of yin and yang. Strangely enough, the human Tao imperial seal's power grew stronger under the Taiji diagram's attacks. Kill! Feng Zichen swung the Zichen sword again and again. Boundless sword light burst forth and clashed with the chaotic sword chi from the Pangu's banner. The light from the Zichen sword was none other than the sword intent of the four immortal execution swords. The four sword intents of entrapment, extermination, slaughter, and extermination alternated on the blade. As they clashed with the chaotic sword chi from the Pangu's banner, Feng Zichen's control over the four immortal execution swords became more and more harmonious. Originally, there was a slight delay in the circulation of the four sword intents. Now, however, the four sword intents alternated in Feng Zichen's hands. They were smooth and flawless, without the slightest bit of hindrance. Vaguely, the four sword intents showed signs of merging into one in Feng Zichen's hands. Chaos. At a certain moment, a loud voice sounded in Feng Zichen's mind. It wanted to disturb his mind and cause him to make a mistake. Unfortunately, before the power of this supernatural power could explode, the Hongmeng Daozhong would destroy it with a wave of his hand. This was the supernatural power of the two sages of the West. Although it was difficult for them to participate in the battle with their strength, it did not mean that they were idle. While Feng Zichen was in the midst of the battle with the three pure ones, they secretly used their supernatural powers to try to disturb his mind. With the Hongmeng Daozhong around, the two sages of the West could hardly hurt him, even though their supernatural powers were strange. However, the voices that kept ringing in his ears inevitably annoyed Feng Zichen. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity. He suddenly raised the Zichen sword, and the four immortal execution sword intents merged into one on the sword, turning into a sword light that could destroy heaven and earth. He slashed out and attacked the two sages of the West. Whoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, a sword intent that could destroy everything and return to the universe of Hongmeng suddenly spread out. Puff! The sword light was blazing, and its power was unparalleled. Even the two sages of the West, who were at the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, found it difficult to resist. The sword light came and directly destroyed their protective supernatural powers. It slashed across their chests and almost split them in half. In addition to the aura that could destroy everything, there was also a heavenly Tao rhyme circulating in the sword intent. It was this aura that caused wounds to appear on the two sages of the West, which could be said to be indestructible. They could not heal in a short period of time. Only the heavenly Tao could deal with the heavenly Tao. Even sages would be injured if they used the power of the heavenly Tao to kill their enemies. After being hit, the two sages of the West lost their combat power and temporarily withdrew from the battle. After slashing out with the sword, Feng Zichen did not feel good, because the three pure ones seized the opportunity and suddenly activated the Panga banner, sending out a chaotic sword chi that blasted onto the Zichen sword. There was a cracking sound, and a few cracks appeared on the Zichen sword after being hit. The Zichen sword was damaged, but Feng Zichen's power was not affected at all. All kinds of sword intent circulated in his heart, making the sword in his hand stronger. Boom! Feng Zichen slashed out with his sword. The sword light carried a bit of the Panga banner's Tao meaning that could destroy everything. Although the chaotic sword chi from the Panga banner had damaged the Zichen sword, at the same time, it had branded its own power on the Zichen sword, making the sword light even more dazzling. As the sword power in his hand became stronger, Feng Zichen's attacks became fiercer. He casually used all kinds of sword Tao's supernatural powers, turning them into streaks of sharp sword light that attacked the three pure ones. At this moment, Feng Zichen was in a frenzy. He had completely given up on defense and attacked the three pure ones with all his might. When the chaotic sword chi from the Panga banner came crashing down, Feng Zichen did not dodge. He allowed it to hit the Zichen sword. Crack! Crack! More cracks appeared on the Zichen sword, but the sword intent in Feng Zichen's heart burned even brighter. Vaguely, it was about to break through some kind of limit and burst out of his body. After another few tens of exchanges, the violet imperial sword was finally unable to endure the pressure and shattered with a bang, transforming into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. At this moment, the sword intent in Feng Zichen's heart had also broken through the limit. It turned into an invisible long sword that burst out of his body and slashed at the three pure ones. Bang! The sword light was sharp, powerful, and brilliant. It had never been seen before. The long sword slashed through the air and sent the Panga banner flying, landing on the bodies of the three pure ones. Puff! First, a streak of blood light appeared. Then, a large number of blood flowers bloomed. Drops of blood fell and turned into pure essence chi that merged into the void. The three pure ones were injured, but that was all. Although the sword intent was powerful, it was blocked by the Panga banner and did not have much left. It was already the best he could do to injure the three pure ones. However, it was impossible to make them lose their fighting power completely like the two Western saints. Ha, my friend, the Zichen sword is broken. I'm afraid you're going to lose this battle. The three pure ones said with a laugh. P.S. I was scared to death. The writer's assistant suddenly crashed and can't be updated. Sigh, fortunately, it was fixed in time. I almost had another reason to ask for leave. Chapter 803. Is that so? Feng Zichen suddenly smiled strangely when he saw how proud the three pure ones were. Seeing this, the three pure ones had a bad feeling and immediately looked around. What entered their eyes was a scene that shocked them greatly. He saw that after the purple imperial sword shattered, the place where its fragments crashed into was none other than the post-celestial path. After the Zichen sword was broken, the sword power carried by its fragments was so strong that it could even injure the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, let alone others. Rumble. Wherever the fragments of the Zichen sword passed, the void shattered layer by layer, revealing the acquired Tao that was circulating inside. At this moment, the remaining power of the Panga banner on the fragments of the Zichen sword and the supreme sword will that it carried burst out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a force that could wipe out everything swept out, shattering the post-celestial Tao that was circulating into pieces with a loud bang. Whoosh! At this moment, the great Tao that was supposed to be intangible and material seemed to have a physical body. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and rained down on the untainted land. At the same time, the fragments of the Zichen sword were shining and resonating with the Khanate sword will that was everywhere. It seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing the acquired Tao that they and the others had worked so hard to open up was so easily destroyed by Feng Zichen, the three pure ones were furious. Gaochen, you, damn it! With a loud roar, the three pure ones' murderous intent rose. At the same time, they activated three Khanate ultimate treasures that could be said to be invincible. They unleashed their full power and blasted towards Feng Zichen. Good timing. Seeing the three pure ones charging towards him, Feng Zichen laughed loudly. His Dharma power surged wildly as he activated three Dharma treasures at the same time to meet the three pure ones' attack. Under Feng Zichen's control, the 10,000 God painting, the 10,000 Spirit crown, and the human Tao Emperor's seal all trembled. They each released unparalleled power and blocked in front of him. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. The Daoist rime on his body flowed and turned into an invincible Daoist seal that hovered around him. The moment the seal appeared, whether it was the fragments of Zichen's sword or the fragments of the rules formed by the shattering of the acquired path, they all rushed towards Feng Zichen and gathered around him. Rumble. The attacks of the three Khanate peerless treasures blasted Feng Zichen's three great treasures away in the blink of an eye. However, because of this, the power of this attack was weakened by more than half. The Tao seal on Feng Zichen's body suddenly shook, and the fragments of Zichen's sword and the postnatal Tao's rule shone brightly at the same time. Boom! An unimaginable power exploded, shattering the magic of the three pure ones' three great Khanate peerless treasures. Seeing Feng Zichen block their attacks with the postnatal Tao they'd created, the three pure ones, who were already furious, became even more furious. Zijia felt a hot current rush to his head, and he wanted nothing more than to throw his head back and roar at the sky. Ah! With a loud roar, the three pure ones attacked again with their Khanate peerless treasures. Moreover, with the addition of rage, his attacks were even stronger. But at this moment, Feng Zichen was no longer in the mood to fight the three pure ones. There were only two reasons why he'd fought the three pure ones to the death with no regard for his own safety. First, he'd seized the opportunity to let Zichen's sword brand the chaotic sword Qi of Panga's banner. Second, he'd waited for an opportunity to destroy the postnatal Tao created by the three pure ones. Now that Feng Zichen had achieved both of these goals, he had no reason to continue fighting the three pure ones. In this battle, he didn't need to defeat the three pure ones. As long as he could hold on for 3 days, he'd win. Since that was the case, why should Feng Zichen fight the three pure ones to the death at all costs? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly changed his strategy. He turned from active to passive, giving up on attacking, and focusing on defense. Ah! With a deep roar, the magic power in Feng Zichen's body kept surging. In his sea of consciousness, the shadow of Mount Buzhou was faintly discernible. On his body, the aura of the great path spread out and kept flowing. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen's heart moved, and all the power in his body suddenly merged into one. Mount Buzhou seal, rise. The ancient and mysterious Taoist language sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. It affected an inexplicable power, which seemed to affect the past, present, and future, and supported Feng Zichen. With a boom, a majestic shadow of a body quickly appeared behind Feng Zichen's back. It was majestic, like a heavenly pillar, standing between heaven and earth. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles and was tens of thousands of miles high. Mount Buzhou. In the past, Feng Zichen had created the supreme magical power by observing Mount Buzhou. Now, he had practiced it to the highest level. When he fully activated it, it was as if the broken Mount Buzhou had returned. Rumble. At the moment when the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared, the long river of time suddenly shook. A supreme, majestic, and vast power suddenly came from the end of time and merged with Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen. That was the power of the real Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou had fallen, the Mount Buzhou of the past still existed. He felt the aura of Mount Buzhou in the present world, so he deliberately sent a power to support him. Rumble. With the help of Mount Buzhou, the power of the Mount Buzhou transformed from Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen increased again. It really stood in the domain of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. At this very moment, the three pure ones attacked. Their powerful supernatural powers, which could tear apart the endless universe and billions of spacetime and instantly kill Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, hit Mount Buzhou, but they couldn't even shake him. What was the first defensive magical power in the untainted land? How is this possible? Seeing that their powerful magical power could not even break through Feng Zichen's defense, the three pure ones could not help but be stunned. It seemed that they could not accept this result. Ha, my three friends, what do you think of my magical power? Looking at the stunned three pure ones, Feng Zichen asked deliberately. Even if your magical power is invincible and your treasures are unparalleled, what's the use if you can't break my magical power? Standing under Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen had already won this battle. The sun and the moon decay, but he was immortal. The heaven and the earth are destroyed, but he was not destroyed. Even if the three pure ones had the ability to destroy the untainted land, they could not break through Mount Buzhou and Feng Zichen's defense. Unless the three pure ones summoned the primordial spirit of Pangu. However, in order to win this battle, there was no big disadvantage to losing and no benefit to winning. Feng Zichen estimated that the three pure ones would not choose to summon the primordial spirit of Pangu at all costs. The three pure ones might do a losing deal. However, the three pure ones would definitely not do a losing deal. That's right. Taoist Gaochen's magical power is indeed very powerful. Poor Wei and the other two will not be able to break through it in a short time. However, only half a day has passed since the 3-day agreement. There are still 2.5 days left. Poor Wei and the other two Poor Wei brothers will not be able to break through your defense in 2.5 days with their full strength. The three pure ones activated their magical treasures with all their might and attacked Feng Zichen as they spoke to him. Then let's wait and see. I hope that the three of you can give me a little surprise and break through my invincible defense. Feng Zichen was very disdainful of the three pure ones' words. The level of the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou had already reached the level of the endless Daluo Jingxian. In other words, even if Dao ancestor Hong Jun came in person, he might not be able to break through this magical power. However, the defensive power of this magical power was a little strong, but the drawbacks were also a little big. Abandoning all attacks to form the purest form of defense, this was a divine ability. It did not have any offensive power, only defense. It could be said to be an invincible defense. Once the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou was opened, Feng Zichen could only be beaten passively while hiding inside. He could not fight back at all. If it were any other time, the three pure ones would have too many ways to break through this defense. They could just find a few of Feng Zichen's weaknesses to threaten him. However, it was indeed impossible now. They were betting on breaking the array. If the three pure ones used an external trick, it would be breaking Feng Zichen's defense. Then, they would lose this round. Rumble. Outside the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou, the three pure ones activated their Khanate cardinal treasures with all their might and used all kinds of mysterious supreme magical powers. They continuously attacked Feng Zichen with the intention of breaking his defense. However, no matter how amazing their attacks were, the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou did not move at all. However, the three pure ones did not care. They continued to attack. Any magical power had a limit. They did not believe that the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou could last forever under their continuous and high-intensity attacks. Anyway, their magic power was endless. If they continued to attack like this, they would break Feng Zichen's defense sooner or later. Under the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen's thoughts were no longer on this battle. Instead, they were on the fragments of Zichen's sword and the rules of the acquired path. He was in the defense and could not fight back. He could not just sit there and do nothing. He had to find something for himself to do. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. The destruction of Zichen's sword here was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a good thing. When it was destroyed and rebuilt, it might be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Releasing his divine thoughts, Feng Zichen sensed that every fragment of Zichen's sword carried a trace of amazing sword intent. It was perfect and flawless, and it vowed to cut everything into pieces. The perfect sword intent meant that the sword intent of Zichen's sword had been perfected. It was qualified to be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure. However, it was not easy to promote a Khanate cardinal treasure. Just like the great mediums breaking through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, it was not enough to just reach the realm. It needed power, very powerful power. At this moment, what Zichen's sword lacked was power, enough power to promote it to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Feng Zichen could integrate the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure diagram of swords into Zichen's sword. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. He needed more. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the Khanate myriad Tao. He would use the Tao aura of the myriad Tao to refine Zichen's sword. When it was finished, he would reunite Zichen's sword. When it was reunited, the power of the myriad Tao would also be reunited. At this time, if he integrated the sword diagram of swords into Zichen's sword, it would definitely make the sword break through to a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was a good idea. However, there was a problem. How to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the Khanate myriad Tao? Feng Zichen already had an idea about this. The key was the rule fragments formed by the acquired Tao. The appearance of the acquired Tao was inevitable. Even if Feng Zichen broke it, when the investiture of the gods was over and the way of heaven returned, the acquired Tao would be reenacted. Knowing the result, why did Feng Zichen still spend so much effort to break it? Of course, it was to control the acquired Tao. Since the acquired Tao would definitely exist, why did it have to be controlled by the three pure ones and not by himself? Feng Zichen's purpose of breaking the acquired Tao was to reenact the acquired Tao. Moreover, he would not be reenacting it alone. He would be reenacting it with the power of everyone. The three pure ones were too stingy. The acquired Tao derived from it was still too weak and imperfect. It could be broken with a casual strike. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to combine the power of everyone, including the power of the way of heaven, to develop a stronger, more perfect, and more stable acquired Tao. In this way, everyone would be able to control the acquired Tao. This also meant that no one would be able to control the acquired Tao. To be honest, if possible, Feng Zichen also wanted to monopolize the acquired Tao. However, just as he could break the acquired Tao of the three pure ones, others could also break his acquired Tao. It was meaningless to create the acquired Tao by himself. It was better for everyone to do it together. In this way, no one would destroy the acquired Tao and they could try their best to maintain fairness. The rule fragments formed by the acquired Tao were the key for Feng Zichen to develop the acquired Tao. The three pure ones had already built the framework. He only needed to expand it. With these fragments as the foundation, he could make it collide with the innate myriad Tao and develop a stronger acquired Tao. When the Tao of heaven collided with the innate myriad Tao, Feng Zichen only needed to seize the opportunity to put the fragments of Zichen's sword into the innate myriad Tao. Moreover, if he could refine the fragments of the acquired path in advance, Feng Zichen might have more say when the new acquired path was born. With this idea in mind, Feng Zichen directly started to refine these acquired Tao fragments in front of the three pure ones. This scene really made the three pure ones choke with anger. In this way, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was less than half a day left before the 3-day agreement. Under the continuous high-intensity attacks of the 3 Pure Ones, Feng Zichen's supposedly invincible defense finally showed signs of instability. It had to be said that the heaven-splitting treasure was much stronger than the innate treasure. The divine powers of the 3 Pure Ones and the 4 immortal slaying swords couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou at all. However, under the attack of the Tai Chi diagram and Pangu's banner, the Mount Buzhou Dao seal first shook and then gradually became unstable. In the end, it showed signs of collapse. If Feng Zichen didn't take action, it wouldn't be long before the Mount Buzhou Dao seal was broken. Just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, the Eastern Emperor Tai's message arrived. His plan and the Chaos Demon God's plan all appeared in everyone's consciousness. After digesting the message from Tai, everyone thought for a while. After looking at each other, they actually made the same decision in their hearts. P.S. Asking for subscriptions, tips, monthly votes. Chapter 804. That was to destroy the untainted land. At this point, there was no need to hesitate. Instead of trying to force the Chaos Demon Gods out, it was better to destroy the untainted land directly. Anyway, the Way of Heaven had the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods and was preparing to strengthen the untainted land. He could take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the untainted land emperor and rebuild the earth, fire, water, and wind. Perhaps after integrating the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods, the new untainted land could reproduce the glory of the ancient untainted land. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. With a sudden movement, he descended from the sky and stepped on the untainted land. Merge! As soon as Feng Zichen's feet touched the ground, the supreme magic skill, Mount Buzhou Seal, changed. Endless runes spread out and merged with the ground in an instant. Mount Buzhou was the root of the untainted land and could mobilize the origin power of the earth. Therefore, this magic skill, which was derived from Mount Buzhou, could only exert its greatest effect on the ground. However, once it was on the ground, the damage to the seal of Mount Buzhou would be shared with the untainted land. Feng Zichen was worried that the untainted land would be damaged. Therefore, when he used the seal of Mount Buzhou, he chose to do it in the air instead of on the ground. However, at this moment, since he had decided to destroy the untainted land, Feng Zichen naturally had no more scruples. He immediately connected the seal of Mount Buzhou with the untainted land and unleashed the real power of this magic skill. With the addition of the earth power, the power of the seal of Mount Buzhou soared in an instant. Under the continuous attacks of Pangu's banner and the Taiji diagram, the defense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At this moment, not only did it recover, but it also became stronger. Boom! The magic skill of the 3 Pure Ones blasted over. The seal of Mount Buzhou trembled and suddenly diverted most of the power to the untainted land. Rumble! In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble. Seeing that the 3 Pure Ones were unable to break through his defense, Feng Zichen's mind moved. His consciousness followed the connection between the Mount Buzhou seal and the origin of the earth, and continued to sink down. In just a few seconds, Feng Zichen's consciousness arrived at the origin of the earth. He saw the Chaos Demon Gods lurking in the depths of the origin and Donghuang Tai confronting them. Greetings to fellow Taoist Zichen. Donghuang Tai said when he saw Feng Zichen. Greetings, fellow Taoist Tai. Feng Zichen returned the greeting. After that, the two of them turned to look at the Chaos Demon God at the same time. Fellow Taoists, you really have good means. You actually want to integrate into the Earth's origin source and obtain a chance to establish yourself in the primordial world. If fellow Taoist Zenith 1 hadn't discovered this in time, you would have almost succeeded. Looking at the Chaos Demon God in the depths of the Earth's origin, Feng Zichen said coldly. Ha, what can you do even if you discovered it in time? Do you dare to destroy the primordial world in order to force us out? With the primordial world as his backing, the Chaos Demon God was very fearless. Are you trying to force us to agree to your request? You chaos demon gods really think too much. Today, let us use practical actions to tell you that we, the living beings of the primordial world, would rather die than live in dishonor. Just as Feng Zichen was speaking, the entire primordial world suddenly trembled violently. Huge cracks appeared and there were faint signs of collapse. The three pure ones were crazily attacking the Mount Buzhou seal. Just as Feng Zichen had no scruples, the three pure ones had no scruples either. They no longer had any spare energy to attack and did not have to worry about destroying the primordial world. So they just had to attack with all their might. Apart from the four of them, the other Daluo Jinxian of origin could not help but shake their heads. Then, they each used their divine skills to take away the countless living beings on the primordial world. The primordial world could be destroyed, but the countless living beings living on it could not be harmed. Otherwise, they would be guilty of a great sin. Damn it, do you really want to destroy the primordial world? Feeling the tremors of the earth, the three chaos demon gods in the earth's origin became anxious and shouted at Dong Huangtai and Feng Zichen in disbelief. Yes or no, let's wait and see. After saying this, Feng Zichen's divine thought left. Because just now, he felt that the 3-day agreement was about to end. There were only 15 minutes left. Feng Zichen did not want to wait any longer. After entering his body, Feng Zichen surveyed the primordial world with his divine eye. He immediately discovered that there were no longer any traces of living beings on the primordial world. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction. Now that there were no living beings, he truly had nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly put away the Buzhou seal and used all of his strength to power the formation of chaos. Before he could react, the formation of chaos shuddered and boundless qi of chaos surged in. Just as the three pure ones were about to make a move, the boundless qi of chaos vanished without a trace at the same speed as it had come. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly dispersed the formation of chaos and said to the three pure ones, "Thank you for going easy on me, fellow Taoists. I've won this round. Don't forget our agreement." With that, he poured all of the remaining power of the formation of chaos into the human Tao Emperor seal and pushed its power to the limit. The three pure ones had lost. How had they lost? The answer was the bead of chaos. It was the strongest treasure of time and space, even more powerful than the bell of chaos. Earlier, Feng Zichen had used all of his strength to activate the bead of chaos and forcefully speed up the flow of time, causing the final period of the 3-day agreement to end in an instant. Feng Zichen had acted too quickly and the remaining time was too short. The three pure ones didn't even have time to react before the time was up. The three pure ones weren't sore losers. After a moment of silence, they said, "Fellow Taoist, you're more skilled this time. You've taught us three brothers a lesson. Poor Wei and the others are willing to accept their loss. From now on, there will be no more karma between Poor Wei and the rest of the human cultivators." At this moment, the heavenly Tao was no longer present and the laws were shattered. The three pure ones' words reverberated through the world, but they didn't cause any abnormalities. However, everyone knew that this matter had already been settled. There was no need for the heavenly Tao to bear witness. It was enough for one's own Tao heart to bear witness. The Kuanping ancestors' matter had already been made clear to the world. Oaths to the heavenly Tao were sometimes useless. Therefore, an even higher level of agreement was needed. A Tao heart pact. It wasn't to let anyone bear witness but to bear witness with one's own Tao heart. If one went against it in the future, one's Tao heart would be damaged and there would be no possibility of improvement. For existences like the three pure ones and Feng Zichen, being unable to improve was simply more uncomfortable than being killed. This was the heaviest punishment. Therefore, a Tao heart pact was more effective than any oath. After the three pure ones, the two sages of the West also nodded and made a Tao heart pact. In this way, the karma between them was considered to have disappeared. The God investiture cataclysm was also coming to an end. The tribulation aura that filled the world dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the tribulation aura completely dissipated, the heavenly Tao would return to the eldritch world. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen, the three pure ones, and the two sages of the west attacked at the same time. They all used their greatest abilities and blasted towards the eldritch world. If they didn't shatter the eldritch world before the heavenly Tao returned, they would all be attacked by the heavenly Tao when it returned. Rumble. Pangu's banner vibrated and chaotic sword aura blasted out. The Taiji diagram spun and the power of yin and yang obliterated everything. The four immortal swords flashed and sword light shattered all things. The human Tao Emperor seal turned into a giant finger bone and jabbed towards the eldritch world. Rumble. Under the joint attack of everyone, the entire wilderness shook. Then, with a loud rumble, it broke apart into pieces. The eldritch world's essence was affected and trembled violently. The chaos demon god within was also affected and was gradually expelled from the eldritch world. Dong Huang Tai made his move. Magical power surged wildly around him and poured into the bell of chaos, causing it to shake violently. Rumble. Under Dong Huang Tai's full power, the bell of chaos blossomed with unprecedented light. The sun, moon, and stars, earth, water, fire, and wind revolved around the bell. Within the bell, mountains, rivers, and the eldritch world's myriad races could be vaguely seen. Scattered light of 5 colors flashed through the bell, and its fearsome heavenly might shook the universe. The bell of chaos was the most special of the 3 heaven-opening treasures. It could be used for both offense and defense. It had the power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, the power to reverse time and space, the power to evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and the ability to refine earth, water, fire, and wind. The sound of the bell was vast and mighty. The universe was brilliant, heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe shook. The power of the heaven-opening treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Dang! Dang, 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 under Dong Huang Tai's shaking, the bell of chaos vibrated 9 times in an instant. In an instant, a mighty force that suppressed the universe and the universe spread out, directly freezing the 3 chaos demon gods in the eldritch world's essence on the spot. It was also at this time that Great Emperor Ziwei came with the Zhouxing diagram in his hand. Zhouxing appeared one after another on the diagram, forming the galactic cosmic light formation. Withdraw. He activated the Zhouxing diagram, and the galactic cosmic light formation was activated. It emitted an endless suction force to suck the 3 chaos demon gods out of the eldritch world's essence. Suppress. After Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu also rushed over. The shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk kept rising and falling behind her. It also emitted a powerful suction force to act on the chaos demon gods, assisting the Zhouxing diagram to pull them out of the eldritch world's essence. Gradually, under the effect of the 2 treasures, the 3 chaos demon gods' bodies kept leaving the eldritch world's essence. However, just as the 2 of them were about to succeed, the 3 chaos demon gods finally broke free from the suppression of the bell of chaos and woke up. Immediately, the 3 of them began to struggle with all their might, wanting to return to the depths of the eldritch world's essence. However, at this moment, the cauldron of heaven and earth descended from the sky and transformed into a vast universe world, once again suppressing the 3 chaos demon gods. At the same time, Dong Huang Tai came with the bell of heaven and earth and supported the cauldron of heaven and earth, jointly suppressing the chaos demon gods. On the other side of the void city, Feng Zichen and 3 pure ones looked at each other and suddenly blasted toward a certain void. Humph. A muffled groan was heard, and a few streaks of blood appeared in the void. Then, the space suddenly began to disintegrate, revealing a humongous figure inside. Chaos Demon God. Another Chaos Demon God. Ahem, you guys still found out, the Chaos Demon God coughed softly and said helplessly. Feng Zichen and 3 pure ones surrounded the Chaos Demon God silently and completely blocked his escape route. However, just as Feng Zichen and the other 3 surrounded the Chaos Demon God, he suddenly revealed a creepy smile. No. Seeing that, Feng Zichen and the other 3 felt that something was amiss and hurriedly looked back. As far as their eyes could see, another chaos demon god appeared where the eldritch world's essence was and blasted toward goddess Nuwa and the rest from behind. There were not only one chaos demon god hiding in the dark, but two. One was used to attract the attention of Feng Zichen, 3 pure ones, and the rest so that the other chaos demon god would have a chance to launch a sneak attack. That's right, a sneak attack. At this moment, Goddess Nuwa and the rest were trying their best to suppress the 3 chaos demon gods at the eldritch world's essence and had no time to care about what was behind them. It was the most critical moment. If they were successfully ambushed at this time, not only would all their previous efforts be in vain, but they would also be injured. The chaos demon god might not have a way to kill a sage, but he definitely had a way to injure a sage. The power of the Great Path was mysterious and omnipotent. It was truly omnipotent and far from being comparable to the power of the Way of Heaven. It was too easy to break the power of the Way of Heaven with the power of the Great Path. Seeing that the Chaos Demon God was about to succeed, the 2 sages of the West suddenly attacked from the side at the critical moment and blocked the Chaos Demon God. Looking at how lively they were, they did not look injured at all. The injuries that Feng Zichen had caused to the 2 sages of the West were difficult to deal with, but the sages were not easy to deal with. They had their own ways to deal with it. The 2 of them paid a price to recover from their injuries, but they did not show it. Instead, they hid at the side and quietly lurked. They thought that there must be a chaos demon god hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Therefore, they were like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, lurking and waiting for the chaos demon god. Sure enough, they succeeded and really waited for a chaos demon god. With the help of the 2 sages of the West, Goddess Nuwa and the others had nothing to worry about. However, Feng Zichen's tightly knitted brows did not relax because of this. Instead, his frown deepened. If there was 1 and 2, would there be a 3rd? If there was a 3rd chaos demon god hiding at the side, where would his target be? Oh no, the Tree of World. While thinking, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of a possibility. Then, without thinking, he turned and left, rushing in the direction of the Tree of World. Damn it! The Tree of World, he actually forgot about this. If he was a chaos demon god and wanted to weaken the untainted land, his first target would definitely be the Tree of World. Because as long as the Tree of Worlds still existed, the untainted land would recover one day no matter how serious the damage was. P.S. Damn it, this writer's assistant, I really admire you. You almost scared me to death. The finished manuscript suddenly disappeared. Damn it, I was dumbfounded. Fortunately, I found it back. Chapter 805. As the Chaos Spiritual Root, the Tree of World could continuously draw power from the endless dimensions and the chaos outside the realm to provide for the elemental world. This was the foundation of the elemental world. Only by destroying the Tree of World could the elemental world be seriously damaged. Feng Zichen was very fast. He arrived next to the Tree of World in an instant. At first glance, there was nothing unusual in this world. The Tree of World was still standing there as if it had existed since ancient times, emitting rumbling Tao light. However, upon closer inspection, Feng Zichen had deliberately opened up the lawless realm with Hongmeng Daozhong in order to protect the Tree of World. At this moment, the area had shrunk by more than half. Looking around, Feng Zichen did not find any trace of the Chaos Demon Celestial. However, he knew that the Chaos Demon Celestial must be nearby. The lawless realm would not shrink for no reason. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly shouted to the void, "Fellow Daoist, I'm already here. Why don't you show yourself?" After waiting for a while, the void in front of him shook and the Chaos Demon Celestial walked out. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's pupils shrank. This was because there was not 1 Chaos Demon Celestial, but 2. Moreover, each of the 2 Chaos Demon Celestials was extremely powerful. Their auras spread out, affecting the operation of the surrounding heaven and earth laws and causing time to stop. Powerful. Ridiculously powerful. The strength of the two chaos demon celestials was at the seventh heaven of the late-stage primordial chaos realm. In other words, any one of them was stronger than Feng Zichen. At this moment, Feng Zichen's North Star clone was only at the fourth heaven of the primordial chaos realm. His original body, Great Emperor Ziwei, was only at the sixth heaven of the primordial chaos realm and was close to the seventh heaven. These two chaos demon celestials were indeed ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Feng Zichen discovered that they did not carry any Dharma treasures. In this way, the strength of the two would inevitably be affected. Having Dharma treasures and not having them were two completely different concepts. Even for someone as strong as Pangu, without the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, his strength would drop by a level. Fellow Taoist, even if you're here, what's the use? Don't tell me that you can take on both of us at the same time. One of the two particularly handsome figures in the primal chaos slowly stepped forward and said. Indeed, Feng Zichen couldn't even defeat one chaos demon god, let alone two. If the two chaos demon gods joined hands, not only would Feng Zichen not be able to protect the world tree, but he might also be killed by the chaos demon gods. However, who said that Feng Zichen was alone? I'm naturally no match for the two of you, but what if it's 4 against 2? Can those two fellow Taoists still be so confident? Feng Zichen said with a smile as he looked at the chaos demon celestials that were approaching them. What? Hearing that, the two chaos demon celestials were shocked and quickly looked around. It shouldn't be. There were only 10 primordial chaos experts in the entire untainted land, and they were all within their calculations. How could Feng Zichen have other helpers? Just as the two of them were confused, there was a sudden burst of brilliance in the direction of the heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor and Longevity Emperor walked out of the heavenly court together and walked toward Feng Zichen. A rainbow bridge appeared, with one end standing above the southern heaven gate and the other end extending toward the mortal world and landing beside Feng Zichen. In an instant, the rainbow bridge disappeared, and Heavenly Emperor and South Pole Emperor appeared under the world tree. They bowed to the two chaos demon celestials and said, Poor Wei and Heavenly Emperor, South Pole, is here to see you. Raising his eyebrows slightly, one of the chaos demon celestials said, We missed out on the two of you. However, even if the two of you have the strength of primordial chaos experts under the support of the power of luck, what's the use? Even if the three of you join forces, you're still no match for us. That was right. Under the support of the power of luck, Heavenly Emperor was at most at the fifth sky of primordial chaos, and South Pole Emperor was even weaker, at the fourth sky of primordial chaos. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were still no match for the two seventh sky of primordial chaos experts. However, at this moment, they heard an ethereal voice coming from afar. It quickly drifted over and fell into the ears of the chaos demon celestials. If that's the case, count me in. Everyone looked back and saw a peerless figure walking toward them. Great Emperor Ziwei. Excluding the saints, he was the real number one person in the untainted land. It's you. Seeing Great Emperor Ziwei walking toward them, the two chaos demon celestials were shocked and angry. How could they not know this ruthless person who often went to the realm sea to hunt chaos demon celestials? His existence was the greatest humiliation to the chaos demon celestials. The two chaos demon celestials didn't care about the Tree of World anymore. They joined forces and attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. With a shake of the Zhouxing painting in his hand, Great Emperor Ziwei fought with the two of them. On the other side, Feng Zichen and the other two also took out their Dharma treasures and joined the battle. As for why Great Emperor Ziwei came here, it was obviously because the three chaos demon celestials in the origin of Earth had been forced out by everyone. Then, Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, and Donghuang Tai each chose a chaos demon celestial and fought with them. Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei felt that he was no longer needed here, so he turned and left to help his incarnation. At this moment, the three pure ones joined forces to fight against a chaos demon celestial. The two saints of the west joined forces to fight against a chaos demon celestial. Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, and Donghuang Taiyi each fought against a chaos demon celestial. Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei, South Pole Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor joined forces to fight against 2 chaos demon celestials. At this moment, the experts of the Eldritch world came out together to fight against the 7 chaos demon celestials. The Eldritch world was not calm, and the distant chaos beyond the heavens was not calm either. In the sky, Tao ancestor Hung Jun and Patriarch Yang Mei were facing each other from a distance. Behind them, there were several terrifying figures. Behind Patriarch Yang Mei stood the Chaos Demon Celestials. As for the figure standing behind Tao ancestor Hung Jun, it was somewhat thought-provoking. There were a total of 9 people. In addition to the innate 5 elements sacred beasts, there were 4 extremely unfamiliar figures. Although they were unfamiliar, their auras were in the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. These were 4 unfamiliar primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Their strength was not weak, and they had walked very far on the path of primordial chaos. They were at least in the middle stage or even the late stage. Oh, they were not too unfamiliar. If Feng Zichen were here, he would realize that one of the 4 unfamiliar Dao Lords was the one at the bottom of the northern underworld sea. He was the terrifying figure standing behind Patriarch Kuanpeng, Patriarch Northern Underworld Hun Ming. As for the other 3, they were also extraordinary. All of them had a great origin. They were the most ancient innate saints that were formed by the origin of heaven and earth. For example, the figure that was shrouded in darkness was called Daoist Tai Ming. He was an existence that was even more ancient than the Mahakala demon celestial of the demon sect. He was born from the true origin of darkness and was a supreme god that controlled darkness. When they were fighting the chaos demonic god in the primitive world, the most ancient primordial sages of the primitive world, who had stayed away from worldly affairs for a long time, walked out of their own secluded places and stood side by side with ancestor Hung Jun to resist the chaos demonic god. I didn't expect the few of you to still be alive, Patriarch Yang Mei said emotionally as she looked at the few figures in her memory. Poor Wei didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of the chaos demon celestial, Daoist Yang Mei. Now, you have chosen to be the enemy of the Eldritch world, Daoist Tai Ming, who was opposite Patriarch Yang Mei, replied. Ah. Patriarch Yang Mei sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. Although she had cultivated for a period of time in the Eldritch world, those hundreds of millions of years were just a small splash in her long life. How could it be compared to the endless years of friendship during the Chaos Demon Celestial period? The danger of the chaos outside the Eldritch world was far beyond the imagination of all living beings in the Eldritch world. Even the Chaos Demon Celestials couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't encounter danger. Therefore, many Chaos Demon Celestials would support each other and pursue the Great Tao together. Such a friendship wasn't that easy to give up. Since Patriarch Yang Mei didn't say anything, Tao ancestor Hung Jun and the others didn't say anything either. They just remained silent and looked at each other while waiting for the outcome of the Eldritch world. If the Chaos Demon Celestials won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would enter the Eldritch world. If the Eldritch world won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would leave. Therefore, it could be said that the victory of Feng Zichen and the others was extremely important because it concerned the future of the Eldritch world. Although they didn't know the significance of this battle, everyone knew that this battle couldn't be dragged on and had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on, the destructive power would become greater and greater, and it wouldn't be as simple as collapsing the Eldritch world. In the end, the Eldritch world might collapse as a whole, and even the origin of the earth would be affected. Then, everyone would have sinned greatly. Moreover, judging from the current situation, if the battle continued, it wouldn't be long before it affected the heaven realm. Everyone didn't want to make up for the heaven realm again. Therefore, it was better for this battle to end as soon as possible. In their hearts, they wanted to end the battle quickly, so they no longer held back. Each of them used their own trump cards to trick others. Tai suddenly spat out a drop of essence blood and sprayed it on the bell of chaos. Clang! In the next moment, a bell that resounded throughout the Eldritch world rang. The grand bell wave spread out and froze the entire heaven and earth, causing everything to fall into a momentary standstill. When everything returned to normal, the body of the chaos demon celestial who was fighting with Dong Huang Tai suddenly shattered and turned into a rain of blood. Whoosh! A ray of chaos divine light flashed. Just as the chaos demon celestial was about to recover his body, Dong Huang Tai had already attacked with the bell of chaos. With a boom, the bell of chaos in Tai's hands suddenly distorted concepts and cognition, becoming infinitely large. Tai raised the bell of chaos and covered the broken body of the chaos demon celestial with the bottom of the bell facing down, keeping him in the bell of chaos. At the same time, Tai spat out another drop of essence blood and added it to the bell of chaos. He fully activated its power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, reverse the space-time power of the heavens, evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and refine the earth, water, fire, and wind. Rumble. The bell of chaos vibrated, and the earth, fire, water, and wind inside surged together, constantly being destroyed and reborn. The power of suppression suppressed the flesh and blood of the chaos demon celestial. The power of twisting spacetime delayed the time of the chaos demon celestial by countless times. The power of evolution changed the form of the chaos demon celestial, preventing him from reforming his body. The power of refinement was constantly refining the origin of the chaos demon celestial's flesh and blood, completing the final killing blow. After sealing the chaos demon celestial in the bell of chaos, Dong Huang Tai suddenly shouted, "Where are the 10 great demon celestials?" As soon as his voice fell, a vast world suddenly emerged from the void, floating above the eldritch wilderness. The 10 great demon celestials walked out of the world at the same time, bowing to Dong Huang Tai. "Your subjects are here. Your Majesty, please give us your orders." Dong Huang Tai clenched his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood at the bell of chaos. Instantly, the power of the bell of chaos skyrocketed again. Dong Huang Tai grabbed the bell of chaos and threw it toward the shattered eldritch wilderness. Rumble. As soon as the bell of chaos landed, an unparalleled power burst forth, freezing part of the eldritch wilderness fragments and slowly fusing them. After doing all this, Dong Huang Tai turned to the 10 great demon celestials and ordered, "Break this world, extract its origin, and fuse it with the eldritch wilderness fragment. Rebuild the home of the demon race." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, the 10 great demon celestials quickly gathered the demon soldiers and formed a realm-refining formation. They slowly refined the top-level Greater Thousand World that had accompanied the demon race for countless years and fused it with the eldritch wilderness fragment under their feet. With the help of the Greater Thousand World's origin, the eldritch wilderness fragment gradually stabilized. At the same time, the bell of chaos trembled continuously. Strands of the chaos demon celestial's origin flowed out of it and fused with the land. Gradually, the land became more and more stable and bigger. Its vitality was also slowly recovering, and its origin was also constantly strengthening. He believed that when the land was completely regenerated, the innate spiritual chi contained in it would not be any less than that of the ancient times. After all, in order to create this land, Dong Huang Tai refined a chaos demon celestial. While Dong Huang Tai was suppressing the chaos demon celestial, on the other side, Goddess Hutu also erupted. She formed seals with her hands and released an unknown power. In the deepest part of the nether realm, the slowly rotating 6 paths of reincarnation disk seemed to have felt the power and suddenly shook. Then, a corner of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk appeared quietly and smashed the head of the chaos demon celestial who was fighting with Goddess Hutu. The 6 paths of reincarnation disk was the only chaos treasure in the eldritch wilderness. Its power was unimaginable even if it was just a corner of it. After being hit by the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, the chaos demon celestial could not help but let out a miserable cry. He lost his mind and fell down, smashing hard into the eldritch wilderness. Suppress. At the same time, the wizard race expert who had been prepared for a long time suddenly appeared. He activated the divine palaces of the 12 ancestors of sorcery and formed the 12 deities killing formation to suppress the chaos demon celestial who had fallen on the ground. Chapter 806. Rumble. The 12 heavenly fiends formation was formed. Pangu's shadow loomed and suppressed the chaos fiend god deep in the ground, making him unable to move. At the same time, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and fell into the ground. It enveloped the chaos fiend god and slowly rotated. Rumble. Every time the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated, the chaos fiend god weakened a little. Part of the origin power was refined and integrated into the ground that suppressed him. Buzz. 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 The 12 ancestral sorcerer temples glowed and vibrated. They gathered the surrounding fragments of the primitive land and formed a continent vaster than the land of the demon race. After goddess Hutu, it was Nua's turn. She changed her usual weak appearance and turned into a huge born Taoism aptitude with a human head and a snake body. She activated the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth with all her strength and kept smashing the chaos fiend god that she was fighting. The cauldron of heaven and earth was named after the universe, so its weight was obvious. Its full power was as if the primitive land was smashing down. Its power was simply terrifying. The chaos fiend god was smashed a few times by Nuwa with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Although his physical body did not suffer much damage, his head was already a little dizzy. At a certain moment, the chaos fiend god lost his balance and fell into the broken primitive land. Seeing this, goddess Nuwa's mind stirred. She coiled her snake body around the cauldron of heaven and earth and smashed the chaos demonic celestial with it. She pressed the chaos demonic celestial on his body and firmly suppressed him under the broken earth. At the same time, Fuxi, Shenong, and Xianyuan, the 3 human emperors, who had been prepared for this, revived the 365 divine cities of the human race at the same time. They formed the cosmic light formation, condensed the shadow of the god of Pangu, and refined the chaos fiend god. Rumble. As Pangu's shadow took shape, the surrounding fragments of the primitive land gathered toward the human race's divine cities as if they were summoned. Soon, a vast land began to take shape. In another place, the 3 pure ones worked together and easily suppressed the chaos fiend god. It was also because that chaos fiend god was unlucky to have chosen the 3 pure ones as his opponents. He was only at the 6th firmament of primordial chaos. Even if the chaos fiend god's combat strength was heaven-defying, he could fight with an 8th firmament expert. However, when the 3 pure ones joined forces, their battle prowess was close to that of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. He could even fight experts at such a realm, let alone a chaos fiend celestial who was only at the 6th firmament of primordial chaos. Once the 3 purities unleashed their full strength, they would be able to easily suppress them. Rumble. The immortal slaying sword formation and Pangu's banner vibrated at the same time. An earth-shattering murderous aura and majestic chaotic sword chi erupted at the same time, sweeping toward the chaos fiend celestial that they were fighting. Even though the chaos demon celestial used all his means to defend himself, he still couldn't defend against the attacks of the 2 supreme treasures. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was torn apart by the chaotic sword chi. Then, it was shredded into pieces by the immortal slaying sword beam. In the end, the Tai Chi art rose and collected the chaos demon god's flesh and blood. With a slight stir, the innate yin and yang energy surged and injured the chaos demon god once again. Kunlun Mountain, Shouyang Mountain, Golden Turtle Island, come. After severely injuring the chaos demon god, the 3 pure ones summoned their own dojos and arranged themselves according to the positions of the primordial 3 talents, suppressing the chaos demon god's flesh and blood. Rumble. As the 3 sage dojos landed, the surrounding primeval land fragments immediately sensed it and gathered towards this place. Soon, another vast continent slowly took shape. After the 3 pure ones, it was the 2 saints of the West. These 2 saints were quite interesting. They knew that they didn't have powerful primordial treasures or powerful strength to help them. Therefore, when they fought the Chaos Demon God, there was no prelude at all. As soon as they attacked, they used their full strength and directly revealed their true forms, fighting fiercely with the Chaos Demon God. For other primordial chaos experts, this might not be a good idea, but for saints, it was the best way. Because in the primitive world, saints wouldn't be injured at all, and their dermic powers were endless. They could even kill the Chaos Demon God by force. The primordial Bodhi tree swayed and swung its branches at the Chaos Demon God. At the same time, the light of wisdom flickered on the branches, constantly weakening the Chaos Demon God's mind power. At the same time, Saint Jiayin also attacked. His mind power surged out and constantly shook the Chaos Demon God's mind, trying to pull him into the Nirvana realm. In the face of the Chaos Demon God's attacks, the two saints of the West didn't dodge and let the attacks hit their bodies. Anyway, they wouldn't die, so they could fight however they wanted. After the two sides exchanged hundreds of blows, the two saints of the West were covered in blood, but their aura didn't drop at all. On the other hand, the Chaos Demon God didn't have any blood on his body, but his aura was getting weaker and weaker. At a certain moment, the Chaos Demon God suddenly stopped breathing, and the hand that was attacking the two saints of the West also dropped powerlessly. Under the crazy attacks of the two saints of the West, the Chaos Demon God finally lost his mind and was pulled into the Nirvana realm by Saint Jiayin, sinking continuously. Mount Meru, come! Summoning Mount Meru, the two saints suppressed the Chaos Demon God at the foot of the mountain. Then, without hesitation, they transformed into their true forms and went forward. The branches and roots wrapped tightly around the Chaos Demon God, constantly extracting his power and pouring it into Mount Meru. Buzz buzz buzz, Mount Meru trembled and released a great amount of light. It released a vast and mighty power, drawing in the surrounding fragments of the great wastelands, forming a vast expanse of earth. At this point, the 5 Chaos Demon Gods on the ground were all suppressed, and the shattered primitive land was slowly recovering, gradually evolving into 5 huge provinces. The 4 great forces of earth, fire, and water that were released due to the shattering of the primitive land were slowly transformed into new lands with the formation of the 5 great divine lands, which were constantly growing stronger. The 5 great divine lands didn't have a name for the time being, and they weren't fully formed yet. They were constantly integrating the remaining fragments of the primitive land to strengthen themselves. At the same time, as the suppressed 5 Chaos Demon Gods were constantly refined, their origins were integrated into the 5 great divine lands, making them more and more mysterious. The world was no longer filled with the filthy acquired chi, but with the Khanate chi that emitted the will of the birth of all things. When the heavenly Tao returned to the primitive land and the Khanate Tao descended again, the primitive land would be no different from the antiquity times, except that it would be a little smaller. It was even comparable to the cultivation environment of the primordial age, which was mentioned in the legends. There were a total of 7 Chaos Demon Gods. 5 of them on the ground had been suppressed, and the remaining 2 Chaos Demon Gods were about to be suppressed. Feng Zichen and the other 3 gods suddenly joined forces and evolved the real Celestial Emperor Dharma form, whose strength was almost on par with the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Suppress. The Celestial Emperor Dharma form didn't waste any time. It grabbed the 33 heavens and used the whole heaven realm as a weapon to suppress one of the Chaos Demon Gods. The power of the heaven realm was so vast that it was countless times more powerful than a Khanate cardinal treasure. Yet, the Celestial Emperor Dharma form held it and used it as a weapon. The mighty power spread. Not to mention the 2 Chaos Demon Gods in front of it, even the 3 pure ones who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It was too ferocious. No, it was too powerful. Using the heaven realm as a weapon, perhaps no magic treasure in the primitive land could match its power. Unless the restriction of the Khanate cardinal treasure was lifted, it would be inferior to the heaven realm. Not even the nether realm, which was said to be on the same level as the heaven realm. The heaven realm was the center of the primitive land and was favored by the heavenly Tao. Even though the nether realm was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, it was still weaker than the heaven realm. After all, the heavenly Tao was the most powerful in the primitive land. What was the meaning of pushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood? The celestial emperor Dharma form took action. Under the suppression of the heaven realm, the 33 heavens shook. Endless rules hung down, and the Khanate Chi was vast and mighty. It directly fixed the chaos demon god on the spot, unable to move at all. Bang! Before the heaven realm smashed on the chaos demon god, he couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere, dyeing a large area of the sky red. Then, the heaven realm shook, and the 33 layers of celestial emperor pagoda appeared. It took away the flesh and blood of the chaos demon god and brought it to the origin of the heaven realm to be suppressed. In the next moment, the heaven realm was restored. A powerful force of backlash broke out, and the celestial emperor Dharma form disintegrated. Feng Zichen and the other three reappeared. As the center of the primitive land, how could the heaven realm be so easy to deal with? Once it wavered, it would face the backlash of the entire primitive land. That was to say, the celestial emperor Dharma form formed by the four of them was the top karmic rank in the primitive land. Otherwise, the backlash just now wouldn't be as simple as breaking the celestial emperor Dharma form. It would at least take away half of their lives. The moment the celestial emperor disintegrated, the only two primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen, and great emperor Ziwei among the four primordial chaos gods reacted extremely quickly. One of them activated the Supreme Formation, the Chaos Formation, while the other activated the Supreme Formation, the Galaxy of Cosmic Light Formation. At the same time, they blasted toward the remaining Chaos Demon God. Whoosh, Pangu moved. He punched out, and a power comparable to Daluo Jinxian's erupted, directly shattering the Chaos Demon God. Of course, others couldn't see Pangu. Therefore, when the scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, it was as if a galaxy had fallen and directly blasted the Chaos Demon God. This scene made the eyelids of the onlookers twitch. Since when did the boundless starry sky become so powerful? Rumble. The moment the Chaos Demon God's body shattered, the Imperial Court of Human Tao reappeared. A chaotic divine light swept down, sweeping away the Chaos Demon God's flesh and blood, suppressing it in the Chaos Formation. At this point, the 7 Chaos Demon Gods that attacked the Eldritch World were all suppressed by the crowd and became resources for the Eldritch World's advancement. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Hao Yan and the others, Feng Zichen hurriedly left for the continent where the human race was located. Among the 6 forces, the other 5 forces each suppressed a Chaos Demon God. Only the human race suppressed 2 Chaos Demon Gods with their own strength. This was a good thing, but at the same time, it was also a bad thing. If there was a problem with the seal of the 2 Chaos Demon Gods, the human race would be in big trouble. Feng Zichen's departure was to completely eliminate this future trouble. Feng Zichen had urgent matters to attend to, and so did Emperor Hao Yan and the others. There was also a Chaos Demon God suppressed in the heaven realm. They also had to go and watch, in case the Chaos Demon God caused trouble and disrupted the order of the heaven realm. In fact, Feng Zichen did not have any good ideas. He just kept attacking the Chaos Demon God and refining his power of origin, making him weaker and weaker until he completely died. At the same time, he was also doing his best to strengthen the seal and cut off the possibility of the Chaos Demon God breaking the seal. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of something and could not help but smile. Now, in order to suppress the Chaos Demon God, everyone had used their trump cards. What did this mean? It meant that the Eldritch World would fall into a period of peace that had not been seen for a long time. If there was no urgent matter, no one would easily start a war. Everyone's strongest forces were suppressing the Chaos Demon God. If they rashly started a war and caused problems with the seal, what would they do if the Chaos Demon God escaped? Then they would have no place to cry. Because of this, unless there was no other choice, no one would start a war. The price was too high for them to bear. After returning to the ancestral land of the human clan, Feng Zichen and Nuwa greeted each other and began to size up the current situation of the human clan. Compared to before, the ancestral land of the human clan had not changed much. After all, with the protection of the divine cycle city, even if the attack of a sage was very strong, it would be difficult to destroy this place. The ancestral land of the human clan had not changed, but the territory of the human clan had changed a lot. The trend of the earth veins was completely different from before. It no longer belonged to the lineage of Pangu, nor was it like the lineage of the chaos demon god. The two sides merged and became specious. This would not do. It had to be changed. He was the legitimate lineage of Pangu. Everything in the human clan naturally belonged to the lineage of Pangu. Moreover, in this world created by Pangu, if one did not follow the pattern of Pangu, what right did one have to receive the favor of providence? With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen continued to look at the continent that belonged to the human clan. He discovered that it was much larger than the human clan's territory in the past. It was about 1/3 the size of the Eldritch Wilderness and was still expanding. After the Eldritch Wilderness was shattered and restored, its surface area did not decrease. Instead, it became larger. This was a good thing. It meant that the origin of the Eldritch Wilderness had not been damaged. Instead, it had strengthened a lot. After looking at the human clan, Feng Zichen looked at the other 4 divine lands and discovered that they were similar to the human clan. There was not much difference. This would not do. After paying so much, wouldn't it be a loss for the human clan to be the same as the others? As the protagonist of the world, the human clan naturally had to be different from the others. They had to be more outstanding. With the divine cycle city and the suppressed chaos demon god, the human clan would definitely be able to surpass the others as time passed. However, P.S. Today, I moved books for my younger sister. 6th floor. There was no elevator. I went up and down several times. Dozens of pounds of books. I'm exhausted. Not only did I have to go up and down the building, but I also had to move them to the school gate. For the first time, I discovered that a big school was not a good thing. The exhausted me begged for monthly votes. Chapter 807. Feng Zichen wanted the present, not the future. Now, he wanted the divine land of the human clan to surpass the other 4 continents. The future was full of too many uncertainties. Just like Feng Zichen, in order to plan the apotheosized tribulation, how many plans did he make that he thought were perfect? But in the end, all kinds of problems still occurred. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Grasping the present was the most important thing. Therefore, Feng Zichen now wanted the divine land of the human clan to be different from the other 4 continents. Feng Zichen did this not because of personal feelings, but because he had a great plan for the welfare of the human clan. Now that the untainted land had been shattered and turned into 5 more powerful divine lands, this was a good thing. But everything had a priority. No matter how extraordinary the 5 divine lands were, they had to be differentiated into good and bad. When the way of heaven returned, the good divine land would definitely receive more attention from the way of heaven and gain the favor of most of the way of heaven. In this way, this divine land that was favored by the way of heaven would far surpass the other 4 continents in terms of development and heritage. Just like before the untainted land was shattered, the East was the orthodox untainted land. The way of heaven also focused on the East. As a result, everything here, whether it was the concentration of spiritual qi, the number of magic treasures, or the number of heavenly talents, was far more than that of the West. In short, to describe it in one sentence, the East was raised by the biological mother, while the West was raised by the stepmother. The gap was so big that people could not bear to look at it directly. Now, the reason why Feng Zichen wanted the divine land of the human clan to be different and outstanding, to become the leader of the 5 continents. His purpose was to wait for the way of heaven to return and fight for the orthodox position, so as to gain more favor from the way of heaven. At this time, Feng Zichen was not the only one who thought of this. The rest of the people probably thought the same and wanted to fight for the orthodox position of the way of heaven and earth. For this, the rest of the people must have prepared all kinds of means, but how could their means be compared with Feng Zichen's? With a thought, Feng Zichen's divine sense burst out, traversing boundless space and arrived at the location of the miniature desolate world. Then, without seeing him do anything, the primordial star tree that stood in the mini untainted world like a heavenly pillar suddenly disappeared. The 10,000 realms trading city, which was far away in the infinite spacetime, suddenly shook. A divine tree that covered the sky silently appeared and took root in the center of the city. As the huge tree crown stretched out, it forcibly opened the void of the 10,000 realms trading city. At the same time, millions and millions of stars appeared, shining brilliantly as they hung in the sky. They were incomparably dazzling as they poured down endless starlight. Without a doubt, this tree was the innate star tree. Feng Zichen had moved it from the innate star tree to the myriad realms trading city to serve as the city's support and accelerate its growth. Rumble. After sending away the innate star tree, Feng Zichen sent all the existences above the golden immortal level in the mini untainted world into the myriad realms trading city. Then, he exerted his supreme power to move the mini untainted world, pulling it out from the seal of the demon clan and out of the untainted time and space. It constantly approached the untainted world. Rumble. In the sky above the continent of the human clan, a vast expanse of the void suddenly shattered, revealing a corner of a supreme world. It was the mini untainted world. Under the pull of Feng Zichen, the mini untainted world returned to the untainted world after countless years. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, heaven and earth kept shaking. In the sky above the territory of the human clan, more and more of the mini untainted world was revealed. Soon, the mini untainted world, which was hundreds of times larger than the ordinary greater thousand realms, completely returned to the untainted world, quietly lying in the sky above the divine land of the human clan. The mini untainted world was very big, but it was still many times smaller than the newly born divine land of the human clan. This world has such a familiar aura. Is this the former sacred land of the human clan, Zichen's paradise? I didn't expect that after being sealed by the demon clan for countless years, not only did it not decline, it became even more prosperous. I don't know if I should say that the demon clan's means are not good, or that the human emperor's means are heaven-defying. Even this did not shake the foundation of the human clan, but made them even stronger. Some people recognized the origin of the mini untainted world. It was the former sacred land of the human clan, Zichen's paradise. They could not help but sigh as they recalled the past. In the end, the demon emperor's skills were inferior. The seal that was set in the past to cut off the human clan's inheritance did not have the desired effect. Instead, it created a vast world for the human clan, increasing their strength. Dong Huangtai would probably feel uncomfortable when he saw this scene. That was indeed the case. Even though he had already expected this, Dong Huangtai's face still turned ugly when he saw the mini untainted world. In particular, when he saw that there were many powerful human clan cultivators living in the mini untainted world, his face turned even uglier. If Dong Huangtai had known this would happen, he would not have had so many scruples. He would have done his best to slaughter the human clan instead of choosing to seal them. Why does this world look so familiar to the poor way? It's like the untainted land. It's not the untainted land of today, but the untainted land of the primordial age that was not affected by the calamity and was not broken. The terrain of this world is exactly the same as the untainted land of the primordial age. Some people found the mini untainted world more and more familiar. In the end, they seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, revealing the origin of the mini untainted world. At this moment, the three pure ones and the other primordial chaos experts also noticed this. Then, they frowned deeply. Their cultivation levels were higher and they knew more. Therefore, when they saw that the mini untainted world was extremely similar to the untainted land, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Was Feng Zichen trying to use this world to fight for the untainted land's orthodoxy? Then, Feng Zichen's actions confirmed everyone's guess. He gritted his teeth and suddenly took out the origin of the mini untainted world and merged it with the origin of the God world. Rumble. After losing the origin of the world, the mini untainted world quickly came to an end. It began to disintegrate and collapse at an unimaginable speed. The sky cracked and turned into countless fragments, falling down together with the stars in the sky. The earth also disintegrated and collapsed, turning into pieces of debris and heading towards destruction. However, before the mini untainted world was completely destroyed, Feng Zichen had already made his move. Rumble. Vast power gushed out from his body, giving birth to endless runes and turning into a huge furnace of the Great Path. It absorbed the disintegrating mini untainted world and began to refine it crazily. The flames of the way burned fiercely and the furnace shook. The mini untainted world was quickly refined and turned into the purest power that flowed into the God world, accelerating the fusion of the origin of the two worlds. After absorbing the origin of the mini untainted world, the shape of the God world gradually changed, transforming into the shape of the mini untainted world. The God world and the divine prefecture of the human race were originally two separate entities. When the God world changed, the divine prefecture of the human race was affected and began to adjust spontaneously, becoming similar to the God world. Rumble. In the divine prefecture of the human race, the 365 divine cities shook together, resonating with God Pangu. They each derived a corresponding spirit chi node to accelerate the transformation of the divine prefecture of the human race. According to Feng Zichen's idea, as long as he transformed the structure of the divine prefecture of the human race into the real untainted land, then when the way of the heavens returned and saw the untainted land of the past, it would definitely favor this place more. In terms of orthodoxy, what else could be compared to the untainted land? If this was not orthodoxy, then what else could be called orthodoxy? If Feng Zichen really succeeded, the way of the heavens would have no choice. Even if he did not intend to position the divine prefecture of the human race as the main body of the untainted land, the way of the heavens and the endless fate would spontaneously gather and transform it into the center of the untainted land. Of course, Feng Zichen could not interfere with the decision of the way of the heavens, but he could create a condition where the way of the heavens had no choice but to choose him. Rumble. When the power of the 365 divine cities of the human race was activated to the limit, the galaxy of universal light array appeared spontaneously. The galaxy surged, the light of the universe flowed, and the space-time in the divine prefecture of the human race suddenly sped up. Like the surging yellow river, it flowed forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. And this speed was still accelerating with the operation of the galaxy of universal light. One look, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, time passed crazily, and the changes in the divine prefecture of the human race also sped up, almost to the point where it was visible to the naked eye, as if a pair of supreme giant hands were making it. In just a few breaths, the divine prefecture of the human race already had some embryonic form of the untainted land. In the distance, the three pure ones, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the two sages of the West saw this scene and could not help but frown. If they let Feng Zichen continue to evolve like this, they would not need to fight for the title of orthodoxy in the untainted land. Basically, it was equivalent to giving it to the human race. Thinking of this, they were naturally unhappy. The orthodoxy of the heaven and earth represented not only a title, but also endless benefits. Who would not want to get benefits? Moreover, if they could not get it, they could not let outsiders get it, especially not the human race. With the current strength of the human race, it was already faintly beyond their control. If they let it take away the title of the orthodoxy of the heaven and earth and continue to develop and grow stronger, then in the untainted land, who could balance the human race? The human race could not continue to grow stronger. With a decision in mind, the three pure ones, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the two sages of the West moved at the same time, releasing powerful forces and blasting into the distance. Well, don't get me wrong. They were not attacking Feng Zichen, but blasting into the sky, breaking through the barrier between heaven and earth, and speeding up the return of the way of heaven. At present, Although the divine prefecture of the human race had some embryonic form of the untainted land, it was still a long way from being completely formed. If the way of heaven returned at this time, the incomplete untainted land of the human race of the divine prefecture would have some advantages in front of the way of heaven, but it would not surpass the others by too much, far from the level that was predetermined. Seeing the movements of the 6 people, Feng Zichen obviously guessed their plans, but he could not stop them. He could only do his best to accelerate the evolution of the divine prefecture of the human race. Fortunately, evolving the divine prefecture of the human race into the untainted land was only one of Feng Zichen's 3 plans. In addition, he had 2 alternatives as a backup plan. If one plan did not work, then all 3 plans would be used together. Unless the 3 pure ones could rebuild Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen's 3 plans could definitely fix the orthodoxy of the untainted land on the divine prefecture of the human race. Rumble. With a roar of heaven and earth, the way of heaven finally returned from the chaos outside the sky and took over the untainted land again. All of a sudden, the whole world was different, as if it had completely come alive and was full of vitality. But for a master of the origin like Feng Zichen, with the return of the way of heaven, they seemed to have an extra line of sight. Their actions were under the surveillance of the way of heaven, which made them feel very uncomfortable. But there was no other way. They were too strong and had the power to destroy the untainted land. How could the way of heaven leave them alone? Naturally, it had to monitor them. The way of heaven descended, and the broken order began to slowly recover. The operation of heaven and earth also gradually returned to normal. Because of the disappearance of the acquired Tao, the congenital Tao also emerged from the origin of heaven and earth and began to take over the world again. But this was not the main point at the moment. The main point was which of the 5 divine continents was the orthodoxy of the untainted land. In a trance, a purple vertical eye appeared between heaven and earth. It lowered its gaze and looked down at the 5 divine prefectures below. That was the eye of heaven punishment, the eye of the way of heaven. The way of heaven's gaze lingered on the 5 divine prefectures for a while. The first thing it eliminated was the continents controlled by the demon race and the Western sect. These 2 factions were really incomparable to Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, and the Lady of Earth. There was no need to compare the advantages and disadvantages of the continents. They could be eliminated directly from their identities. That was because Feng Zichen and the other 3 factions were the orthodox Pangu, while the demon race and the Western sect were not. The orthodox of the primordial world naturally had to be chosen from the orthodox Pangu. Only then would it be legitimate. To be honest, the way of heaven was really hesitating about which to choose. The 3 parties had the same identity and were all orthodox Pangu. There was no difference between them. Therefore, if their identities could not be compared, they could only compare the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 continents. However, in terms of advantages, the 3 continents were actually not much different. Firstly, Feng Zichen had an advantage. The human divine prefecture already had some embryonic form of the primordial world. That was his advantage. Next, it was the advantage of the Lady of Earth. Needless to say, the 12 ancestral Magi temples suppressed the earth and evolved the 12 orthodox meridians of the Pangu. They circulated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and multiplied endlessly. Finally, it was the advantage of the 3 pure ones. Where is it? At Kunlun Mountain. Before the primordial world shattered, the east was the orthodox of the primordial world. P.S. You didn't expect it, right? I stayed up late to write it. He felt guilty and could not sleep. He got up and began to write. Chapter 808. After the collapse of Mount Buzhou, Mount Kunlun became the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world. At the same time, it was also where the ancestral bloodline of the East was located. It was the orthodox of the orthodox. The 3 pure ones controlled Mount Kunlun, which was equivalent to controlling part of the orthodox lineage. Naturally, they had a great advantage. The heavenly Tao's gaze wandered back and forth. Sometimes, it stopped on the divine land of the human race, sometimes it fell on the divine continent of the three pure ones, and sometimes it fell on the divine continent of the witch race. Now, he was very hesitant. He really didn't know what to choose. It was good that the heavenly Tao was hesitating, because the longer he hesitated, the greater the advantage of the human race. The human race's divine land was still rapidly evolving into the primordial world. As time passed, the scales of victory would slowly tilt towards the human race. The three pure ones obviously noticed this problem. They didn't dare to hesitate at all. After realizing that the heavenly Tao couldn't make a decision immediately, they directly used their authority as saints and began to summon the power of the heavenly Tao. The biggest difference between Feng Zichen and the three pure ones was that the three pure ones were saints and members of the heavenly Tao. However, he was not. When the three pure ones released their authority as saints, it was equivalent to saying to the heavenly Tao, "Big brother, look at us. Your lackeys are here." One side was their own, and the other side was an outsider. Wasn't it obvious how the heavenly Tao would choose? Gradually, the power of the heavenly Tao began to shift towards the divine land where the three pure ones were. Seeing this, Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes and activated his first backup plan. There was a loud rumble. Above the firmament, all the stars in the sky vibrated. Boundless power of the stars poured down, surging toward the divine land where the human race was. At the same time, Zhouxing's position was also changing and gathering in the sky above the divine land of the human race. In particular, the Ziwei star appeared directly above the divine land of the human race. Wisps of imperial purple qi hung down and enveloped the entire divine land of the human race to show that he favored this place. With the support of Zhouxing, the status of the human race's divine land in the primordial world suddenly rose. The power of heaven and earth that was gradually shifting towards the divine land where the three pure ones were gradually began to flow back towards the human race's divine land. As for the Lady of Earth, she had never planned to fight with the two sides from the beginning. If the 12 ancestral sorcerers were all present, they could directly summon Pangu's true body. Then, there would be no need to fight for the orthodox battle of the primordial world. They would be the ones directly. Unfortunately, there were only 2 of the 12 ancestral sorcerers left. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they could not compete with the other party. Goddess Hutu was very open-minded. Since she couldn't win, why would she waste her energy to compete? Anyway, he had the netherworld in his hands. Even if he didn't fight for the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be weaker than any other force. Seeing the power of the heavenly Tao shift, the three pure ones immediately panicked. The 3 of them first took out their respective Tao validation treasures, the dragon-headed scepter, the Qingping sword, and the Tri-Jade Rui scepter. The moment the 3 treasures rose, 3 powerful forces were entangled in the void. They gradually evolved into the aura of the green lotus of creation and spread out between heaven and earth. Sensing the aura of the green lotus of creation, the power of the heavenly Tao paused slightly, and the speed at which it moved towards the divine land of the human race gradually began to slow down. However, the aura of the green lotus of creation was not enough. The speed at which the power of the heavenly Tao was transferred to the divine land of the human race only slowed down but did not stop. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked at each other. Suddenly, they took out the Taiji painting and the Pangu banner. The power of the 2 heavenly Tao treasures spread out. The power of the heavenly Tao seemed to have been attracted by a fatal temptation. It directly abandoned the divine land of the human race and ran towards the divine land where the 3 pure ones were. The heavenly Tao treasures were treasures that had once split open the heavens. If that was not considered the orthodox of the primordial world, what else could be considered the orthodox of the primordial world? The 3 pure ones had always been high and mighty. Apart from being the orthodox of the Pangu, it was also because they had the heavenly Tao treasures. Look at the Grand Master of Heaven. If he followed the normal trajectory of history, he, who did not have the heavenly Tao treasures, would end up being imprisoned. The great Taoist priest's seal, rise. Although he did not have the heavenly Tao treasures, Feng Zichen had the great Taoist priest's seal. It was also a symbol of the orthodoxy of the world. The so-called orthodoxy of the world was nothing more than who had more Panga seals. Whoever had more would be the orthodox. While activating the great Taoist priest's seal, Feng Zichen did not forget to take out the human Tao emperor's seal. It was a connate treasure made from Pangu's finger bone. With the two combined, an extremely dense Pangu aura spread out from Feng Zichen's body and spread between heaven and earth. The power of the heavenly Tao paused again. It wandered between heaven and earth, not knowing who to choose. Bell of Chaos, rise. In the distance, Dong Huangtai suddenly took out the Bell of Chaos when he saw this scene. He joined forces with the other two heavenly Tao treasures to resist Feng Zichen. Monsters and humans were mortal enemies. In Dong Huangtai's opinion, it would be better for the three pure ones to become the orthodoxy of the primitive world than for humans to become the orthodoxy of the primitive world. Therefore, after a short hesitation, he chose to help the three pure ones. The power of the three heaven-splitting treasures combined was not as simple as 1 plus 2. Instead, it began to skyrocket several times over. One could even vaguely see the shadow of a giant axe looming behind the three heavenly Tao treasures. It emitted ripples that could split heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting divine axe. In an instant, the scales of victory tilted toward the three pure ones again. The power of the heavenly Tao surged toward the divine land where the three pure ones were. Suppress. In the boundless starry sky, Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to sense something. He suddenly released his own power that was of the same origin as the heavenly Tao and blessed Feng Zichen. At the same time, seeing that Dong Huangtai had helped the three pure ones, Nuwa, who had a grudge against the monster clan, also took action. She fully activated the power of the 12 ancestral sorcerer temples and condensed the power of Pangu to bless Feng Zichen. In an instant, the scales of victory became stable again. The power of the heavenly Tao that surged toward the divine land where the three pure ones were located slowly retreated. It fell into hesitation again. Damn it, Gaochen, you forced the poor way to do this. In the distance, the three pure ones saw that they had used all their means but still failed to seize the power of the heavenly Tao. They couldn't help but grit their teeth and release the mark of Pangu in their bodies. They planned to condense Pangu's primordial spirit and seize the power of the heavenly Tao by force. It seemed that the three pure ones were really desperate. When they were fighting against the Chaos Demon God, they didn't use their last resort, which was to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, in order to fight for the orthodoxy of the untainted land, they used their last resort. On the other side, in the divine land where the human clan was located, Feng Zichen naturally noticed the three pure ones' actions. He couldn't help but look impatient. You're so annoying. Feng Zichen shouted impatiently. He made up his mind and directly reached out his hand to grab the Tree of World. He uprooted it and planted it in the center of the divine land of the human clan. There was a loud rumble. The Tree of World fell to the ground. Its endless roots stretched out and directly entwined with the ley lines in the divine land of the human clan. Whoosh! In an instant, the unimaginable power of origin gushed out from the roots of the Tree of World and madly poured into the land where the divine land of the human clan was located. Rumble. Boom. 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 The divine land of the human clan suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. Before long, the divine land of the human clan had expanded by more than 100 times. Its appearance had completely transformed into that of the untainted land. If someone looked down at the divine land of the human clan at this time, he would find that the divine land of the human clan was almost the same as the untainted land of the primitive age except for its smaller size. It was simply a miniature version of the untainted land. The divine land of the human clan was small compared to the untainted land of the primitive age, not the untainted land of the past. Compared to the untainted land of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the divine land of the human clan was about the same size. When the Tree of World appeared in the divine land of the human clan, the power of the Way of Heaven abandoned the three pure ones without hesitation. It directly appeared above the Tree of World and slowly descended. In the eyes of the Way of Heaven, the Tree of World was even more important than the untainted land. Since it had chosen the divine land of the human clan, there was no need to continue the fight for orthodoxy. What else could it be other than the divine land of the human clan? How is this possible? The Tree of World is the Gauchans. How is this possible? At this moment, the three pure ones and Dong Huang Tai were all dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that the Tree of World would belong to Feng Zichen. They had always thought that the Tree of World was a treasure that belonged to the Way of Heaven, so they had never taken it seriously. However, they had never thought that it would end up like this. If they had known that the Tree of World was Feng Zichen's treasure, they would not have competed with Feng Zichen at all. Since he already had the #1 treasure in the eyes of the Way of Heaven, there was no need to compete. Who could compete with him? This was such a trap. Ignoring everyone's shock, Feng Zichen just quietly stared at the divine land of the human clan. After receiving the blessing of the Tree of World, there were so many changes that Feng Zichen could not see them clearly. He only knew that the divine land was becoming more and more extraordinary. It seemed to be no weaker than the ancient untainted land, or even stronger. In terms of the density of the origin, it was comparable to the Archean era. In other words, the divine land already had the conditions to nurture innate gods and demons. Every inch of land and river was a treasure that was born from the innate essence and was filled with pure innate Taoist rhymes. Rumble. The will of heaven fell, and the benefits of being the orthodox untainted land also came. 30% of the origin of the 9 chaos demon gods that the Way of Heaven controlled fell from the sky and merged with the divine land of the human clan. As for the other 4 continents, 10% of the origin of the chaos demon gods fell from the sky. As for the remaining 30%, 10% merged with the heavenly realm, and 10% merged with the nether realm. The Way of Heaven kept the remaining 10% as a backup. Rumble. With the blessing of the origin of the chaos demon gods, the 5 divine lands began to grow rapidly and gave birth to all kinds of mysteries. At the same time, their positions gradually changed. The divine land that belonged to the human clan stood at the center of the world and did not move at all. The divine land that belonged to the 3 pure ones, second only to the human clan's divine land, went to the east. Next was the divine land that belonged to the sorcerer clan. It was ranked 3rd and was placed in the south by the Way of Heaven. Next was the divine land that was ranked 4th. It was controlled by the demon clan and placed in the north by the Way of Heaven. Finally, the divine land that was ranked last in the west was still in the west. The moment the positions of the 5 great divine lands were completely determined, 5 pillars of light that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly rose from the heavenly Tao. The pillars of light hovered in the air for a long time before slowly condensing into 5 huge divine steels that landed at the borders of the 5 divine lands. The divine steels were very large, each of them hundreds of millions of feet tall. Different innate divine runes were engraved on them, and they were the names that the Way of Heaven had set for the 5 divine lands. They were the central divine land of the human clan, the Dongxing divine land of the 3 pure ones, the Nanzhan divine land of the sorcerer clan, the north continent of the demon clan, and the Aparagodania divine land of the west. Although the 5 divine lands were of different sizes, they were all vast and boundless. If they were added together, their area would not be much smaller than the eldritch world of the ancient age of liches and demons. Among the 5 divine lands, the central divine land that had the world tree was the largest. It was almost as large as the other 4 divine lands combined. In addition to the 5 divine lands, there were countless islands of various sizes floating on the vast sea. They were all formed by the fragments of the eldritch world. Influenced by the aura of the 5 divine lands, these fragments became extraordinary and gave birth to innate chi. Yes, after the eldritch world was shattered, the 4 seas expanded countless times. Outside the 4 divine lands, it was almost all the sea that extended to the end of the world. In the next period of time, the strength of the Water Clan would probably enter a period of explosive growth. However, now that the Eldritch world had undergone a great change, there was a trend of returning to the ancient age. Which force would not enter a period of explosive growth? Although the primary and secondary positions of the 5 divine lands had been determined, it did not mean that their changes had stopped. After suddenly obtaining so many origins, the 5 divine lands would have to evolve for a period of time before returning to peace. However, with the heavenly Tao presiding over this evolution, there was no need for Feng Zichen and the others to worry about it. Right now, they had more important things to do. That was to reopen the postnatal Tao and establish the postnatal system. Now, although the world had returned to the prenatal era, the world was filled with prenatal qi, and the prenatal Tao had all descended. However, the living beings of this world had long degenerated into postnatal living beings. It was easy for postnatal living beings to degenerate into postnatal living beings, but it was difficult for postnatal living beings to transform into prenatal living beings. It was not something that could be done by absorbing prenatal qi and living in a prenatal environment. It required many hardships. For specific details, please refer to the young Feng Zichen. As a postnatal living being, it was almost impossible for him to survive in the prenatal era. Even the most basic thing, absorbing prenatal qi for cultivation, was difficult. In the prenatal era, there was no way for postnatal living beings to survive. P.S. I'm dying of heat. I've been in a daze all day. I must buy an air conditioner in the next 2 days. I must tighten my belt and save money to buy one. F***ck, this damn weather is getting hotter every year. It's gradually not suitable for human survival. Are there any big shots who have left Earth? Bring me along. Chapter 809. In an era dominated by postnatal living beings, they could not allow only the Khanate Tao to exist in the world. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, what Feng Zichen and the others had to do was to open up the Khanate Tao and give the postnatal living beings a way to survive. They had to let the Khanate Tao and the Khanate Tao coexist in the new untainted land. At that time, those who were talented could cultivate the Khanate Tao. Those who were not talented did not have to despair. They could cultivate the simpler Khanate Tao. In short, they could not let the postnatal living beings lose the hope of cultivation. Otherwise, the resentment of all living beings would rise and entangle Feng Zichen and the others. Then, they would be greeted by the angry human Tao. Improving the environment of the world was a good thing. However, if it destroyed the hope of most living beings to cultivate and live forever, it would be a bad thing. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. The rule fragments formed by the shattering of the Khanate Tao flew out of his hand one by one and collided with the Khanate myriad Tao. Almost every Khanate Tao fragment had a fragment of Zichen's sword hidden in it. Rumble. The post-celestial Tao collided with the Xiantian Tao, causing a shocking shockwave to be emitted. The newly restored void was once again shattered. Originally, the power of the Khanate Tao was no match for the Khanate Tao. No matter how they collided, they could not shake the Khanate myriad Tao. However, among the Khanate Tao fragments, there were fragments of Zichen's sword and Feng Zichen's enormous Dharma power. The Khanate Tao could not break the Khanate myriad Tao, but Zichen's sword and Feng Zichen's Dharma power could. The two worked together to support the Khanate Tao. When the fragments collided, the Khanate myriad Tao shook violently. Specks of light scattered and evolved into complete rule fragments, which were swallowed and absorbed by the Khanate Tao. The falling specks of light were the origin of the Khanate myriad Tao. After falling from their bodies, they evolved into the Khanate Tao's origin and were swallowed by the Khanate myriad Tao to become its growth resources. However, these origins were far from enough. If he wanted to create a larger and more complete Hotian system, he would need more innate origins. However, if that was the case, he would have to take the initiative to attack the innate myriad Tao. Feng Zichen thought for a while, but in the end, he did not make up his mind to do so. He could not bear the consequences of offending the innate myriad Taos. If the human race wanted to grow stronger, they still needed the help of the innate myriad Daos. However, although Feng Zichen did not want to make a move, someone would do it for him. After all, the appearance of the postnatal Tao was the wish, desire, and need of all living beings, and it was the inevitable result of the evolution of the heavens and the earth. This was the general trend, and no one could stop it. Even if the innate 10,000 Daos did not want to lose their source to become the postnatal 10,000 Daos, there would be people who would force them to agree. For example, the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. Rumble. The heaven and earth rumbled and a powerful force descended upon the innate Daos, forcing them to part of their origin. At the same time, a supreme power of 10,000 spirits emerged and acted on the innate Daos, forcing them to part of their origin. With the combination of the heavenly and human Daos, even if the innate 10,000 Daos were unwilling, they could not resist at all. The fragments of the postnatal Tao crashed over, and in a few moments, many cracks appeared on the body of the innate 10,000 Daos. Rumble. Large amounts of origin spewed out from the cracks of the innate 10,000 Daos, turning into a resplendent rain that sprinkled down, causing the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Daos to become stronger and more complete. Gradually, there were signs of them fusing together again. And the moment cracks appeared on the body of the innate 10,000 Daos, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and moved. He secretly formed a seal to awaken the fragments of Zichen's sword that were hidden in the postnatal 10,000 Daos, so that they could use the impact of the postnatal 10,000 Daos to crash into the innate 10,000 Daos, and then enter the body of the innate 10,000 Daos through those cracks. With the power of the heavenly Tao and the power of the human Tao, and Feng Zichen's actions were very secretive, no one noticed his little movements. Not long after, the fragments of Zichen's sword were all injected into the innate 10,000 Daos. The heavenly Tao and the human Tao were quite ruthless. In just a moment, the aura of the innate 10,000 Daos was greatly weakened. Perhaps they felt that they had gone too far, the power of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao began to fade. And with the withdrawal of the heavenly Tao and the disappearance of the fragments of Zichen's sword, the postnatal 10,000 Daos also lost the power to fight against the innate 10,000 Daos. When they collided with the innate 10,000 Daos, not only were they unable to move a single inch, they were also knocked flying by the powerful recoil. However, although the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Daos could not shake the innate 10,000 Daos, the origin of the innate 10,000 Daos that they had just devoured had made them more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Daos, Feng Zichen felt that it was almost enough. The postnatal system derived from this was definitely more powerful and perfect than the one derived from the three pure ones. With a thought, the scene of Pangus splitting heaven and earth appeared in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, and a huge heaven-splitting Tao intent emerged from his body. Then, Feng Zichen reached out and grabbed three superior-grade innate spiritual treasures from the central God province. When they saw the appearance of the three treasures, the eyelids of the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the Donghuang Tai twitched. That was because the appearance of the three Dharma treasures was exactly the same as the Taiji painting, Pangu's banner, and the Chaos Bell. If it weren't for the huge difference in level, the three of them would really think that their treasures had been stolen by Feng Zichen. That's right, the three treasures in Feng Zichen's hands were the imitation supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure Pangu's axe when he opened up the small primordial world. Its ability and function were almost no different from the three heaven-splitting treasures. It was just that its power was countless times weaker, and it was an infinitely weakened version of the three heaven-splitting treasures. Logically speaking, when the small primordial world was broken, these innate spiritual treasures should also be broken. Then, the fragments should be thrown into the new central God province and be reborn by the origin of the central God province, so that they could transform into stronger innate spiritual treasures. However, thinking about the matter of opening up the postnatal system, Feng Zichen deliberately kept these three treasures. Since he wanted to open up the postnatal myriad Tao, he naturally had to do it perfectly. It was best to use this imitation that had been recognized by Pangu's axe. Combine. Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and the heaven-splitting Tao intent emitted from his body began to gather in his hands, gradually merging with the three treasures. Buzz buzz buzz, after absorbing the heaven-splitting Tao intent, the three treasures suddenly began to tremble and burst out with an incomparably dazzling light. At a certain moment, the divine light began to shrink from 3 to 1. It became more and more dazzling, but also more and more restrained. When it was extremely dazzling and restrained, the divine light suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the three treasures had completely disappeared, replaced by a giant axe that exuded a chaotic and boundless aura. The supreme grade innate spiritual treasure Panga's axe, fake. Open. Grabbing Panga's axe, Feng Zichen swung it down forcefully. The axe's blade chopped down on the fragments of the postnatal Great Tao, causing them to shatter further and turn into the most basic runes. Then, Feng Zichen swung the axe down again, enveloping the postnatal myriad Tao runes, breaking open the infinite space and embedding them in the deepest part of heaven and earth. Then, Feng Zichen swung the axe down again and again. The huge force acted on the postnatal runes, causing them to evolve and gradually intertwine into chains of laws, divine chains of order, spreading to every corner of heaven and earth. Every time Feng Zichen swung the axe down, the evolution of the postnatal runes sped up a little. After he swung the axe 49 times in a row, the new postnatal system could be considered to have been completely evolved. But even with Feng Zichen's strength, after swinging the axe 36 times in a row, he gradually became exhausted and could no longer swing the axe in his hand. In the distance, the eyes of the three pure ones, who had been watching Feng Zichen, lit up when they saw this scene. They felt that their opportunity had come. The three of them suddenly rushed forward and rushed to Feng Zichen's side, shouting at him, "Taoist Gaochen, don't worry. Let the poor Wei brothers help you." As they spoke, the three of them each took out their innate spiritual treasures, which evolved into Panga's heaven-splitting axe light, and swung it at the postnatal runes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, 3 dazzling heaven-splitting axe lights slashed down one after another, causing the evolution of the postnatal runes to speed up abruptly. After the 3 pure ones made their move, the rest of the saints and primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian also sensed something. They all stepped forward and came to Feng Zichen's side, each striking out a heaven-splitting light. First, it was Goddess Hutu and Nuwa, followed by Donghuang Tai and the 2 saints of the west. After that, Great Emperor Ziwei struck out an axe light from the boundless starry sky. The 7 saints and the 2 primordial chaos experts struck out a total of 9 axe lights. In addition to the 36 axe lights that Feng Zichen had previously struck out, there were a total of 45 axe lights. He was still 4 away from the 49 axe lights needed to open up the postnatal system. Boom! In the human emperor's palace in the ancestral land of the human race, Fuxi sensed something. He combined the power of the human race's divine city and temporarily raised his strength to the primordial chaos level. He struck out an axe light at the postnatal runes. At the same time, in the netherworld, the ghost emperor of Fengdu also struck out an axe light with the power of the netherworld. In the boundless starry sky, on the South Pole star, the longevity emperor suddenly merged with the power of the heavenly tribulation. His strength increased infinitely and entered the primordial chaos realm. He also struck out an axe light. It was also this strike that made everyone realize that the longevity emperor of the South Pole, who usually didn't show his strength, was about to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Merging with the power of the heavenly tribulation was a sign that he was about to break through to the primordial chaos realm. Otherwise, if he rashly merged with the power of the heavenly tribulation, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being assimilated by the power of the heavenly tribulation. That's right. After countless years, Feng Zichen's incarnation that was born in the Thunder Lake was finally about to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. His future path was clear. The obstacles on his path had also been cleared. He was just waiting for the eldritch world to stabilize so that he could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to break through to the primordial chaos realm in one fell swoop. With Fuxi, the ghost emperor of Fengdu, and the Longevity Emperor taking action, the opening of the postnatal system was only 1 axe away. The 3 pure ones rolled their eyes and were about to join forces to strike again. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly used the power of the Tree of World to enhance his strength, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket to the 9th heaven of primordial chaos. Then, with lightning speed, he fiercely struck down with the axe and completely opened up the postnatal system. In fact, he could also strike out with the 50th strike. After all, the number of Dian was 50. 50 was the perfect number. However, the heavenly Tao wasn't perfect, but he made the postnatal system perfect. Who would be disgusted by this? Under the jealousy of the heavenly Tao, this perfect version of the postnatal system that had just been born would be destroyed by the jealous heavenly Tao. Therefore, 49 Daos was the best choice. 1 more would destroy it, and 1 less would make it less beautiful. Rumble. After the postnatal system was completed, the postnatal runes transformed into endless rules and orders in an instant. They spread between heaven and earth and quickly spread to every corner of the untainted land. This new postnatal myriad Tao was exactly the same as the connate myriad Tao. The only difference was that one emitted postnatal aura, while the other emitted connate aura. After the postnatal myriad Tao was completed, the connate myriad Tao didn't disappear and return to the origin of heaven and earth. Instead, it stayed and stuck closely to the postnatal myriad Tao, coexisting with it in the world. In this way, the postnatal myriad Tao was outside, while the connate myriad Tao was inside. In the future, when all living beings cultivated, the first thing they sensed was the postnatal Tao. Only those with extraordinary aptitude or excellent temperament could see through the cover of the postnatal Tao and see the true appearance of the connate Tao inside. It was a very good setting that took care of almost every living being. In the future, the untainted land would enter the era of the connate and postnatal myriad Tao. It was believed that the untainted land would become very exciting at this time. Crack. Crack. After the creation of the postnatal myriad Tao, Feng Zichen's heaven-splitting axe, Pseudo, finally completed its mission. It shattered and turned back into 3 upper-grade connate spiritual treasures. They fell into the new central god province and disappeared completely. This wasn't a bad thing for them. After the creation of the postnatal myriad Tao and being nurtured by the origin of the central god province, their origins would be strengthened and they would be upgraded from upper-grade connate spiritual treasures to supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures. If he was lucky, Feng Zichen might be able to obtain another connate treasure. Looking away from the central god province, Feng Zichen no longer paid attention to the 3 treasures. Instead, he focused on the new postnatal myriad Tao. As expected, the postnatal myriad Tao created by the joint efforts of everyone was obviously different from the one created by the 3 pure ones. It was more powerful. The postnatal myriad Tao was filled with the qi of heaven and earth and everyone's qi. These qi intertwined with each other, causing the power of the postnatal myriad Tao to transform. P.S. When I was writing this chapter, thunder rumbled. I was really afraid that a bolt of lightning would strike and send me to meet the 3 pure ones Taoist priests. Amazing, terrifying. Please use the monthly ticket to comfort my wounded heart. Chapter 8:10. Feng Zichen gave it a try and found that if he wanted to break the acquired universal Tao, he had to at least have the power of a great medium. If there were Daluo Taoist priests recklessly colliding with the acquired universal Tao, the remaining power of the crowd would erupt and blast the Taoist priests who dared to attack the acquired universal Tao into smithereens. Very good. Feeling the power of the acquired system, Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Although the acquired system was opened by the joint efforts of the crowd, Feng Zichen had contributed the most, so it began to take him as the master. After all, he was the one who chopped down the first axe, the last axe, and more than 30 axes were also chopped down by him. More than half of the 49 axes needed to open up the acquired system were chopped down by Feng Zichen. If he wasn't in charge of the new acquired system, who would be in charge of it? Rumble. The acquired universal Tao spread out and enveloped every corner of the untainted land. The land also changed accordingly. Part of the congenital Qi was infected by the acquired universal Tao and suddenly began to transform. It transformed from congenital Qi to acquired Qi, which reverberated between heaven and earth. The acquired living beings couldn't absorb congenital Qi. Therefore, after the acquired universal Tao spread out, the first thing was to transform the corresponding acquired spiritual Qi for the cultivation of the acquired living beings. The appearance of the acquired universal Tao undoubtedly promoted the further perfection of heaven and earth. The way of heaven evolved the 5 continents at a faster speed. The 5 continents, which had been stagnant, suddenly began to expand rapidly again. In a few days, they had expanded to twice their original size. At the same time, the heaven realm also underwent a huge change. The origin of the primal chaos demon Celestial, who was suppressed in the Mi Luo Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, was constantly being refined, causing the space of the heaven realm to become even more vast and boundless. It seemed like it was about to catch up with the 9 ancient heavens. At the same time, the boundless Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was also transforming. It was constantly absorbing the origin of the chaos demon god, causing it to become more and more solid. Endless Tao and truth intertwined on its body, emitting the aura of a supreme treasure. At this rate, it wouldn't take long, or even tens of thousands of years, the 33-layered Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, which was nurtured by the origin of the heaven realm, would truly be born and suppress the fate of the heaven realm. However, the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was the Celestial Emperor's weapon and one of the symbols of his identity. How could the way of heaven allow the birth of the real Celestial Emperor? Not to mention the real Celestial Emperor, his weapon was not allowed to appear. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was, Celestial Emperor Celestial Emperor Celestial Emperor 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 was to God Emperor God. Therefore, as long as the Heavenly Tao didn't have the Emperor God Emperor God 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 Emperor Celestial Heavenly God. Therefore, when the Heavenly Emperor's supreme treasure, the 33-layered encompassing Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, showed signs of being truly born, the Heavenly Tao took action. Heavens to heaven God God to heaven heaven heavens, the heaven, heaven, heavens, heaven, heaven. There were 36 heavens. Therefore, the heaven realm was incomplete and should be filled up. The 36 heavens were indeed better than the 33 heavens. However, the way of heaven didn't give this order earlier or later. Instead, it gave this order when the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was about to be born. Its purpose was obvious. Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the heaven realm. Sure enough, he saw Haotian's completely dark face. After being stabbed by the way of heaven, this old man's mood wasn't very good. With anger in his heart, Haotian directly sat on the dragon throne. His aura, which was comparable to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, suddenly erupted and swept through the entire primordial world. Haotian just wanted to sit here and watch. Without his cooperation, how would the way of heaven make up for the missing 3 heavens? The 36 heavens and the 33 heavens seemed to only have a gap of 3 heavens, but to make up for it was far from as simple as imagined. It wasn't something that could be done by just finding a few upper-class worlds. The 33 heavens of the heaven realm weren't as simple as the upper-class worlds. Each level of the heavens was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the top-class upper-class worlds. Moreover, in addition to being big enough, the world had to be a world formed by the innate clear Qi. Otherwise, it couldn't merge with other heavens and become a part of the heaven realm. One had to know that the heaven realm was formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi. It was the most noble. Not to mention the acquired Qi, even ordinary innate Qi couldn't get close to it. If the origin was different, it would be a dream to merge with the heaven realm. In the current primitive heaven realm, it was more difficult to find a top-class world formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi than to create a world. Haotian didn't think that the way of heaven could find 3 top-class worlds that met the conditions of the heaven realm. However, Haotian forgot that there were no top-class worlds formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi in the primitive world. However, there were 3 worlds that could become the heaven realm. They were the 3 pure heaven created by the 3 pure ones. They were the Taiqing saints Dachi Heaven, the Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's Qingwei Heaven, and the Tongtian sect leaders Yuyu Heaven. The three realms were the top-class worlds. They were created by the sages and were not much worse than the heaven realm. In addition, although the three realms were not formed by the 9 heavens' clear qi, they were created by the 3 pure ones. Who were the 3 pure ones? At the beginning of the world, the first wisp of 9 heavens' clear qi was formed by Pangu's primordial spirit. They were the real ancestors of the 9 heavens' clear qi. The heaven realm was their junior. The world created by the 3 saints was tainted with their aura. Although it wasn't a world formed by the 9 heavens' clear qi, it was similar. With the aura of the 3 pure ones, the origin of the heaven realm wouldn't reject the integration of the 3 heavens. As for whether the 3 pure ones would agree to the request of the Way of Heaven to integrate the world they created into the origin of the heaven realm. Of course they would. They still remembered the grudge of the apotheosis tribulation. If it weren't for the meddlesome people in the celestial court, the apotheosis tribulation wouldn't have developed into the current situation and caused them to suffer heavy losses. With anger in their hearts, the 3 pure ones were naturally happy to bring bad luck to the celestial court and prevent them from giving birth to a primordial treasure. It was just moving the world they created from the chaos outside the heavens to the heaven realm. How difficult was that? Not long after Tianji appeared, the 3 pure ones took action. They each used their supreme magic power to move the worlds they created from the chaos outside the heavens and placed them in the heaven realm. Rumble. In the roar of the heavens and the earth, the 3 top-class worlds shattered the endless void and descended from the chaos outside the heavens. With the support of the Way of Heaven, they turned into 3 heavenly domains filled with clear qi. They covered the top of the heaven realm and turned the 33 heavenly domains into 36 heavenly domains. In the end, the Way of Heaven took care of Haotian's face and didn't let the 3 pure ones land on his head. Instead, it was under his feet. After the 3 pure ones came to the heaven realm, Yuyu Heaven turned into the 33rd heavenly domain, Qingwei Heaven turned into the 34th heavenly domain, and Dachi Heaven turned into the 35th heavenly domain. As for Haotian's Mi Luo Heaven, it automatically rose by 3 heavenly domains from the original 33 heavenly domains to the current 36 heavenly domains. It was still the highest heavenly domain. This was probably the last bit of dignity the Way of Heaven gave him. Haotian's expression turned ugly when he saw the 3 pure ones take action. After the 3 pure ones merged with the heaven realm, the Mi Luo Heavenly Emperor Pagoda that was about to be born was affected. In a short instant, it rose by 3 more levels. With 3 more levels, the Mi Luo Heavenly Emperor Pagoda's power was undoubtedly stronger. However, its birth time was also extended indefinitely. After 3 more levels, the Mi Luo Heavenly Emperor Pagoda's body, which was originally incomparably solid, suddenly became somewhat illusory. The heavenly Tao patterns that permeated its body also disappeared quite a bit. This is really interesting. It would be strange if Haotian doesn't hate the 3 pure ones to death now. Seeing this scene from afar, Feng Zichen silently ridiculed in his heart. The Khanate cardinal treasure was about to be in his hands, but it was destroyed by the 3 pure ones. No matter how much Haotian could endure the hatred of destroying such an opportunity, it would be difficult for him to swallow this anger. He had to get back at them. The commotion in the heaven realm was like the waves in the sea. It didn't cause much of a commotion in the wilderness. Under the control of the Way of Heaven, the 5 great continents continued to evolve. However, when the area expanded to a certain extent, which was 3 times the initial area, the speed of expansion of the 5 great continents stopped. They no longer continued to expand outwards, but instead evolved internally. In Feng Zichen's perception, streams of origin energy surged down from the Way of Heaven's body and merged into every corner and every inch of the land in the 5 great divine continents. Gradually, as the origin energy merged, the earth vein grew larger and more mystical, giving birth to endless creation. The earth was nourished and became extraordinary. It first transformed into spiritual land, then into a Khanate spiritual land. Apart from the 5 continents, the countless islands of various sizes floating on the sea might not have gained as many benefits as the 5 continents, but they had also gained some benefits, and thus became extraordinary. Feng Zichen even found that with the circulation of the creation qi, not only were Khanate spiritual treasures reborn in the 5 great continents, but also the aura of Khanate god-fiends appeared. Obviously, the origin of heaven and earth had become rich again, and the wilderness had the capital to nurture Khanate god-fiends. In addition, there were some special life forms that had never been seen before in heaven and earth. These were new Khanate life forms that were born when the way of heaven operated and the Tao tracks resonated with heaven and earth, and then merged with the Khanate qi. Every time the way of heaven changed, new Khanate life forms would be born under the operation of the rules to fill the diversity of the living beings in the wilderness. This was the inevitable result of the evolution of heaven and earth. It was impossible for there to be many races in the beginning and still be the same race after countless years. The evolution of heaven and earth and the replacement of living beings were the principles of heaven and earth. However, when the way of heaven changed in the past, it did not coincide with the overall promotion of heaven and earth, so there were not many Khanate life forms born. It was far from like now, when the origin of heaven and earth was abnormally rich, and there were more than 1 million Khanate life forms born. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were hundreds of races. Those who did not know would think that this was a repeat of the primordial age, when the laws of heaven and earth changed, and countless Khanate life forms were born. By the time these Khanate life forms were born, there would be at least 100 more races in the wilderness. By then, the wilderness would be lively, and there would be a lot of trouble caused by the new and old forces. Putting aside the unstable factors, the whole untainted land was developing in a good direction. It was getting stronger and stronger, and this was a change that could be seen with the naked eye. Rumble. At a certain moment, the evolving central divine land suddenly shook violently, and endless Khanate Tao light rose, illuminating a large area of the void. Then, hundreds of millions of mysterious runes appeared and lined up. They covered the entire central divine province and covered everything. The 9 states cauldrons. Are the 9 cauldrons about to advance? Feng Zichen sensed something and hurriedly looked in the direction of the 9 cauldrons. As expected, when his gaze landed there, he saw the 9 cauldrons rising from the ground and floating in the air. The dazzling Khanate Tao light had risen from them, and the billions of mysterious runes had also come from them. All of this was because they were advancing, transforming from superior to supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. The advancement of the 9 cauldrons as a whole also meant that if they were united, they would become Khanate peerless treasures. This transformation was not the transformation of superior to supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures, but the transformation of supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures to Khanate peerless treasures. Feng Zichen sensed that the auras of the 9 great masters sealed in the 9 cauldrons had completely disappeared. Clearly, they had been refined by the cauldrons and turned into the foundation for their advancement. That was not all. The chaos demon god suppressed by the imperial court of human Tao, the divine city of the human race, and the chaos demon god's origin bestowed by the heavenly Tao had all flowed into the 9 cauldrons. That was why the 9 cauldrons could refine the 9 great masters they'd suppressed so quickly, completing the final transformation and becoming Khanate peerless treasures. Rumble. As the 9 cauldrons rumbled, boundless power poured out and formed a huge barrier in the sky above the central divine region. This was the boundary of the 9 province. With the transformation of the human domain into the central divine land, it had grown many times larger. When the boundary of the 9 province opened, it could no longer envelop the entire human race. Fortunately, the 9 cauldrons had already begun their advancement. Their power grew rapidly, and the boundary of the 9 province expanded rapidly as well. Soon, it covered most of the central divine land. Rumble, 9 earth-shaking booms rang out one after another, shaking the entire wilderness. The 9 cauldrons had finished their advancement and were rapidly withdrawing their power. Soon, the 9 cauldrons looked no different from ordinary treasures. They hovered quietly in the air. However, the boundary of the 9 province expanded abruptly, enveloping the entire central divine land in an instant. Khanate Peerless Treasures. The central divine land was so large that only legendary Khanate Peerless Treasures could completely envelop it. Chapter 8:11. The 9 State Cauldrons. They had been upgraded to Khanate Cardinal Treasures. However, that was the state of the 9 cauldrons as one. Right now, the 9 cauldrons were not as one. Therefore, the 9 cauldrons looked like 9 top-tier Khanate spiritual treasures. Rumble. The boundary of the 9 states expanded rapidly until it covered the entire central divine prefecture. Only then did it stop. However, although the movement had stopped, the changes did not stop. Although the central divine province had stopped growing, it was still growing. In the future, as the origin of the chaos demon god was refined, the central divine province would continue to expand. The 9 state cauldrons had completely merged with the origin of the central divine province. As the central divine province expanded, their power gradually increased. As the central divine province continued to expand, the 9 cauldrons would also be upgraded. It was not impossible for them to be upgraded from inferior grade Khanate cardinal treasures to middle grade or superior grade. After the 9 cauldrons were upgraded, the boundary of the 9 states would also expand and cover the entire central divine province. The two were already in a mutually dependent relationship. Seeing that the humans had gained another Khanate cardinal treasure, everyone's expression turned ugly. One more Khanate cardinal treasure was equivalent to one more primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. The humans were undoubtedly stronger and more difficult to deal with. It would be strange if they were happy. However, from the upgrade of the 9 cauldrons, everyone saw a way to create a Khanate cardinal treasure. Wasn't the chaos demon god the best material to create a Khanate cardinal treasure? Without using the origin, one could create a Khanate cardinal treasure just by using the chaos demon god's body or even all of its bones. Thinking of this, the 2 saints of the West's eyes suddenly lit up. They seemed to have found a way to make up for the West's shortcomings. That was to create a Khanate cardinal treasure. If the West had a Khanate cardinal treasure, their foundation would undoubtedly be much stronger. Moreover, with one more Khanate cardinal treasure to suppress fate, the West would definitely give birth to more talented creatures. The West had too many shortcomings compared to the East. Khanate cardinal treasures were the most important. The East had at least 7 Khanate cardinal treasures, but the West did not have one. If the West had a Khanate cardinal treasure, it would be a breakthrough for the 2 saints of the West, even though it was still incomparable to the East. It would be the beginning of them catching up with the East. If there was a first, there would be a second. In the future, the West would definitely surpass the East. Harboring a strong sense of longing, the 2 saints of the West had already begun to ponder how to create the first Khanate supreme treasure of the West. Rumble. The birth of a Khanate cardinal treasure naturally alarmed the heavenly Tao. Amidst the boundless purple chi, the heavenly Tao quietly descended and looked down at the 9 cauldrons. Although the heavenly Tao had appeared, it had no intention of attacking the 9 cauldrons. Normally, when the 9 cauldrons were promoted to Khanate cardinal treasures, the heavenly Tao would definitely send down heavenly punishment as a test for the 9 cauldrons' promotion. However, at this moment, the wilderness had been upgraded, and the aura of new life was everywhere. The 9 cauldrons had been upgraded to innate cardinal treasures at this moment, which could be said to be an excellent sign. It was a sign that the origin of the wilderness would be strengthened further. Therefore, when the 9 cauldrons were promoted, not only would the heavenly Tao not punish them, it would even reward them. Streaks of rainbow-colored light reverberated between heaven and earth, reinforcing the 9 cauldrons, making them look extremely noble. At the same time, the huge shadow of the 9 cauldrons suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was unbelievably huge, almost occupying half of the wilderness. Fortunately, all living beings had yet to return to their positions. Otherwise, all living beings would be able to clearly see the shadow of the 9 cauldrons as long as they raised their heads. This was the special honor that the heavenly Tao had given to the 9 cauldrons, allowing them to manifest their divinity in the wilderness. Of course, the purpose of doing this was not to show off. Instead, it was to tighten the destiny of heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons had been promoted to connate cardinal treasures at this moment, coinciding with the destiny of the wilderness promotion. Therefore, they could receive a trace of the promotion destiny of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao had given the 9 cauldrons such a special honor to help them better receive the promotion destiny. In the distance, everyone was envious when they saw the 9 cauldrons receiving the destiny of heaven and earth. Connate cardinal treasures were already extraordinary. Now that they had received a trace of promotion destiny, their power would at least increase by 30%. After the 9 cauldrons had been promoted, the changes in the wilderness had gradually stabilized. It would not be long before the changes in the wilderness turned from light to dark. At that time, it would be the time for all living beings to return to the wilderness. Well, since the wilderness had evolved until now, except for the primordial chaos experts present, the thousands of great mediums, and the Daluo Taoist priests who were silently guarding at the side, there was no other living beings living in it. That was right. The evolution of heaven and earth was an opportunity for the experts. But for mortals, it was a complete disaster. They could not leave mortals in the current wilderness. Otherwise, under the operation of the successive heavens qi, countless living beings would be crushed and turned into the initial primordial qi. With the heavenly Tao presiding over the evolution of heaven and earth, no one would take the initiative to intervene. They just watched quietly from the side, waiting for the evolution of heaven and earth to end. At the same time, they were also observing the evolution of heaven and earth, silently comprehending, trying to understand the principles of the operation of the heavenly Tao. Time. Just like that, the minutes and seconds passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The evolution of the primordial world gradually reached perfection. The surging power of earth, fire, water, and wind completely calmed down and turned into the purest connate qi that merged with heaven and earth. The successive heavens' essence energy also stopped transforming. It gradually became gentle and suitable for people to absorb. The rules of heaven and earth also became very perfect. It was like a huge net that covered the entire primordial world. At this point, the intense evolution of heaven and earth had ended. Next, it would enter a slow period. It would absorb the origin of the chaos fiend celestial bit by bit and strengthen bit by bit. Sensing that the changes in heaven and earth had already calmed down and become suitable for living beings in heaven and earth, the Grand Pure One opened his mouth and was about to ask everyone to release the living beings that had been taken away and let them return to the primordial world. However, at that moment, a change occurred in the boundless sky. Resplendent starlight erupted and interrupted the Grand Pure One's actions. Sensing that something was amiss in the boundless starry sky, everyone hurriedly looked up and saw stars in the primordial world. The resplendent Zhouxing appeared and hung in the sky. At that moment, the starry sky appeared and illuminated the entire primordial world. The gentle starlight sprinkled down as if it had covered the world with a layer of silver gauze. What's going on? Why did the boundless starry sky suddenly change? What is that guy Ziwei doing again? The change in the boundless starry sky was without a doubt related to Great Emperor Ziwei. Apart from him, no one else had the ability to cause trouble in the boundless starry sky. With doubts in their hearts, everyone released their divine consciousness one after another and looked in the direction of the boundless starry sky. They wanted to see what Great Emperor Ziwei was doing. However, before their divine consciousness could reach the boundless starry sky, they saw the Zhouxing in the sky suddenly shining brightly and releasing unprecedented starlight. Rumble. For a moment, starlight fell like rain, covering the sky and covering the earth as it fell towards the primordial world. Just as everyone's divine consciousness approached the boundless starry sky, before they could react, it collided with the starlight that poured down. Then, everyone's divine consciousness that could easily kill Daluo Taoist priests was actually melted by the resplendent starlight. Above the primordial world, the expressions of the 3 pure ones and other primordial chaos experts changed the moment they came into contact with the starlight. This was because, in their perception, the power contained in the starlight was far beyond their imagination. It had surpassed the level of primordial chaos and reached the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. That's right, it was Wuji Daluo Jingxian. At this moment, during the rebirth of the primordial world, Feng Zichen finally opened the huge seal of the boundless starry sky, allowing the radiance of the Zhouxing to fall on the primordial world again. Previously, Feng Zichen had sealed the boundless starry sky with the excuse that it was too broken and needed to be repaired. He had even intercepted 99% of the star power and only allowed 1% of the star power to flow into the primordial world. By doing so, the demon clan had formed a monstrous karma with all living beings in the primordial world. If it weren't for the demon gods sacrificing themselves to save the world, the monstrous karma would have made the demon clan unable to make a comeback. However, Feng Zichen was different. He intercepted the meteor power in the name of repairing the boundless starry sky. Even if he intercepted 99% of the meteor power, he would have no problem intercepting 99% of the meteor power. Of course, the premise of all this was that Feng Zichen really repaired the boundless starry sky. As long as he repaired the boundless starry sky, it would be a trivial matter for him to intercept the meteor power. The way of heaven wouldn't care about it at all. However, if Feng Zichen failed to repair the boundless starry sky, it would be a big deal for him to intercept the meteor power. Even if his identity was said to be the noblest in the primordial world, the monstrous karma would knock him down from the throne of great Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, the boundless starry sky was under Feng Zichen's control. Not only was it repaired, but it was even one step closer. Its origin was more than 100 times stronger than before. It could be said that ever since Feng Zichen took over the boundless starry sky, this place had been in the process of becoming stronger. The power of the falling star power had reached the level of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. This was the best proof. If it hadn't been promoted, how could Zhouxing's star power have reached the level of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian? In fact, the boundless starry sky had been completely repaired many years ago. Not long ago, the boundless starry sky had completed a breakthrough. It had risen from the level of primordial chaos to the level of Wuji. However, Feng Zichen had been keeping it a secret, so no one knew about the situation of the boundless starry sky. Although no one was clear about the situation of the boundless starry sky, they knew that ever since Feng Zichen took control of this place, the boundless starry sky had been in the process of becoming stronger. This could be seen from how he had borrowed the power of the boundless starry sky to suppress the saints and the chaos demon gods several times. Although they had expected the boundless starry sky to be very strong, no one had expected it to be so strong that it had surpassed the level of primordial chaos. This time, Feng Zichen had removed the seal, allowing the power of the boundless starry sky to be truly displayed in front of the world. It could be said that it had stunned everyone. It was really too strong. Rumble. Feng Zichen had released the star power that had accumulated for countless years. It was imaginable how strong it was. It was not inferior to the origin of 2 or 3 chaos demon gods. The starlight fell on the untainted land, causing the evolution process, which had entered a period of calmness, to become intense again. Rumble, heaven and earth were shaking. The origin became stronger, the rules became stricter, and the void became more stable. The whole world was filled with a faint vitality. On the ground, someone tried to attack the void and found that it was as hard as it had been in ancient times. Only Lord Daoist Tai had the power to move the void, and only Taoist priests Daluo had the power to tear the void. It was terrifyingly hard. This meant that after countless years, the untainted land could once again withstand a battle at the level of Daluo Taoist priests without worrying about the destruction of the world. The world was really different, showing signs of repeating the glory of ancient times. This was the first time that after the calamity, the untainted land did not degenerate, but instead became one step closer. In the past, after the calamity, the world was basically broken and the origin was weakened. But this time, although the world was broken, the origin was not weakened. Instead, it became stronger. This was a change that had never happened before. This was a sign of the untainted land's prosperity. Rumble. The changes in the land were still happening. Under the support of the Starlight, the 5 divine lands did not continue to expand, but the vitality in the divine lands was more than several times stronger. The connate creatures that were nurtured in them were showing signs of being born. In addition, more mysterious changes were happening. For example, the connate origin was constantly blending. More connate spirit treasures and connate god fiends were born and hidden in every corner of the 5 divine lands. Connate god fiends were nothing, but connate spirit treasures were rare. Although the primordial chaos experts did not care about them, their subordinates needed them. As the 5 divine lands continued to grow, the connate spirit treasures would become common goods again in the future. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen saw the changes in the world and could not help but smile proudly. Yes, he was very proud, and he had the right to be proud. The broken boundless starry sky was not only repaired in his hands, but also transformed. This was an achievement that no one could compare to. How could he not be proud? After this time, except for the Tao ancestor, anyone who saw him would have to bow their heads and greet him first. Even the Tao ancestor did not dare to accept his greetings and had to talk to him as his peer. The boundless starry sky was also the foundation of the untainted land. Feng Zichen had made him transform. This merit was second only to the creation of the heavens and earth. It was comparable to the merit of goddess Huda's creation of reincarnation. This was a truly great merit, so great that even the heavenly Tao did not know how to reward him. It's about time to start. Feeling that the star power in the boundless starry sky had almost been drained, Feng Zichen on the Ziwei star made a move. He stretched out his hand, turned into infinity, and grabbed at the untainted land. P.S. Sorry for the delay. Forget it, I won't explain. Kowtow twice. Bang! Bang! Chapter 8:12. Rumble. As the giant hand fell, the entire eldritch wilderness shook. Then, divine palaces surrounded by starlight emerged from all over the land. They were grabbed by Feng Zichen's hand and flew toward the boundless starry sky. Those were the universal divine palaces. In the past, Feng Zichen had left 2 sets of universal divine palaces in the human race to sort out the earth veins of the eldritch wilderness. He had left the smaller set in the human race to suppress the earth veins of the human race. As for the larger set, he had left it for the myriad races to suppress the earth veins of the eldritch wilderness. Not long ago, in order to shatter the eldritch wilderness and not increase the difficulty for the people, Feng Zichen had not used the power of the universal divine palaces to forcefully stabilize the eldritch wilderness. Because of this, after the eldritch wilderness was shattered, the 365 universal divine palaces that were located all over the eldritch wilderness were scattered to various places along with it. As the eldritch wilderness was restored and transformed into the 5 great continents, as well as countless continents and islands of various sizes, the scattered universal divine palaces were naturally useless. In the current eldritch wilderness, apart from the central divine land, the other 4 great continents had long become specious and completely different from the eldritch wilderness. Even if the 365 universal divine palaces landed on the 5 great continents, they would not be able to suppress the earth veins of the eldritch wilderness. Moreover, even if the universal divine palaces could suppress the earth veins, the masters of the other 3 great continents, the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the west, the eastern emperor Tai, and the others, might not let the treasures that belonged to Feng Zichen even take half a step into this place. Therefore, after much consideration, Feng Zichen decided to take back the 365 universal divine palaces. Their destiny had come to an end, and it was time for them to complete their final transformation. What transformation? Go against the connate and transform into connate spiritual treasures. In the boundless starry sky, there were still 365 connate spiritual treasures in the eldritch wilderness that were in the process of being nurtured. In order to strengthen the human race, Feng Zichen had repeatedly consumed the origin of the boundless starry sky, causing their nurturing time to be greatly delayed. Who knew how many years it would take for the universal divine palaces to be completely formed or even be born? Feng Zichen simply could not wait. Therefore, he came up with some bad ideas. For example, turning the 365 universal sacred palaces on the ground into offerings and fusing them into the Khanate sacred palaces that were being nurtured to speed up the process of nurturing these Khanate spiritual treasures. Even though the universal sacred palaces on the ground were all postnatal utmost treasures, Feng Zichen had put in a lot of effort when creating them. Not only were they made of the corresponding star divine gold, but they were also fused with many corresponding origins of Zhouxing in each of them. Just from this point alone, these universal divine palaces could be said to be peerless amongst Hotian's supreme treasures. In terms of might, it was absolutely not inferior to a Khanate magic treasure in the slightest. Later on, these universal sacred palaces had been placed on the ground by Feng Zichen to suppress the desolate earth vein. It was connected to the starlight in the sky above and the energy of the earth below. In the middle, it was operated by the celestial being of Pangu. After being tempered by these three energies for countless years, the 365 cycle divine palaces had undergone unimaginable changes. Although they were not Khanate spiritual treasures, their power was comparable to that of Khanate spiritual treasures. The density of their Khanate origins was not inferior to that of Khanate spiritual treasures at all. In fact, it was even 30% stronger. After all, the Khanate origins contained in the universal sacred palaces were condensed by the celestial being of Pangu. How could their quality not be high? Feng Zichen had fused these universal sacred palaces into the Khanate sacred palaces that were being nurtured by Zhouxing. It would not be long before the Khanate sacred palaces absorbed the Khanate origins contained in these universal sacred palaces and were completely born. Moreover, the level of each universal sacred palace would not be lower than that of a superior Khanate spiritual treasure. Everyone present was knowledgeable. Although they did not know Feng Zichen's plan in the past, after seeing this scene, they could most likely guess his plan without even calculating. I didn't expect the boundless starry sky to flourish in the hands of the emperor. Looking at the aura of Zhouxing, it's actually several times stronger than when he was at his peak. How astonishing! Someone exclaimed in the void. The emperor was referring to Great Emperor Ziwei. In his hands, the boundless starry sky had reached an unprecedented level of glory and pinnacle. It could even replenish the primeval world and make the origin of heaven and earth even more dense. Everyone respected his merits, so they no longer addressed him by his name. Instead, they addressed him as the emperor to show their respect for Great Emperor Ziwei. In the North Continent, Dong Huangtai's expression turned even uglier after hearing everyone's exclamations. However, he could not say anything. After all, even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that Great Emperor Ziwei was far superior to him, and Di Jun, putting everything else aside, the time that the two of them had ruled the boundless starry sky was definitely longer than Great Emperor Ziwei. However, in the hands of the two brothers, not only did the boundless starry sky not become stronger, but it was also declining. It was a stark contrast to when it was in the hands of Great Emperor Ziwei. Wasn't this a sign that the two brothers were inferior to Great Emperor Ziwei? In contrast to Dong Huangtai's ugly expression, the three pure ones, two sages of the West, and the others were extremely solemn when they saw this scene. 365 Heavenly Cycle Sacred Palaces. Could it be that the boundless starry sky is going to give birth to 365 innate spiritual treasures? Moreover, since the heavenly cycle can give birth to innate spiritual treasures again, I'm afraid they can also give birth to innate godfiends again. 365 innate spiritual treasures, 365 innate godfiends, hiss. On the ground, the five sages all gasped when they thought of this. Although they did not want to believe this, judging from the aura that Zhouxing released now, their guess was 80% likely correct. Perhaps there were not as many as 365 innate godfiends, but there were definitely more than 200 of them. 200 innate godfiends was not a small number. No, it was quite a lot. It could be said that this was a very terrifying force. If they were allowed to grow, then Great Emperor Ziwei would become one of the strongest overlords in the primeval world. Great Emperor Ziwei usually did not show off his strength, but when he made his move, it gave everyone a huge shock. It was really shocking. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength could be said to be extremely strong, and he even had a top innate spiritual treasure in his hands. His strength was not weaker than any sage's. If he had a few hundred more innate god fiends under his command, then in the future of the primeval world, only the human race would be able to suppress him. No, that was not right. With the boundless starry sky as his backing, it was not impossible for Great Emperor Ziwei to surpass the human race and become the strongest overlord in the primeval world. Now, the boundless starry sky had already surpassed primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian and reached the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. In other words, the boundless starry sky could be said to be the number one sacred ground in the primeval world, and it had already surpassed Kunlun Mountain. With such a sacred ground, Great Emperor Ziwei's rise was inevitable. No one knew what kind of mysteries and fortunes were contained in this place, as well as what kind of opportunities it would bring to Great Emperor Ziwei. However, there was one thing that everyone was certain of, and that was that the benefits that Great Emperor Ziwei had obtained were absolutely beyond imagination. Even Zhou could be promoted, let alone the master of the boundless starry sky. He must have also been promoted and obtained unimaginable benefits. In fact, that was exactly the case. The moment the boundless starry sky was unsealed, apart from the vast astral power that surged towards the primeval world, some of it also flowed into his body, turning into a majestic source of origin and enlightenment, and forcibly raising his realm. Then, Feng Zichen began to break through. From the sixth heaven of primordial chaos, he broke through to the seventh heaven of primordial chaos. After that, the astral power did not weaken. It still turned into the source of origin and enlightenment to raise his realm. The middle stage of the seventh heaven, the late stage, the peak stage, the early stage of the eighth heaven of primordial chaos, the middle stage, it was not until he broke through to the ninth heaven of primordial chaos that the astral power was completely exhausted, and it no longer raised Feng Zichen's realm. From the sixth heaven of primordial chaos to the ninth heaven of primordial chaos, an increase of 3 realms. From this, it could be seen that the benefits that Great Emperor Ziwei had obtained this time were simply beyond the imagination of the world. If the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the West, and the others knew about it, they would be so envious that their eyes would turn red. Unfortunately, other than himself, no one else knew about Great Emperor Ziwei's breakthrough. The ninth heaven of primordial chaos was a realm that even sages could not reach. It could be said to be the strongest existence below the Tao ancestor and the Devil ancestor. And this was the realm that Great Emperor Ziwei, Feng Zichen's true body, was at now. He was invincible in the primordial chaos. Primordial chaos was not counted. This was what it meant to come from behind and catch up. He was a living legend. In the future, he would become the strongest in the primordial chaos. Feng Zichen's experience could be said to be a true legend. No, it was a myth, a legend. If this were to spread, who knew how many jaws would drop, how many living beings would be amazed, and how many people would see him as a role model. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack did not last long. After collecting the heavenly cycle palace, there were no more signs of life. Zhou, on the other hand, began to tremble continuously. The starlight that sprinkled down became even brighter for a moment. Clearly, Great Emperor Ziwei had begun to integrate the heavenly cycle palace. Putting aside the matter of the boundless starry sky for the time being, not long after receiving the support of the starlight, the violent changes in the primordial chaos gradually calmed down. In this way, after another 2,000 to 3,000 years, the changes in the world gradually calmed down, and it became suitable for living beings to live in again. This time, there were no problems. No one intervened to interfere with the changes in the primordial chaos, and it smoothly entered a period of calmness. Thus, Goddess Nuwa activated the mountain river map and released all the living beings of the primordial chaos that she had collected. The living beings that Goddess Nuwa collected were all from the east. As for why there were no living beings from the west, it was not because Goddess Nuwa was biased, but because the sages of the west did not allow it. Long before Goddess Nuwa took action, the two sages of the West had collected all the living beings of the West. They could not let outsiders touch the living beings of the West. After all, many of them were descendants of the chaos demon god. If they fell into the hands of Panga god system, the two sages of the West were really worried that something would happen to them. The living beings collected by the two sages of the West were easy to deal with. After all, they were all living beings of the West. They could just throw them to the Aparagodania continent and let them rebuild their homes. However, it was more troublesome for the East. The East was very big, far bigger than the West. How big was it? It was so big that the other four continents, except for the Aparagodania continent, had evolved from the East. Thus, the biggest problem in front of everyone was how to divide these connate living beings. After a few rounds of discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. Feng Zichen would come forward and take all the humans back to the central divine province. Dong Huang Tai would come forward and take all the demons back to the north continent. Goddess Hutu would come forward and take all the witches back to the Nanjian continent. Finally, the three pure ones would come forward and take all the immortal cultivators back to the Dongxing divine province. After each of them took action, there were still many living beings who had nowhere to go. How should they deal with them? There were quite a lot of living beings, about 1/10 of all the living beings. If they did not deal with them properly, there would be a lot of trouble. These living beings were not humans, demons, or witches. They had never cultivated the immortal Tao, the martial Tao, the Tao of God fiends, and other Taos related to everyone. To be honest, in the current primordial world, people who did not cultivate the above Tao were obviously not on the right path. It was understandable that they did not cultivate the martial Tao. However, the immortal Tao of the profound sect was spread so widely. If they did not cultivate it, there would be a problem. With a grudge in their hearts, everyone was unwilling to take over these living beings. However, although they were unwilling, there was no reason to leave these living beings here. Everyone communicated with their eyes for a moment and thought of a solution. It was very simple. Since they could not find a solution, they would just leave it to the heavenly Tao to deal with. Everyone could ignore these living beings, but the heavenly Tao could not. It would definitely take care of them. Wherever the heavenly Tao wanted these living beings to go, they would go. In this way, even if these living beings were dissatisfied with the results of the distribution, they would not blame it on the others. They would blame the heavenly Tao. Who asked this to be distributed by the heavenly Tao? If it was not the heavenly Tao, who else could it be? After making a decision in their hearts, the few of them joined forces to activate the power of the heavenly Tao and let it make the final decision. With a flash of divine light, the countless living beings disappeared without a trace. Where did they go? In terms of merit, those who had more merit went to the best central god province. Those who were one level lower went to the second East Victory God province. After that, it would be the same. Those who had no merit or negative karma were distributed to the countless large and small islands outside the 5 major continents. In this way, the matter was perfectly resolved. As for the primordial world, because of the return of living beings, it had regained its former liveliness. At this time, firstly, the calamity had just passed, and the natural source of heaven and earth was abundant. Secondly, heaven and earth had been reborn, and the natural spiritual energy was rich. The myriad Taos were unusually clear. In other words, the primordial world had once again ushered in the golden age of cultivation. In this era, cultivating and becoming an immortal could be said to be as simple as eating and drinking. Chapter 8:13. Wasn't that the case? The chi of successive heaven was so dense that one could breathe it in just by breathing it in, let alone deliberately absorbing it. In the past, one needed to calm down and concentrate to absorb the spiritual chi from the void. Now, one also needed to concentrate. However, the goal was to control the amount of spiritual chi that one absorbed, so as to prevent one from exploding from the majestic spiritual chi. The difference between them could not be measured by reason. It was too big. Apart from that, the difference between the successive heaven and the myriad Tao was more than billions. In the past, everyone searched for it bitterly, but they might not be able to see the true appearance of the laws. But now, as long as one focused slightly, one could clearly see the densely packed chains of laws that spread between heaven and earth. It could be said that in this era, even a pig could cultivate to become an immortal. They were truly standing at the edge of the wind and caught up with the environment. It was like the beginning of heaven and earth. The living beings living in this world had really picked up a treasure. Not to mention sky immortals, mystic immortals and golden immortals, even Daluo Jingxian could easily become a golden immortal. Even the Daluo Taoist priests, who had almost become a legend, could easily become 100 times, or even 1,000 times more powerful in this era. Such a special environment also created a large number of experts. In just a few thousand years, more than 1 million immortals were born in this world. Even Daluo Jingxian was born no less than 100. After another 1,000 years, even a Daluo Taoist priest was born. The superior environment of this world was simply beyond the imagination of the people. Almost all the orthodoxies, regardless of whether it was martial arts, immortal Tao, pill Tao, equipment Tao, demon Tao, celestial demon Tao, or dozens of other cultivation paths, all began to flourish in the eldritch world. The long-awaited golden age of cultivation. Everything was recovering, everything was rising, and everything was becoming stronger. But all the powerful people who were paying attention to the eldritch world knew clearly that the golden age was really coming. Later on, even the ordinary cultivators knew that the golden age was coming. All the orthodoxies were reviving, and the eldritch world would return to its ancient glory. In this era, everyone had the possibility of becoming a Tao. Daluo Taoist priests were everywhere, and the era of quasi-saints was about to return. Everyone was happy to see the untainted wilderness prospering. However, there was one person in the boundless starry sky who couldn't help but frown after seeing this. It was the god of the South Pole, the Thunder Lock, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Seeing the current situation of the untainted land, not only was he not happy, but he was also greatly worried. It was not that he could not bear to see the primordial world doing well. The untainted land was a good thing for everyone. They could also benefit from it. Naturally, the Thunder Lock was happy to see the untainted land become better. However, at this moment, it was not a matter of whether the world was good or not. It was just that there were too many immortals in the untainted land. There were so many that even the heavenly Tao was a little displeased. Immortals seemed to be free and unfettered, but to heaven and earth, they were a great disaster. They were the parasites of heaven and earth. Why did he say that? Because they wouldn't die. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were the cycle of heaven and earth. They were also the foundation of the endless cycle of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao used its essence to create living beings. After living a lifetime, its essence would return to the world after death. In this way, it would neither increase nor decrease. It would not lose the power of the heavenly Tao at all. It could even strengthen the power of the heavenly Tao. It was a perfect and balanced process. However, the appearance of the immortals broke this balance. They went against the heavens and obtained longevity. From then on, they could live forever and stay in the world forever. This made it so that the heavenly Tao could not take back the essence that was used to create them. As the immortals continued to improve, they were also constantly devouring the power of heaven and earth. The higher the realm of the immortal, the more power of heaven and earth they would devour. Naturally, they were not liked by heaven and earth. When cultivators cultivated, they only entered and did not exit. They were getting stronger and stronger, but heaven and earth were getting weaker and weaker because of this. In such a situation, how could the heavenly Tao not see immortals as parasites of heaven and earth? Those who harmed heaven and earth to enrich themselves were all parasites of heaven and earth. They were both going against the heavens. There were too many immortal cultivators who could write novels. Novels also knew the content of output. However, immortal cultivators only entered and did not exit. They were really ruthless. The more immortals there were in heaven and earth, the angrier the heavenly Tao was. This was because the drawbacks of the increasing number of immortals had begun to appear. The simplest example was that the speed of the increase of spirit qi in heaven and earth had begun to slow down. This was very abnormal because the essence of the chaos fiend god had not been completely refined. The spirit qi in heaven and earth should be increasing faster and faster. But now, it was slowing down. What was the problem? The simple reason was that the spirit qi in heaven and earth was being consumed in large amounts. This caused the growth of spirit qi to become slower and slower. And the spirit qi that was being consumed was being absorbed by the immortals. It might not be obvious now, but as the number of immortals increased in the future, the spirit qi in heaven and earth would become thinner and thinner. When the heavenly Tao could no longer tolerate it, a new calamity would erupt. The immortals would then face the calamity and die in large numbers. The essence would return to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao would return to its peak and heaven and earth would welcome a prosperous era again. Then, a large number of immortals would appear again. Then, the heavenly Tao would be angry and the calamity would erupt. Round after round of reincarnation. As the one who controlled the power of the heavenly tribulation, Lei Zhe could feel the wrath of the heavenly Tao more directly than anyone else. In his vision, the power of the heavenly tribulation was surging wildly, entangling the rules and intertwining with unparalleled lightning. And the lightning was formed by the wrath of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao was angry, the power of the heavenly tribulation that Lei Zhe had set up earlier would increase by 30%. The immortal ascension tribulation was really getting more and more difficult. But even so, it still could not effectively stop the birth of immortals. It had been an aeon since the heavenly tribulation appeared. Although the people did not dare to say that they completely understood the heavenly tribulation, each of them had their own ways to deal with it. Although they did not dare to say that they could completely restrain the heavenly tribulation, they could still reduce some of its power. Since the heavenly tribulation appeared, it was no longer as intimidating as it was when it first appeared. Everything in the world had its own counter. Since the heavenly tribulation had appeared, there was naturally a way to restrain it. This was the truth of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was really contradictory. Looking at the rolling power of the heavenly tribulation in the void, as well as the connate lightning that was crazily surging in the rules, the southern extremity longevity emperor, also known as Lei Zhe, knew that his opportunity to attain the Tao had arrived. It was not to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, but the opportunity to become a sage. Yes, he was not mistaken. It was to become a sage. Although Lei Zhe did not have the Hongmeng purple qi, which was known as the foundation of becoming a sage, he still saw the opportunity to become a sage in the power of the heavenly tribulation. If he became one with the power of the heavenly tribulation and became the existence that controlled the heavenly tribulation, helping the heavenly Tao to reduce the number of immortals in the world, there was no doubt that the Hongmeng purple qi, which was known as the foundation of becoming a sage, would descend in front of him in an instant. Lei Zhe did not care much about reducing the number of immortals. Because if he really did make a move, those great mediums would not become enemies with him because of this. They would even secretly help him. The so-called immortal Tao had always been about the quality and not the breadth. If not for this, there would not have been the birth of the God-conferment tribulation. The so-called God-conferment tribulation, although Feng Zichen had done so many things, caused its scope to be very wide. It almost included the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, as well as all the great sections. However, its original intention was only to clean up the immortal Tao by Tao ancestor Heng Jun. It was just that Feng Zichen had played it a little bigger, and in the end, it gradually got out of the control of everyone. Tao ancestor Heng Jun used the God-conferment tribulation to remove those with shallow fortune from the immortal Tao, leaving only the elites behind. His purpose, other than to make the immortal Tao purer, was also to reduce the power of the tribulation. The more immortals there were, the greater the harm to the world. How could Tao ancestor Heng Jun not know this principle? Therefore, from the beginning, the immortal Tao had taken the path of the elite. Only those with great perseverance, great luck, and great wisdom could cultivate the immortal Tao of the Xian sect. However, in order to fight for luck, the later generation simplified the immortal Tao of the Xian sect. This went against Tao ancestor Hongjuan's original intention, and lowered the high and mighty threshold of the immortal Tao. This was how it became a common thing that everyone could cultivate. Since the beginning of the ancient times, the immortal Tao was exclusive to the innate fiend gods. Only those who performed extremely well were qualified to be imparted the immortal Tao. As for the other living beings, they could only look on. The immortal Tao, before the three pure ones became saints, had always been high and mighty. How could it be like today, where anyone with a little bit of talent could cultivate it? For their own selfish reasons, the three pure ones kept on simplifying the immortal Tao. This was why the threshold was constantly lowered. To the immortal Tao, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Because as the threshold was lowered, the immortal Tao would undoubtedly prosper. However, to the world, this was not a good thing. When there were more immortals, the world would weaken. When there was prosperity with the heavenly Tao, all living beings would suffer. When there was prosperity with all living beings, the heavenly Tao would suffer. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. The human race also had vested interests. Feng Zichen could not say that the three pure ones were wrong. However, no matter what, it was true that the three pure ones had gone against Tao ancestor Hongjuan's original intention. Tao ancestor Hongjuan's imparting of the Tao was about quality, not breadth. Therefore, the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace could roam the world. At the beginning of the ancient times, Tao ancestor Hongjun was the first saint. With his ability, could he not spread the immortal Tao throughout the primitive world? Of course he could, but he was unwilling. At that time, there were more than 3,000 innate fiend gods and Daoyuo Taoist priests. However, in the end, the Tao ancestor only chose the 3,000 most outstanding ones. His thoughts were already very obvious. He only wanted the elites and nothing else. However, the three pure ones were different. In order to seek providence and spread the immortal Tao, they imparted the Tao in quantity, not quality. Yes, other than the Grand Master of Heaven, the three pure ones did not take in many disciples. However, did they have to take in disciples to impart the Tao? When they first attained the Tao, they often preached the immortal Tao to the world on Kunlun Mountain. Wasn't that spreading the immortal Tao? Without a doubt, the reason why the current cultivation world of the primitive world was so prosperous and full of flowers was related to the three pure ones' disregard for the preaching of the Tao back then. The reason why the three pure ones were called the three pure ones by some people was not only because they were powerful. It was also because they had made indelible contributions to the development of the cultivation world of the primitive world. That was also the reason why Feng Zichen could not shake the three pure ones even though he had repeatedly slapped them in the face. Their contributions were too great. Moreover, these contributions were basically obtained by going against the heavenly Tao. In order to impart the Tao to all living beings, the three pure ones really went against the heavenly Tao. They endured great pressure, which created the current cultivation world. It could be said that all living beings in the primitive world owed the three pure ones karma. Even Feng Zichen could not deny that the human race had benefited a lot from the three pure ones in the early stages of development. More than 80% of the early experts of the human race had heard the three pure ones preaching and received the three pure ones' grace. And Feng Zichen was even more amazing. He had secretly learned all the inheritance of the three pure ones. His strong foundation was laid from this. To be honest, it was a little embarrassing. Feng Zichen, who was an enemy of the three pure ones, was quite ungrateful. But there was no other way. Who asked the three pure ones to be so determined to plot against the human race? If there were no humans, Feng Zichen would probably be able to be a Xianqing in peace and silently contribute to the development of the Xian sect. But there was no choice in one's birth. Since he was born as a human, he should be proud of it. He should be indomitable. The human race should take it as our responsibility to strengthen the human race. This was the philosophy that Feng Zichen had been instilled in him since he was born, and he had been carrying it out. For the sake of the human race, it was nothing to bear a little infamy. In order to develop the human race, before Feng Zichen, countless human pioneers had fallen on the road and sacrificed their precious lives. These people were really dead when they died. Even Feng Zichen could not resurrect them because that was the last glorious period of Mount Buzhou. No one could interfere with the past. Compared to those martyrs who had sacrificed their lives, Feng Zichen bearing a little infamy was nothing. Moreover, if he did not take the initiative to expose his relationship with the Xianqing, he would not be able to bear even a little infamy. Very stable. Old cunning. There was no hatred in the world for no reason. The reason why the heavenly axiom tried so hard to break up the three pure ones might not be without a reason. When the disciples made mistakes, the master had to think of a way to clean up their mess. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hung Jun had been looking for opportunities to simplify the immortal path. The God investiture tribulation was only one of his many methods. The others, such as supporting other orthodoxies or even supporting the fiendish path to fight against the immortal path. It was not that Tao ancestor Hung Jun had not done it before. The immortal path had 6 saints. If not for Tao ancestor Hung Jun's secret support, which orthodoxy could fight against the immortal path? He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. As for the heavenly axiom not allowing it, there were many things that the heavenly axiom did not allow. At most, they would hide a little. They said that Feng Zichen was cunning because they did not understand Tao ancestor Hung Jun. He was the biggest cunning person in the primordial world. Feng Zichen's cultivation was still a little lacking. In order to clean up his disciples' mess, Tao ancestor Hung Jun thought of a way to reduce the number of immortals to delay the arrival of the tribulation. P.S. I was too anxious. I almost posted it in my new book. It's so exciting. Chapter 8:14. It was the opposite of Tao ancestor Hung Jun's method. Feng Zichen's method was to expand. Although the methods were different, both of them were using their own methods to change the primordial world. Their goals did not conflict. Because, these two methods could go hand in hand. Expanding resources and reducing expenditure was the way to save the world. At this moment, Lei Zhe watched the power of the heavenly tribulation surge and understood his opportunity to become a saint. That was to reduce the number of immortals in the world. This idea was consistent with Tao ancestor Hung Jun's. Quality was more important than quantity, so that those with deep negative karma would not be able to live forever. Only those with merit and virtue had the right to aspire to the immortal realm. This method could be considered a way to reduce expenditure. The reduction of the number of immortals in the world was a good thing for the world. It was also a good thing for those with great mystical abilities who did not like the calamity. Therefore, if Lei Zhe really wanted to do that, there would definitely be many great mystical abilities in the world that supported him. However, the only thing that was worrying was whether he should become a saint or not. Becoming a saint would bring endless benefits, but he had a fatal flaw, which was that he would be controlled by the heavenly Tao. As such, Feng Zichen was in a difficult position. It was obviously not worth it to be controlled by the heavenly Tao in order to become a saint. However, on second thought, Feng Zichen thought it through. Lei Zhe was only an incarnation of him. It was not a big deal to let him become a saint. It would not affect his original body. In fact, after Lei Zhe became a saint, he could even use the authority of a saint to spy on the true situation of the heavenly Tao and secretly investigate Tao ancestor Hung Jun's plan. If there was a chance, it might be possible for him to obtain the authority of the heavenly Tao in the future. Why couldn't he do what Tao ancestor Hung Jun could do? It was not like Feng Zichen did not have the fragments of the creation jade butterfly. Moreover, other than the fragments of the creation jade butterfly, he also had many treasures related to the heavenly Tao. In the past, Feng Zichen had no interest in meddling with the heavenly axiom. For example, the mark of the great Taoist priests, the identity of the great emperor of Ziwei and the heavenly axiom originated from the same source, and so on. He had only used them to strengthen himself and had never taken the initiative to come into contact with the heavenly axiom. But after Luais became a sage, Feng Zichen could use these things to meddle with the authority of the heavenly Tao. In the future, he could even compete with Tao ancestor Hong Jun for the control of the heavenly Tao. Although that was the case, it was almost impossible to compete with Tao ancestor Hong Jun for control of the heavenly Tao. After all, he had painstakingly planned for so many years. How could he easily make a wedding dress for an outsider and let others pluck the peach? Feng Zichen, this is a gamble. If he succeeded, he would naturally make a huge profit. If he failed, he would only lose a clone and part of his authority, but that wouldn't shake his foundation. Take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. That was what Feng Zichen thought, and that was what he did. With a thought, Feng Zichen's spiritual consciousness left the body of the great emperor of North Star and came to Luai's consciousness. He took over his body and prepared to merge with the power of the heavenly tribulation to prove his opportunity to become a sage. Rumble. A majestic divine thought gushed out from Luai's body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire untainted land and resonated with all the thunderbolts and the omnipresent power of the heavenly tribulation. Bang! 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 The world suddenly darkened. Countless thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and flashed in the sky, releasing shocking lightning. Rumble. As the thunder rumbled, the power of the heavenly tribulation surged wildly and gradually merged with the lightning. Rumble. When the thunder rumbled again, it carried a trace of the heavenly tribulation aura and had truly transformed into tribulation thunder. The terrifying aura spread out and caused the world to fall into an oppressive state. In an instant, almost all the cultivators below Daluo Jingxian felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. It was as if the divine thunder in the sky was targeted at them and would strike down at any time to end their lives. The thunder was formed by the heavenly tribulation. Under the might of heaven, how many people would not be afraid? How could they not feel fear in their hearts? It wasn't that there weren't any, but that there were too few of them. It was already considered a lot if there was 1 in 100 million living beings. Therefore, under the heavenly tribulation, the living beings couldn't help but feel great fear in their hearts. In an instant, fear spread between heaven and earth, causing the atmosphere to become even more oppressive. All of the living beings present began to tremble with fear. Ha! With a deep roar, Luai's Dharma power spread out and merged with the tribulation aura that filled the world. In an instant, the power of the thunderbolts in the sky increased by another 3 times. Rumble. In the roar of heaven and earth, Luai's body slowly disintegrated and turned into a huge amount of energy that poured into the eye of tribulation. Buzz! 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 Luai's origin was extremely powerful. When it was all merged into the eye of tribulation, the enhancement it brought was undoubtedly beyond imagination. In the dazzling Tao light, chains of order flew out of the eye of tribulation's body like a net that seemed to envelop the world. Whoosh! In an instant, the eye of tribulation became infinitely large. It stood erect between heaven and earth so that all the living beings in the untainted land could see it clearly. The purple vertical eye towered between heaven and earth. From afar, it looked like a huge crack had split open between heaven and earth. It looked extremely terrifying and sent chills down one's spine. At the same time, with a whoosh, a beam of Tao light appeared and shrouded the entire untainted land. Then, the tribulation aura that filled the world seemed to be guided and crazily surged into the eye of tribulation's body. Vaguely, a blurry figure slowly took shape in the eye of tribulation's pupil. It was Luais. He was reforming his Tao body with the tribulation aura of heaven and earth. It was called the indestructible body, also known as the saint body. He wanted to attain Tao and become the saint who controlled the calamities. He wanted to be the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao and the executioner. With lightning in one hand and calamities in the other, he wanted to bring endless calamities to all living beings. If Luais attained Tao, he would be the 8th saint of the untainted land, the tribulation saint. Rumble. More and more tribulation aura surged and became a part of Luais' indestructible body. It kept strengthening him. Vaguely, a supreme saint aura spread from Luais' body. Is the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor about to become a saint? But he doesn't have the Hongmeng purple chi. How can he achieve the final step of merging his primordial spirit with the heavenly Tao? Sensing the movement between heaven and earth, especially when the Supreme Saint aura spread out, the crowd could roughly guess what had happened even if they didn't want to know. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, one of the 4 deities of the heavenly court, was about to become a saint. But how was that possible? Everyone knew that one couldn't become a saint without the Hongmeng purple chi. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the crowd could basically conclude that he didn't have the Hongmeng purple chi. Then how was he going to take the final step? Puzzled, the crowd stared at Luais closely. They wanted to see what methods he used to become a saint. No one doubted that Luais would fail. Because the phenomenon of becoming a saint had appeared. It meant that the heavenly Tao had recognized Luais as the saint. If that was the case, how could Luais fail? As time passed, more and more tribulation aura surged toward the eye of tribulation. One could see that Luais' figure was becoming clearer in the eye of tribulation. But he was still a long way from being fully formed. The tribulation aura surging toward him was far from enough. Luais needed more. More. Thinking of this, Luais suddenly opened his eyes and shouted with a loud voice, "Heavenly Tao, today, I, Luais, the god of Luais, see that the laws of heaven and earth are incomplete. I am willing to set up the 3 calamities and 9 disasters to make up for the path of tribulation. I hope the heavenly Tao will bear witness to this." His voice was so loud that it reverberated through the entire eldritch world. Everyone could hear him clearly. All of a sudden, a bad premonition arose in the hearts of everyone present. Although they didn't know what the 3 calamities and 9 disasters were, they instinctively felt that this was very unfavorable to them and would affect their future. Terrified, the crowd wanted to object. But in the face of the heavenly Tao's might, how could they dare to speak? Just as the crowd was hesitating, another loud voice resounded in heaven and earth. What are the 3 calamities and 9 disasters? The voice was emotionless and cold. It was the heavenly Tao's voice. It was asking Luais what the 3 calamities and 9 disasters were. It was normal for the heavenly Tao to have questions that it didn't understand. This was because the heavenly Tao was incomplete. If the heavenly Tao was omniscient, omnipotent, and perfect, why would it need a saint? The purpose of a saint's existence was to help the heavenly Tao to make up for the inadequacies of heaven and earth. Hearing the heavenly Tao's question, Luais seemed to be answering the heavenly Tao and explaining to the crowd. He replied with a loud voice. The so-called 3 calamities and 9 disasters are the tribulations that one must encounter on the path of cultivation. Cultivation is originally a path that defies the heavens. Therefore, stepping on this path will inevitably lead to countless tribulations. On this path, only those with great perseverance, great luck, and great wisdom can reach the peak. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters are the tribulations on the path to immortality. They are specially used to select the above 3 categories. At the same time, it is also to tell the masses that immortality is not easy. Longevity is even rarer. Since you have achieved so much, you should cherish what you have. Don't let your tens of thousands of years of cultivation go to waste. After lamenting, Luais finally began to explain the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. The 3 calamities are divided into 3 major and minor calamities. The 3 minor calamities are the tribulations that mortals have to overcome before they reach immortality. They are the tribulations of weapons, plague, and famine. Mortals are weak. If there is a slight disturbance, they will die and their souls will enter the netherworld. Therefore, only by overcoming the 3 minor calamities can one be qualified to seek immortality. The three major calamities are the tribulations of those who achieve immortality. After becoming immortal, there will be three calamities. The immortal Tao is an unusual Tao. Therefore, after the Tao is achieved, ghosts and gods will not tolerate it. Although you can preserve your youth and live longer, 500 years later, when lightning strikes you, you have to see your nature clearly and avoid it in advance. If you can avoid it, you will live as long as the heavens. If you can't, you will die. 500 years later, a fire will burn you. This fire is not the heavenly fire, nor is it an ordinary fire. It is called the Yin fire. It burns from the Yongquan acupoint in your body and goes all the way to your Niyuan palace. Your organs will turn to ashes and your limbs will rot. It will turn your 1,000 years of ascetic cultivation into an illusion. 500 years later, a wind disaster will hit you. This wind is not the wind from the east, south, or west. It is not the wind from the north, nor is it the wind from the willows, pines, and bamboo. It will blow from the fontanelle into the 6 organs, pass through the dantian, pass through the 9 orifices, and dissipate the flesh and bones. After the 3 calamities, there are 9 calamities. The 9 calamities are also divided into big and small. The small 9 calamities are the difficulties of seeking Tao. Before the great medicine is formed, it is difficult to resist the cold and heat. Within a year, clothes are needed for the 4 seasons. Before the true qi is formed, there is still hunger and thirst. Within a day, 3 meals are needed. Those who follow the Tao suffer from clothing and food. This is the first calamity. The fate of the husband is heavy, it flows into this world to fill it up. Taking leisure in the midst of work is restrained by the elders. Restrained by the elders and unable to bear to escape, it has always been a rare leisure time. Those who follow the Tao suffer from the elders' invitation to stop, 2 calamities. Those who follow the Tao suffer from the entanglement of love, 3 calamities. Entangled by fame and fortune, 4 calamities. Calamities occur without restraint, 5 calamities. Restrained by the blind master, 6 calamities. Discussing the differences, 7 calamities. Slack in the will, 8 calamities. Wasting time, 9 calamities. Only by avoiding these 9 calamities can one achieve the Tao. Among the 9 calamities, there might be 1 or 2 that cannot be persevered. However, it is futile and will not succeed. The 9 calamities are the tribulations of immortals. They are formed by the earthly calamity, human calamity, demon-god calamity, samadhi calamity, nature calamity, karma calamity, mind calamity, soul calamity, and calamity. Those who have just achieved the immortal Tao can only achieve the carefree realm of Daluo Jingxian by passing these 9 calamities. Lei Zhe had set up the 3 calamities and 9 calamities. Before the heavenly Tao had even responded, the expressions of all living beings had already turned extremely ugly. Too vicious. If they really did as Lei Zhe said, the number of cultivators in the world would be reduced by at least 90%. In the past, they only needed to pass the lightning tribulation to become an immortal. After that, they could be carefree. But now, with the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, everything was different. Putting aside the 3 calamities and 9 calamities that had yet to achieve the immortal Tao, there was now sufficient spiritual energy in the world. There was no need to worry about this problem. However, the 3 calamities and 9 calamities were a headache. After becoming an immortal, not only would one not be able to relax, it would also be the beginning of the calamities. Every 500 years, one would have to undergo a calamity. After passing it, one would be carefree for 500 years. Then, after 500 years, one would have to undergo another calamity. This cycle would repeat until one reached the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Who could endure this? Moreover, in order to become a Daluo Jingxian, one had to pass the 9 calamities. If one did not pass the 9 calamities, no matter how talented one would not be able to become a Daluo Jingxian. The 9 calamities and the 3 calamities were the same. After passing it, one's cultivation would improve greatly. If not, one would die. Lei Zhe was forcing all living beings to cultivate. From now on, the saying in the cultivation world, if one did not advance, one would fall behind. It would become true. Because if one did not advance, one would die. Although the living beings were unwilling, they could not resist. The one who had the final say was still the heavenly Tao. Whether or not the 3 calamities and 9 calamities could be set up depended on the final decision of the heavenly Tao. After listening to Lei Zhe's explanation of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, the heavenly Tao fell into silence, as if it was thinking about something. In the depths of the heavenly Tao, where the living beings could not see, where the main body of the heavenly Tao was, rays of Tao light flashed. P.S. The pain of an older youth. Chapter 8:15. The way of the heavens was deducing the feasibility of what Lei Zhe had said. Once he was sure that the 3 disasters and 9 disasters technique was effective, Lei Zhe would be able to become a sage. Rumble. After a few breaths, the way of the heavens had an answer and all the strange phenomena ended. Yes. A majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. It was the heavenly axiom agreeing with Lei Zhe. They wanted to implement the 3 disasters and 9 disasters technique in the Eldritch world. Rumble. As soon as the way of the heavens had spoken, all the aura of calamity in the Eldritch world started to boil. They intertwined in the air and formed chains of calamity that shrouded all the living beings. From then on, all the cultivators except Daluo Jingxian would have to face the 3 disasters and 9 disasters technique. It was difficult to achieve the great Tao and the path to immortality. Longevity was even more difficult. The path to immortality was full of obstacles. If one was not careful, one's body and soul would be destroyed. If one took this path, one had to be careful. The path to immortality was as difficult as a mortal ascending to heaven. After the 3 disasters and 9 disasters technique was acknowledged by the way of the heavens, the aura of calamity that surged towards the eye of heavenly punishment increased by 100 or even 1,000 times. Very quickly, Lei Zhe's divine body became more solid and exuded an unparalleled sage aura. It was about to be born. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, an inexplicable wave spread out from Tiandao's body and spread to every corner of the untainted land at an extremely fast speed. Sensing this fluctuation, all the great divines, including the sages, revealed puzzled expressions. This was because a strange thought arose in everyone's mind from this power. It was as if the way of the heavens was looking for something. Was there anything in the Eldritch world that the way of the heavens wanted? Also, what was the way of the heavens looking for? While they were confused, everyone was stunned. Could the way of the heavens be looking for the Hongmeng purple clouds? When they thought of this, everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the Tai Yin holy city in the central divine lands. That was the place where ancestor Hongyun was suppressed. Other than ancestor Hongmeng's body, there was no other place in the world where Hongmeng's purple qi was most likely to exist. Everyone knew that the last place where the Hongmeng purple qi appeared was on ancestor Hongyun's body. Following the death of ancestor Hongyun, the Hongmeng purple clouds disappeared without a trace. However, everyone still suspected that the Hongmeng purple cloud was still in ancestor Hongyun's body. It was just that it was hidden so deeply that they could not discover it. In fact, it was just as the crowd had guessed. The Hongmeng immortal qi had never left ancestor Hongyun's body. Even after he had fallen, it was still there. However, it was a pity that the Hongmeng purple qi that no one could find was about to leave ancestor Hongyun under the power of the heavenly way. Without any warning, the power of the way of the heavens brushed past ancestor Hongyun's body. The Hongmeng purple qi left ancestor Hongyun's body and flew towards the sky where Lei Zhe was. Perhaps it felt that it was unfair for ancestor Hongyun to take away the Hongmeng purple qi. Therefore, when the Hongmeng purple qi left ancestor Hongyun's body, his true spirit also disappeared and escaped from the suppression of the Tai Yin holy city. The power of the way of the heavens appeared out of nowhere and disappeared along with ancestor Hongyun's innate indestructible true spirit. Its intention was obvious. To compensate ancestor Hong Yun, it reincarnated with his innate indestructible true spirit. Feng Zichen saw all of this, but he did not stop it. Right now, Leisha's priority was to become a sage. Feng Zichen would not do anything that might affect this matter. Furthermore, Feng Zichen would be able to end the karma of Leisha taking away ancestor Hong Yun's Hongmeng purple qi with his freedom. No matter what, this was a gain for him. Hongmeng purple qi. Seeing the appearance of the Hongmeng purple qi, the half-step to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian became excited. Their eyes were filled with fervor and even their breathing became heavier. The Hongmeng purple qi was the foundation of becoming a sage. If they obtained it, with their strength, they would be able to become a sage in no time. Looking at the fervent expressions of the great masters, the Hongmeng purple qi was not obtained by the way of the heavens, but by Leisha. Then, there was no doubt that these great experts would definitely swarm over and snatch the primordial violet qi. The temptation of becoming a sage was so great that it was almost impossible for anyone to resist it. Unless that person was like Feng Zichen, who was 100% sure that he could become a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Only then could he resist such a great temptation. Becoming a saint did not only mean great power, but also the possibility of immortality. Although the great masters were strong, if the eldritch world was destroyed, or when the immeasurable calamity came, they would not be able to escape death, just like the other living beings. However, sages were different from primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. They were truly immortal. Even if the immeasurable calamity came, it would not be able to do anything to them. Even if the eldritch world was destroyed, it would not be able to hurt them. At most, they could reopen this world and create a new universe. They could just establish earth, fire, water, and wind. Without mentioning how the great masters were envious, the Hongmeng purple qi flew in the air for a while and came to the side of the eye of the heavenly tribulation. However, it was not in a hurry to enter the Thunderlock's body. Instead, like a naughty child, it circled around the Thunderlock a few times, as if it was confirming something. Then, it escaped from the Thunderlock's side. Like a fish, it swam around happily in the Thunder Sea. The Hongmeng purple qi was not being naughty. It was preparing to use the power of the Thunder Tribulations to wash away the ancestor Hongyun's qi in its body. After all, if it wanted to merge with the Thunderlock, it would bring ancestor Hongyun's qi into its body. As the Hongmeng purple qi swam in the Thunder Sea, the heavenly way was helping it to wash away the ancestor Hongyun's qi in its body. It had to ensure that the Hongmeng purple qi merged with the Thunderlock without any hidden dangers. Rumble. With the help of the heavenly way, the Hongmeng purple qi looked brand new. It was as if it had returned to its initial state. Other than the qi of Tao, there was nothing else. With a swoosh, the Hongmeng purple qi rose from the Thunder Sea and rushed into the eye of the heavenly tribulation at an extremely fast speed. It merged with the Thunderlock inside. Instantly, the Thunderlock felt that there was an additional purple qi in its consciousness. A boundless and mysterious aura exuded from its body, causing its true spirit to tremble non-stop. It was enlightened and its true spirit rose. The Hongmeng purple qi was indeed the foundation of the Tao. It had not merged with the Thunderlock yet and it had already brought such great benefits to the Thunderlock. If it had really merged with the Thunderlock, what would it be like? Furthermore, the Thunderlock could feel a trace of the mysteries of the Hongmeng Tao from the Hongmeng purple qi. This qi could help him understand the mysteries of the Hongmeng Tao. If he had known about this earlier, Feng Zichen would not have waited until today. He would have already made his move on the Hongmeng purple qi. The power of Hongmeng was at the same level as the power of the Tao. It was also at the level of eternity. It was even more mysterious than Pangu's power. This was the key to Feng Zichen's future. Whether he could break the constraints of Pangu, walk his own path, and attain the eternal Tao was naturally very important to Feng Zichen. What Pangu wanted to achieve was the supreme realm of the great Tao. Feng Zichen was different from him. What he wanted to achieve was the origin of everything, the primordial chaos realm where there was a beginning and there was no end. The two were both at the eternal realm, but their performances were completely different and did not conflict. Otherwise, Feng Ziqian and Pangu would have to compete for the great Tao in the future. It was different from the Khanate Tao. The supreme realm was really like a carrot and a hole. If one person achieved the great Tao, then the rest of the people who walked on the same path as him would have no chance of competing for the great Tao in this lifetime. Therefore, in the end, the existence of the same path was bound to have a life and death battle. The battle for the great Tao was so cruel. There was no good or bad, right or wrong. There was only success and failure. Without any hesitation, the Thunder Lock opened his mind and allowed the Hongmeng purple chi to merge into his true spirit. Rumble. The Hongmeng purple chi entered his body as if a bridge had been built in the Thunder Lock's true spirit. It allowed him to connect with the most mysterious place in the Hongmeng purple chi and reach there through the bridge formed by the Hongmeng purple chi. Rumble. In a trance, endless power surged from the void and poured into the Thunder Lock's body. In an instant, the illusory divine body of the Thunder Lock was completely formed. At this moment, the eighth sage of the primitive world was born. Terrifying divine aura spread out and filled every corner of the primitive world. Everyone in the world couldn't help but bow down and worship him. At the same time, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the world. The Khanate Tao and the rules of heaven and earth vibrated together to congratulate the birth of the heavenly tribulation sage. That's right, the Thunder Lock had become a sage. Becoming a sage was so fast. There was still a process to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, but not to become a sage. The power of the heavenly way could be completed in one breath. In a trance, the Thunder Lock's true spirit left his body and came to a world formed by Tao. The Khanate Tao gathered here and all the mysteries appeared clearly in front of the Thunder Lock. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that cultivating here for a day was more than 10,000 times faster than cultivating outside for 100 years. This was the space of the heavenly way, the most mysterious place in the primitive world. Under this space, the vast power of heaven and earth flowed. This was the origin of the sage's endless dharmic powers. The sage placed his true spirit here and could use the power of the heavenly way at will. Thus, he didn't have to worry about running out of dharmic powers. There were so many people who wanted to become a sage. Just the fact that they could cultivate in the space of the heavenly way was enough to make the outside world go crazy. Not to mention, there were all kinds of indescribable benefits to becoming a sage. Thunder Lock looked at the space of the heavenly way for a while and saw someone beside him. It was the Tai Ching sage. Before the Thunder Lock could speak, the Tai Ching sage spoke first. Poor Wei greets Taoist Thunder Lock. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a sage. We have another comrade. After him, 5 more people appeared. They were the other 5 heavenly way sages, the primordial lord of heaven, the prime of heaven, the 2 sages of the west, and the Nuwa goddess. As for the lady of earth, she was an earth path sage and would not appear in the space of the heavenly way. After the 6 of them appeared and greeted Thunder Lock, the Tai Ching sage said, "Fellow Taoist Thunder Lock, you have just become a sage. I think you still have many things to deal with. Poor Wei and the others won't disturb you anymore. It's not too late to talk about our matters when you're free." As he spoke, the shadows of the Tai Ching sage and the other sages disappeared in front of the Thunder Lock. They left the space of the heavenly way. The space of the heavenly way was used by the sages. Any sage could come here. It was not surprising to meet the 3 pure ones here. Seeing the 3 pure ones leave, the Thunder Lock did not hesitate and left the space of the heavenly way. Just as the Tai Ching sage had said, he, who had just become a sage, still had many things to deal with. The most important thing was to adapt to the sudden increase in power after he became a sage and familiarize himself with his authority. That's right, it was authority. The Thunder Lock had achieved the Tao through the Tao of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the moment he became a sage, he naturally grasped the authority of the heavenly tribulation and had the authority to set up a tribulation in the primordial world. What did it mean to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? That was it. The authority that the Thunder Lock grasped now was to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The true spirit left the space of the heavenly way and returned to his body. Instantly, the Thunder Lock felt that his body had changed drastically. Especially in terms of power, it had increased countless times. He could easily destroy the great thousand world with just a thought. It was not an illusion. He truly possessed such power. At the same time, the Thunder Lock's vision began to increase infinitely. He could look down at the primordial world and the countless living beings from a high point of view. Even the river of destiny and the river of time and space were under his feet. They rumbled and surged, but they could not shake him at all. That was the biggest difference between the sage and the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. The saints were the masters of the untainted world. Therefore, their vision was high and mighty. They could look down on everything with a gaze that overlooked everything. On the other hand, the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was a transcendent. Therefore, he was free from the primordial chaos and looked at everything from a bystander's point of view. In the same realm, different positions created two different perspectives. It had to be said that watching the primordial world from two different perspectives at the same time was a very wonderful experience. In the primordial world, perhaps only Feng Zichen could have such an experience. He was both the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian and a sage. After comprehending the changes in his body, the Thunder Lock turned his attention to his authority and great Tao. With a thought, a great Tao formed completely by lightning rose from the back of the Thunder Lock. Chapter 8:16. The great path was purple and dazzling. Countless lightning runes flowed on it, and it was about 3,000 miles long. It was the symbol of the third sky of Hunyuan realm. It was easy to distinguish the 12th sky of Hunyuan realm from the length of the great path manifestation. 1,000 miles was the first sky of Hunyuan realm, and 3,000 miles was the third sky of Hunyuan realm. Lei Zhe was extraordinary. Once he broke through, he was already at the third sky of Hunyuan realm. It showed how deep his accumulation was. With a thought, Lei Zhe seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. Countless calamity path precepts appeared in front of him. With a thought, he could turn them into endless calamities and descend upon the world. At the same time, everyone's fate appeared clearly in Lei Zhe's eyes. All kinds of calamities intertwined in the fate of all living beings, showing countless possibilities. At this time, Lei Zhe had a feeling that he could trigger the calamity power on all living beings with a thought, causing great calamity to befall them. It was not an illusion. Lei Zhe really had this ability. However, although he had the ability, he could not use it carelessly. Otherwise, it would be easy to mess up the order of heaven and earth, lose the fairness of the heavenly Tao, and cause great trouble. I am Lei Zhe, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Today, I have become a sage and will preach the great path to benefit all living beings. 10,000 years later, anyone who is fated can come to divine firmament to listen to my preaching, Lei Zhe suddenly said after experiencing all the changes after his breakthrough. That was right. After becoming a sage, it was customary to preach the great path to all living beings. It was the same when Yuhua became a sage. It was the same when the three pure ones became sages, the two sages of the west became sages, and Goddess Hutu became sages. Lei Zhe was no exception. At this time, even the heavenly Tao would not say anything. This was because this would undoubtedly deepen the sage's influence in the hearts of all living beings. The heavenly Tao should be supportive of this. Lei Zhe's preaching was a normal process. There was nothing wrong with it. All the sages had gone through this. Even when Lei Zhe was preaching, the saints would rush over to support him. At first, no one felt that there was something wrong. However, as they thought about it, they realized that something was wrong. There was nothing wrong with preaching, but it was not the right time. What was the current situation? The primordial world had just finished its transformation and regained its former glory. Innate energy filled the air, and many innate gods and innate living beings were born. Wasn't Leisha's preaching now? No, Leisha's preaching 10,000 years later for them. 10,000 years later, these Scientian life forms and Scientian fiend gods would all be born. Coincidentally, the Thunder Lock was preaching at this time. When these living beings heard that the sage was preaching about the great Tao, they would definitely rush to the divine firmament to listen to the Tao. When that time came, Leisha only needed to mention that he wanted to take in a few disciples after his preaching, and these innate gods and creatures would all fight to be his disciples. Good heavens, isn't this a replica of Tao ancestor Hong Jun's Purple Cloud Palace lecture? There was no need for Xiao Chen to put in so much effort to find a disciple. He only needed to sit at home, and the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian would take the initiative to deliver themselves to him. If Leisha's plan really worked, he, who was already weak, would be able to gather many talents. If he was given more time to develop. It might be an exaggeration to say that he would become the second Xian sect, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he would be the second Jia sect. Thinking of this, everyone praised Leisha's plan. Using the preaching as an opportunity to pick disciples and develop his power, no one could find fault with this plan. Even if they wanted to destroy it, they could not find a reason. After becoming a sage, he would preach to all living beings to show his power and virtue. If you went to cause trouble, not to mention whether you were in the right or not, your action alone would make you an enemy of him. This was not a wise move. But fortunately, Leisha did not go to the extreme. He only preached 10,000 years later, not 100,000 years later. Although 10,000 years was a long time, there were many Scientian life forms and Scientian fiend gods in the primordial world. It was impossible for all of them to be born in 10,000 years. Only a small portion of them would be born, and more would still be in the process of being born. This way of eating was not too ugly, and everyone could tolerate it. Seeing that Leisha had just become a sage, it was okay to give him a chance. But if Leisha chose to preach 100,000 years later, it would be a little ugly. Not many Scientian fiend gods and Scientian life forms were born in 10,000 years. But in 100,000 years, even if not all of them were born, most of them would be born. If Leisha took them all in one go, everyone would vomit blood. So, they would not allow this to happen, even if it meant falling out with Leisha. It was okay to take a step back, but not two or even a few steps back. This was a matter of principle. Leisha's 10,000 years was just right. He did not touch anyone's bottom line, and he also achieved his goal. That's right, Leisha's preaching was aimed at those Scientian fiend gods and Scientian life forms. Divine Firmament Palace was huge, and Divine Firmament was even bigger, but there were very few living beings in it. So, Leisha planned to use this preaching opportunity to pick some talents for Divine Firmament Palace to expand its power. In the future, Divine Firmament Palace would preside over the operation of heavenly tribulations, monitor the eldritch world, and all living beings. Now, Leisha's early planning was perfect. Leisha looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him kindly. When they looked at him, they even smiled. Only then did Leisha feel relieved. At this moment, he was sure that no one would disturb him during his preaching. 10,000 years was within their bottom line. Leisha cupped his hands at everyone and withdrew his saint aura. He then took down the eye of heavenly punishment hanging in the sky and put it away. Then, he turned and left, returning to Divine Firmament Palace to prepare for his preaching. After he put away the eye of heavenly punishment, the oppressive aura in the air also disappeared. The oppressive aura came from the eye of heavenly punishment. It made the entire world feel oppressive. A supreme-grade Scientian spiritual treasure like the eye of heavenly punishment should not have such power. But now, it was no longer a supreme-grade Scientian spiritual treasure or a Scientian cardinal treasure. It was a very special treasure, a heavenly Tao saint artifact. When Leisha disintegrated his Taoist body and merged it with the eye of heavenly punishment, this supreme-grade Scientian spiritual treasure began to transform. Then, Leisha used this treasure as a bridge to connect with the heavenly Tao and gather the calamity aura in the world. Leisha used the calamity aura to form a saint body, and the eye of heavenly punishment also benefited and became stronger. P.S. Don't panic, brothers. Get your monthly tickets ready. From now on, I'll definitely be able to get 10,000 tickets in 24 hours. After I do that, you can use your monthly tickets as much as you want. Also, you must wear sunscreen when you go out. Men do the same. If your face is sunburned, it's uncomfortable and might be disfigured. You might even want to die. This is a lesson. Chapter 8:17. In the end, Luis became a saint and attracted the power of the heavenly way. The eye of heavenly tribulation that he cultivated with his life also absorbed part of the power of the heavenly way and became even more extraordinary. It even fused with the Tao of heavenly tribulation vaguely. With so many benefits added together, the eye of heavenly tribulation underwent an unimaginable change and transformed into a heavenly way saint artifact. What was a heavenly way saint artifact? It was a Dharma treasure that could use the power of the heavenly way, like a saint among Dharma treasures. After becoming a heavenly way saint artifact, the level of the eye of heavenly tribulation didn't increase. It was still a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure, but its power increased to an extremely terrifying level under the power of the heavenly way. It wasn't inferior to a connate cardinal treasure at all. It was even stronger than a connate cardinal treasure, second only to a heaven-opening cardinal treasure. Of course, this power that surpassed a connate cardinal treasure could only be used in the eldritch world. Outside of the eldritch world, the eye of heavenly tribulation would instantly revert to its original form and become a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure again. That was enough. Luis didn't need the eye of heavenly tribulation outside of the eldritch world. After returning to the Purple Cloud Palace, Luis first summoned his 9 disciples, who were the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven. Under the nurturing of the 9th heaven, the connate divine fetus that gave birth to the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven was reborn. Back then, after Feng Zichen killed the world devastator Taoist, he intercepted part of the Thunder Lord's origin and injected it into the connate divine fetus that gave birth to the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven. After absorbing the world devastator Taoist's origin, the karma of the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven disappeared and he was born again soon after. The Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven was already extraordinary, and after being nurtured by the 9th heaven's origin, he became even more extraordinary. After being born, each of them was a top-tier connate god fiend with the cultivation of Tao Lord of Tai. With the same origin and the grace of being reborn, the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven became Luis' disciple. Luis was happy to have 9 top-tier connate god fiends as his disciples, so he didn't reject them. This was his destined disciple, and he could not reject it even if he wanted to, unless the Thunder Lock was willing to give up on him. After all, to Luis, Feng Zichen was just an outsider. Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven was his real son. If Feng Zichen didn't accept them as his disciples and chase them out, Leisha might cause some trouble. At that time, Feng Zichen would be in big trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well take them in as disciples. Anyway, to Feng Zichen, taking the Thunder Lord of the 9th heaven as his disciple would only bring him benefits and no harm. After taking in the 9 gods as his disciples, Leisha passed down his skills to them and named them as the 9 Lords of Heaven. Each of them was in charge of a heaven. Their 9 brothers also worked hard. After being born for less than 10 million years, they transcended the long river of fate and cultivated to the realm of the Daoyuo Taoist priests. There was nothing surprising about this. Innate gods were favored by the heavenly Tao, and even more so for the top innate gods. As for the top innate gods, if they were formed from the innate lightning origin, they would be even more impressive. Even the heavenly Tao would treat them as half a sun. Lightning was the heavenly Tao's anger, and also its weapon. It was also its method of ruling over the wilderness. As such, the heavenly Tao had always been biased towards the innate gods of the lightning lineage. As half a son of the heavenly Tao, it was not surprising that the Thunder Lord of the ninth heaven could cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests in 10 million years. Since he was half a son of the heavenly Tao, it was not surprising that he could cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests. But if he couldn't, that would be strange. Perhaps the world devastator Taoists' actions all those years ago had left an indelible trauma in the hearts of the 9 brothers. All in all, the 9 brothers lacked a sense of security and always thought that they were not strong enough. Usually, other than taking care of business, they would cultivate in seclusion. They did not know how to go out and explore. Instead, they stayed in the divine firmament 9 heavens all day long. They were a bunch of shut-ins. The 9 brothers did not want to move. Lei Zhe tried to persuade them, but to no avail. He gave up and let them be. Anyway, it was not a bad thing to focus on cultivation. On the contrary, the 9 brothers did not show themselves. They could be Lei Zhe's trump card. 9 Daluo Taoist priests, and 9 Daluo Taoist priests with the same origin. Even if an ordinary sage-to-be expert came, they would not be able to defeat them. They were indeed a huge trump card. However, as Lei Zhe became a saint, this trump card lost its use. On the contrary, Lei Zhe had to take the initiative to expose them. He did not have any other motive. He just wanted the world to see how he trained his disciples. There were a total of 9 disciples, and all of them were Daluo Taoist priests. Other than Lui's, no other sage could have 9 Dao sovereigns in one sect. This method of teaching disciples was definitely reliable. Of course, Goddess Nuwa did not count. To be honest, Feng Zichen was a disciple of the palace of Empress Hua. Even if other saints had thousands of disciples, Goddess Nuwa only had one disciple, Feng Zichen. Even if all the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect were added up, they would not be able to compare to Feng Zichen. To be able to teach a disciple like Feng Zichen, even if he was only slightly inferior, it was enough for Goddess Nuwa to be proud. In the untainted land, no matter who it was, no one dared to show off in front of Goddess Nuwa when it came to teaching disciples. Because they really could not compare to him. Feng Zichen's achievements were too dazzling. Not to mention their disciples, even they themselves, and even their master, Dao ancestor Hong Jun, could not be compared to him. With an acquired body, he was at the top of the untainted land and was as respected as the saints. Even the proud heavenly lord of the origin, who had a grudge against Feng Zichen, had to admit that he was not as good as him. Feng Zichen, the pride of the palace of Empress Hua. If you asked if Goddess Nuwa had taught Feng Zichen, she definitely had. The great magic of Tiangang 36 transformations that Feng Zichen had learned was taught by Goddess Nuwa. Lei Zhe's purpose of bringing Thunder Lord of the ninth heaven to the surface was to advertise. Next, Lei Zhe was going to open the mountain gate and recruit disciples. Lei Zhe wanted to bring Thunder Lord of the ninth heaven out for a walk so that everyone could see how he taught his disciples. Lei Zhe was not going to make empty promises. He was going to speak with facts. 9 Taoist priests in a sect, and all 9 of his disciples were outstanding. This method could be said to be the best among the saints, and other saints could not compare to it. When everyone saw this scene, it was needless to say who should be the master. Lei Zhe was probably the first to advertise in the untainted land. The world had also changed. In the beginning of ancient times, when the 3 pure ones had just become saints, a large number of innate gods and demons had come to worship them as masters. They had to be picky about who they did not like and who they could not accept. In short, they despised them. At that time, they really did not expect that one day, they would end up taking the initiative to recruit disciples. Times had really changed. Now, the 5 great divine lands had to suppress the chaos demon god. For this reason, the saints had to maintain restraint and not fight. They could not fight, so when there was a conflict, they naturally had to let their subordinates solve it. The demon race had demon gods, the wizard race had great wizards, and the human race had Taoist priests. The 3 pure ones had Xianqing, Duobao, and Xuandu. The 2 saints of the West had nothing. The difference was huge. It was as big as the difference between the author and Qin. The difference was huge. The Golden Alliance has won, but I don't have a leader. When one's power was inferior to others, they had to develop. First, they had to work hard to improve the strength of their disciples. Second, they had to recruit new disciples. And that was what everyone thought. But there were only a few innate gods and demons. For this reason, everyone could only use their own means to fight for them. The disciples who used to be disdainful were now fighting for them. This was why the world changed as usual. In the divine firmament palace, the thunder army of the 9 heavens rushed over and congratulated Lei Zhe. Greetings, Master. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a saint. From now on, you'll be limitless. Lei Zhe calmly accepted their greetings and said, You know that I've become a saint and will preach the great Tao in the divine firmament palace. At that time, not only will the fated ones come, but there will also be many great mediums coming to congratulate me. The others are the other saints. They will also come to greet me. Those saints are my good friends. Naturally, I'll receive them personally. But what about those great mediums who come to congratulate me and watch the ceremony? You're right. The divine firmament palace is quiet. I don't even have a child. Therefore, you 9 brothers will be in charge of receiving those great mediums. You'll also be in charge of the preaching. At this point, Lei Zhe added, Remember to keep your spirits up. Do not embarrass my divine firmament palace in front of these fellow Taoists. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Lei Zhe didn't have a child. Even if he did, he wouldn't let a child come out to receive them. This time, the Thunder Lord of the 9 heavens had to come out to receive them. In this way, Lei Zhe could naturally introduce them to the various powerful beings and sages. He didn't want them to be rude because this was the first time they appeared in the Eldritch Land. He wanted to leave a good impression on everyone. The Thunder Lord of the 9 heavens performance would determine the effect of Lei Zhe's advertisement. He couldn't be underestimated. Details, these were all details. Details determine success or failure. Yes, Master. We'll do it well. We won't embarrass you. Seeing how serious Lei Zhe was, the 9 brothers didn't dare to delay and immediately promised. Seeing that the 9 brothers were serious, Lei Zhe nodded in satisfaction and said, I still have things to do. You can go ahead. After saying that, Lei Zhe's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already at the border of the heavenly realm and the human realm. Originally, there was a vast sea of laws here. It separated the heavenly realm and the human realm, cutting off the connection between heaven and earth. But with the changes in the Eldritch Land, the vast sea of laws was also destroyed. This also meant that the heaven and earth isolation had completely lost its effect. Those experts could now freely travel between the heavenly realm and the human realm. Of course, Lei Zhe didn't come here to repair the sea of laws and restore the heaven and earth isolation. Because based on the current situation of the Eldritch Land, it was completely unnecessary. P.S. 3,000, 7,000 more to go. Chapter 8:18. The Golden Age had arrived. Now that the heavenly passage was going against the general trend, it was destined to not have a good ending. Therefore, Luais came here for another purpose. He wanted to make some arrangements here to block the path. Even if he opened the door and preached to the countless people, not everyone was qualified to come and listen. Only those who were fated could come. What was a fated person? First of all, one must have a certain level of strength. Because Luais was short of people now, the requirements could be lowered. Not to mention Daluo Jingxian, at least one had to be a golden immortal who had achieved longevity. In the past, if one wanted to listen to the Tao ancestors preaching, one had to cross the boundless chaos outside the sky first. The chaos outside the sky was very dangerous. The chaos was surging and boiling. Without the cultivation of Daluo Taoist priests, one would die if one went in. Even Daluo Taoist priests would encounter danger in the chaos outside the sky without the protection of top innate spiritual treasures. The Tao ancestor was looking for fated people to preach. Although he didn't make any requests, just the fact that he wanted to cross the chaos beyond the heavens was enough to exclude all cultivators below the zenith heaven Holy Lord of the primordial world. Even if Luai's current strength was not as good as the Tao ancestor at that time, there was not much difference. If he wanted, he could preach in the chaos outside the sky like the Tao ancestor, but there was no need for that. He wanted to open the door for all living beings, so he could not set the standards so high. It was enough to have the cultivation of a golden immortal. However, Hongjun Tao ancestor had the chaos outside the sky to select Daluo Taoist priests for him, but Luai's did not. With the disappearance of the Sea of Laws, there was no longer any obstruction in the heaven realm and the human realm. Logically speaking, not to mention immortals, even ordinary yang spirit earth immortals could fly to the heaven realm as long as they were not afraid of taking too long. Therefore, if Luai's did not make some arrangements here, when he preached, there might not be any yang spirit earth immortals, but there would definitely be a lot of heaven immortals and mystic immortals. If there were too many people at that time, the divine firmament palace might not be able to handle it. It would be better to make some arrangements to keep all immortals below the golden immortal realm out. With that thought in mind, Leija's mind flickered. Boundless lightning, fire, and wind appeared, spanning across the border between the heavenly realm and the human realm. He formed a hand seal and pointed at the astral wind. The astral wind suddenly elongated and thickened until it was as long as the sky. It was about 30,000 miles thick. This gale was capable of destroying the soul and corroding the bones, and it was over 10,000 times stronger than an ordinary gale. Without a cultivation at the heavenly immortal realm, one would be instantly minced into powder and obliterated in body and soul. The celestial immortals here referred to the celestial immortals who cultivated the innate Tao and had a deep foundation, not the celestial immortals who cultivated the postnatal Tao and had only a high realm but no powerful strength. This time, Luai's only planned to teach the Tao to those who cultivated the connate Tao. As for those who cultivated the postnatal Tao, he didn't even consider them and automatically ignored them. Based on the current situation, those who still chose to cultivate the acquired Tao probably didn't have much aptitude or confidence in themselves. If not, why didn't he cultivate the connate Tao? Even if such a cultivator came to the divine firmament palace, he probably wouldn't understand what Luai's was talking about because he was talking about the connate Tao. Luai's waved his hand again, and a layer of thunder fire appeared on top of the astral wind. It was also 30,000 miles high. The thunder fire and the fire were both spiritual thunders and spiritual fires born of nature. Their power was extraordinary, and ordinary mystic immortals couldn't even get close to them. Otherwise, they would be burned to ashes. After the thunder fire, Luai's used his dermic power to lay a layer of meteorites on top of the thunder fire. Each of the meteors carried a power that was comparable to the full-powered strike of a gold immortal. If they hit a person, they would be able to severely injure any gold immortal. With this layer of thunder fire and astral wind, ordinary golden immortals couldn't pass through and come to the celestial realm. Only the best among them could do this. From now on, with Luai's arrangement, the celestial realm and the mortal realm would slowly be separated. If one wanted to freely travel between the celestial realm and the mortal realm, one must have the cultivation of Tai Jingxian. The celestial realm was supposed to be high and mighty. It should be the residence of immortals, separated from mortals. As for sky immortals and mystic immortals, they couldn't even live forever. Naturally, they weren't immortals. Looking at his masterpiece, Luai's nodded in satisfaction and returned to the Empyrean. However, just as he was about to leave the divine firmament palace, Luai's seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly waved his hand and laid down a vast thunder field on the only way to the Empyrean. The power of the thunder field had nothing to do with the intruder's cultivation. It was only related to their karma. The more karma one had, the more powerful the thunderbolts one would face after entering the thunder field. The Empyrean was the holy land of the Tao of lightning. It was a place where the righteous Tao existed. It would never allow any filthy power to exist. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. The day of Luai's sermon was coming soon. During this time, there were a lot of new living beings in the world. For example, there were all kinds of Khanate life forms born of Khanate Chi, such as the Thunder Spirit Clan, the Fire Spirit Clan, the Cloud Spirit Clan, and so on. In fact, these races weren't considered new. They'd existed in the Eldritch Wilderness in the past. But because of the constant wars between the races, many races had disappeared in history. These new Khanate life forms were like that. They'd been extinct in the Eldritch Wilderness for a long time, but with the recovery of the world, Khanate Chi became rich again and gave birth to them again. The species in the Eldritch Wilderness had always been diverse. No race would be completely extinct, because the marks of all living beings were stored in the tunnel. If a race was completely extinct, the tunnel would find an opportunity to give birth to it again with the marks in its body. This was also the reason why so many races had suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the Eldritch Wilderness. They might not have lived in seclusion. They might have been exterminated. But the changes in the world gave birth to them again. When these living beings were just born, they were ignorant and didn't know anything. After the tunnel gave birth to them, it didn't care about them anymore and left them to their own devices. This was the tunnel. It was only responsible for giving birth to all living beings. As for their fates after birth, it didn't care at all. The tunnel didn't care, but the heavenly Tao did. Before these Khanate life forms could understand for long, the heavenly Tao gave them the inheritance of the heavenly Tao, allowing them to understand their origins, their environment, and the current situation of the world. At the same time, it also gave them some basic cultivation techniques and corresponding divine abilities to protect themselves. The Eldritch Wilderness. The first year of the Three Realms. After receiving the inheritance, the Khanate life forms understood their situation. They were now in the Eldritch Wilderness, the era of the Three Realms. That's right, the era of the Three Realms. The War of the Gods had ended, and the Eldritch Wilderness was reborn. A brand new chapter in history was opened again, from the Age of the Gods to the Three Realms. Correspondingly, all of the historical records were pushed forward by a step. For example, the Primordial Age was now called the Age of Creation, or the Age of Gods and Demons. The reason why it was called Gods and Demons was because in any era, those who walked the Eldritch Wilderness were all Khanate gods and demons. The era of the three ancient races became the Primordial Age. The Primordial Age of Liches and Demons became the Primordial Age. The era that had just passed was called the Primordial Age, the Age of the Gods. Now, although this era had just begun, its name had already been decided. It was called the Age of the Three Realms. What was the Three Realms? It was the three realms of heaven, man, and earth. The heaven realm was the 36 heavens, standing in the sky of the Eldritch Wilderness. The mortal realm was the Eldritch Wilderness, with the 5 divine lands as the core and countless islands as support. It also included the boundless sea, located in the middle of the Eldritch Wilderness. The earth realm was the underworld, located at the bottom of the Eldritch Wilderness. The Eldritch Wilderness now had 3 worlds. When everyone saw this scene, they thought about it and directly called this world the Three Realms to save trouble. As for the name of the Three Realms, the saints and many great divine abilities discussed it for a long time. Not long after Luais became a saint, Tao ancestor Hung Jun called everyone to the Purple Cloud Palace. After all, the birth of the 8th saint in the Eldritch Wilderness was a major event, representing the prosperity of the Eldritch Wilderness. As the Lord of the Eldritch Wilderness, it was impossible for Tao ancestor Hung Jun not to appear. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hung Jun congratulated Luais and then encouraged him. Finally, it was the usual, and also everyone's favorite segment of the Tao ancestors' Tao preaching. Every time Tao ancestor Hung Jun called people to the Purple Cloud Palace, he would not let them come for nothing. At the end, he would preach the Tao, as if this way, everyone would not be at a disadvantage. The Tao ancestor also had a cute side. After the preaching segment, everyone chatted for a while. For some reason, they talked about the current eldritch wilderness. After chatting for a while, they decided on the name of the three realms. Heaven, earth, and man were the three talents of the Khanate realm. What a nice name. Then, it was difficult for everyone to calculate the date of the three realms. Some flatterers suggested that they start counting from the day of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's birth. However, as soon as it was proposed, Tao ancestor Hongjun rejected it. He was already in a state of retirement, so there was no need to fight for this title. After that, someone suggested that they start counting from the birthdays of the three pure ones. After all, the Pangu was orthodox and had a righteous name. As soon as this suggestion was made, it was rejected by someone again. The three pure ones were Orthodox Pangu, so was Goddess Hutu, Great Emperor Ziwei, and Great Emperor Gaochen. If they started counting from the birthdays of the three pure ones, it would be difficult for people to accept it. After the three pure ones, someone suggested that they start counting from the day the human race was born. After all, the human race was the protagonist of the world, so they should enjoy this honor. As soon as this suggestion was made, someone said that if the human race could do it, so could Goddess Nuwa. After all, the human race was created by Goddess Nuwa. Then, someone suggested that they start counting from the day Goddess Huda transformed into reincarnation. P.S. I'm still 4,000 short. I have to wait until dawn. Damn it, I'll go on a blind date later. Wish me success. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.